What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today is a Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday, April 19th, 2023, 11:06 a.m. And I'm live. I'm alive. And, everybody be normal. Everybody be normal. Everybody act normal. Don't behave in a manner that is, inconsistent with how you would normally behave in a situation like this. We're live and alive. And there's nothing to it. Do you understand? Oh, yeah. I mean, there is a little bit that's different, I guess. Is it my voice? Maybe. Do we think it's my voice? Is it, what could it be? Bark, bark? No, not yet. That's gonna happen soon. Stop it. We know. You know you're sexy. Thank you. That's very nice of you. That's very kind of you to say. Anyway, folks. I'm live. I'm alive. There's a lot to talk about today. Okay? But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what happened in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and the start streaming button. And let me tell you, a lot happened, okay? A lot happened. Absolutely a lot happened, okay? I'll tell you what. I ended the broadcast. I ended the broadcast on Monday night. And then on Tuesday, I was supposed to do this photo shoot. This YouTube shoot. This YouTube video that I'm supposed to shoot with Eric, also known as Eric, I think his real human government name. And it was supposed to start at 9:30, so I was just like, great. It's early. It's not that late. You know what I mean? It's just whatever. I will be able to probably get to the stream. Fucking YouTube show. I mean, it's a YouTube video. How long could the shoot be? In my mind, I was thinking, 9:30, I'm there. I get there. I'm like one of the first people there out of all of the people that got, went to the shoot. I'm thinking to myself, how long could a fucking YouTube shoot be? It'll be like 1 p.m. I'll be out. I'll be shooting. I'll be streaming by 2. Well, it turns out it took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. It did not end by 1 p.m., partially because I ended up, there was a competition, and your boy ended up rizzing too well. You'll see the video coming out on Saturday. Madvid Turan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Okay. Hold on. Things to do, people to see. So yeah, after that, I went and I worked out. I couldn't stream because it was like, by the time I got home, it's like 5 p.m. I'm not going to fucking stream at 5 p.m. So I went to the gym instead. I worked out, and a lot happened in my absence. Matt Walsh got hacked. A trans rep might actually get expelled again under the similar principles that they were using in Nashville, Tennessee. We're going to be talking about that. The Dominion lawsuit concluded. And I overall, hung out with a bunch of dudes that have YouTube channels who are very cool. Some Vine guys, Bryce Hall, numerous people. And I competed against them. And I think that, that's going to be a really fun video. And we'll check it out. When it comes out, probably on Saturday. Anyway, but having said that, I guess this morning I woke up, got my money up, not my funny up. Turns out I've overpaid. You know how people always say, dude, if you're a socialist, why don't you pay more taxes to the government than you actually are due? It turns out I have done that already. And you want to know what the government does when you overpay them in taxes? They don't just send you a refund. They're not like, hey, thank you for the extra $200,000 you gave us. That was very kind of you. Here, let's refund it. They just go, oh, we deferred it to the next year. I thought maybe they just give you the money back. You know what I mean? And it's my accountants filed it wrong, I guess, where they just I paid more than I actually owed the government. And I thought maybe they'd give it back to me. And they were like, no, that's a mistake. We keep it for the next year. So yeah, that's, so I've already paid some, at least, of this year's or 2022's taxes. But I mean, that's a joke. I don't really care about that stuff. I told people to just withhold. Holy shit, my coworkers would kill me. Yeah. Refunds are only for paycheck employees, I think. Yeah, they said thanks for the tip. I'll take it off the top. Bro finally did a socialism. Yeah, literally. Bro is out here doing socialism. Anyway, other than that, I just, I don't even know why I chose to shave, but I just felt like it. Yeah. I just kind of felt like shaving. I don't know why. I don't know what came over me. It wasn't it was a spur of the moment, split second decision, and I shaved. I think it's partially because I have white hair on my jaw, right here, that grows, and it's super white, and it's bothers me when I see it. so I just chose to, you know, shave it off instead. But, you know, it'll grow back again in like a day. Pup dates are, you know, I'm probably gonna go get the pupper Sunday. And my life is gonna change dramatically. One white hair, sweet summer child. No, it's not one white hair. There is a lot, like a big patch of white beard. Internet Boy 999 says, please have sex with my girlfriend. No thanks. You could die, pretty simple process. I don't want to do that. That's weird. My wife lusts after you. That's cool, I guess. Anyway, but yeah, let's blast off. Odd YouTube shoot yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna blast off now. I'm gonna blast off early because they're surprisingly, like, while I did some crazy shit yesterday, I didn't really do much. Explaining my odd YouTube shoot yesterday. Dominion destroys Fox News in defamation suit. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 gifted subs, allowing 25 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, but we are not doing that right now. I'm just, you know, I'm on autopilot. It's been a while. Dude, I've taken so many fucking days off. I've taken so many days off. It's like weird. I've forgotten how to stream. I don't know how to describe it. It's odd. Like, it's not even the top of the hour right now. You know what I mean? Anyway, lazy billionaire. Yeah, I know. I'm so lazy that, like, the only time I don't end up streaming is when I'm doing other also, you know, tedious work. Homie looks like the guys he makes fun of, lol. Me? Like, because I have a mustache? Is that what it is? Anyway, explaining my odd YouTube shoot yesterday. Dominion destroys Fox News in defamation suit. Selling tickets to those stash rides? No. I'm in the you can't afford it. You know what I mean? You seem like you enjoy the sun in Florida. I loved it. I loved it. Did we even do the PM pipe bomb story? Oh, in Japan? No, we didn't even do that one. Hope you got some R&R time off. Not really. I mean, I have been hanging out with my mom, so that's good. Oh, I forgot. Probably because I spent the entire night last night up until like 2 a.m. playing Yakuza 0. Oh my God, it's so good. I totally understand why you guys were constantly trying to get me to fucking play it. Holy shit, dude. It's so good. It's so incredible. It's so awesome. I quit it in 2020. I looked back at my latest save file. It was like my last save file was in 2020. I started playing it on the Steam Deck. It is so fucking good. Yeah. Majima. I love it. I love it. But it's not a stream game. It's definitely like a in bed kind of game on the Steam Deck. You know? But in my odd YouTube shoot yesterday, Dominion destroys Fox News in defamation suit. Tucker v. Elon. There's so much going on, dude. And so much more. Did we watch Frugal Aesthetic Riz you up? No, Frugal Aesthetics never rizzes me up. He probably shit on me, let's be real. Frugal Aesthetics always fucking throwing pot shots my way. Supposed to be my boy, but supposed to be a HasanAbi head, and yet here he is. You've said that about almost every game. Yakuza, Disco Elysium. What is a good stream game besides Valo? I mean, my friend, I'll tell it to you like this. The #1 gamer warlord on this platform right now, okay, at the tippy top is XQC. Have you seen how XQC plays single player games on release? He literally will like play it super easy difficulty and just like boulder through it as fast as he possibly can with the express purpose of being the first to beat it. Everybody watches him play it like that, and then no one really watches anyone else play those games. I mean, I guess people do, but out of like the top content creators, there's the only ones who actually play like single player games and shit like that are ones who have cultivated an audience specifically that are there to watch them play those games. I unfortunately do not have that. I mean, XQC also loves finishing games super fast, but he can't finish Minecraft super fast. That's right, 1810, Forsen is still on top. So, you know. That's unfortunate, you know. I guess there's no easy mode on Minecraft. That's why he's just perma-stuck and will most likely never defeat Forsen's record. Real talk, X is a terrible example. Also, a risk of lower viewership because people want to play it themselves. A single player story will be ruined. I do have a big horror gaming audience. XQC finishes games fast. You've had a recent streak of never finishing games at all. Yeah, because he does it one shot. He just does it in one sitting. It's like a 12-hour sitting of video gaming. I don't even stream for 12 hours in general. And when I stream for 8 hours, the first 6 hours is fucking news. There's only like 1 hour of gaming at the end of it. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. I think I'm very entertaining when I play games. I think people appreciate it and enjoy it, but not many want to take a stab at it. They don't want to even like try it out, give it a shot. Anyway, regardless, here is Iron Mouse. Apparently, I'm catching some strays here. What's happening?
Always remember you are braver than Hasan. What? Why do you say that? Did he? Wait, he played this, didn't he? How far did he get? Do you know?
Okay, I don't like that. Bro cries about thinking people watching him. The narcissism on this guy. Brother, this is my job. My job. We're talking about job performance. When I talk about that, it's not narcissism. It's like literally just, you know, streaming as much as I love it, you know, is about, there's job performance aspect to it. Resident Evil 4 is fire, though. It's such a good game.
He's mega scared of scary. Scary games are scary. Oh, poor guy. There.
Thank you for consoling me. That's very kind. It says, stay in your lane, pal. Yeah. I mean, I created this lane. Let's be fucking real, okay? Bro, you misspelled charged in your post. It's too late. We already blasted off, my friend. We're going with charted. Oh no, they crucified my streamer. This is so dumb. Y'all are dumb for that. It looks good, but I want the beard back. Well, there's a lot of people on Haas Twitter that would fucking fight you tooth and nail if they heard you even bring that up. I charted, dude. I'm charting. Crowder's getting roasted and toasted. Oh yeah, who do you think is contributing to the most racial divide in the United States? You, motherfucker, obviously. What does the name Rush Limbaugh mean? Nothing. What does that mean? This dude named Barry keeps photobombing you. How does this always happen? What's Barry doing? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. It's wild because, like, I don't really know this guy. Like, I don't think I've ever... like, I don't think I've ever talked to this guy before. That's crazy. He's just photobombing me all the time, but... Anyway, please help. I rizzed up a girl. I really like her, but yesterday I found out she likes Tim Pool, and we had an argument on trans people. She believes they are pedos, and Christopher Mr. Beast is brainwashed. Should I try to convince her otherwise or leave it be? Wait, what? Please advise. Other than this, she seems pretty socialist. What? That's an insane sequence of events to find out. Like, how is that person even remotely a socialist? I don't know. I mean, they're like, I want Medicare for all except for trans people. Like, I want everybody to have access to healthcare, but just not trans people. Like, I just don't want them to have healthcare. You know what I mean? Is that how that works? Like, it's Medicare for all except trans? Is that, like, how does that work? I need to understand. No, bro, I recently curved a girl who was like, who was a mega Bernie bro, but a turf. Dude, I'll keep it a $150 with you. Anyone, and I mean anyone, that isn't just like either not transphobic or B, just like, yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't really understand it, but I don't really get it. I don't really care. Anyone outside of that, anyone in the third category is a freak. Okay? Because, like, I just described to you the overwhelming majority of the American population. Okay? You got A, column 1, people who are not transphobic, people who are against transphobes. Okay? Now, this is not a gigantic constituency, even though there is a pretty solid number of people there. And then B, column B is like, I don't really understand trans people. It seems kind of weird to me, but I don't really care one way or the other. Who gives a shit? That is the makeup of the broadest majority of human beings, both on the planet, but specifically in the United States of America. Okay? And then you have the C column, who does have an opinion on trans people, but is like very upset about their existence. Column C is fucking terrifying. Okay? It's terrifying. Column C is just like, they've lost the plot. They're fucking insane. They're seeing trans people in every corner. They just like, they're like imagining trans people nonstop. Trans people are doing this, trans people are doing that. They're going to be really fucking boring. They're going to be really annoying. Why? Because they're not going to have any content. All the content they have is just like constantly telling you what the fuck's going on with the latest and greatest in the trans community from the, of course, lens of like someone who's anti-trans as well. So that makes it even worse. Like, I'll tell you like this. Okay. Let's say you're an ally. Let's say you're super open-minded. Would you want to date someone who is literally every single day coming to you and being like, here's the latest thing that happened in the trans community, even in a positive way. Okay. Even in a positive way. Even you're trans, let's say, and you have boyfriend, girlfriend, them friend who's also trans, right? If they were constantly like, let's talk about, neopronouns right now. Let's have a conversation about neopronouns. Let's have a conversation about like whether AFAB and AMAB is actually the correct terminology to utilize. You'd be like, no, you're boring. What the fuck? Live your life. Let's get back to normal shit like Hearts of Iron or sex mods for Fallout New Vegas. You know, things like that. That's what you would normally say. Like, let's talk about the shit that we would normally talk about. Trains. You know what I mean? So even then you would be bored of that person because they'd be constantly fucking telling you the latest and greatest of what's happening in the trans community. Okay? But then the anti-trans brigade is even worse than that because they don't constantly have trans on the mind, but they're like freaks. Yeah, talk about trains, not trans. Anyway. Florida expanded on Don't Say Gay through 12th grade. Great. Awesome. Love it. So Florida is absolutely out of control. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But other than that, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, yeah, I did this shoot for Eric, who has like I guess a massive YouTube channel. What is this? Here it is. This is his YouTube channel. Human hamster wheel versus Tesla. Can I power it? I mean, he's like, again, another one of these like inoffensive Mr. Beast style channels. I mean, he openly states that like he started off by doing the Mr. Beast style content. He was the host of the streamers. That's where we first met in person. But he's like a very chill guy. I like him. He hit me up. He was like, hey, I want you to rizz up artificial intelligence. I want you to... Dude, you ripped on Ethan? What do you mean? What? Anyway, please do rip on him. He made fun of Ethan at the streamies. Oh, yeah. I mean, he made fun of me at the streamies, too. He made fun of everyone. That's his whole point. Anyway, regardless. So he asked, he wanted me to rizz up an AI. I said, I'm in. I mean, that sounds great. And the squadron of people that he had put together for this AI video is kind of wild. Okay. That's his homie, I think. Like they live together. I like that this is like Myth, Will Neff, Jay Schlatt, Mr. Beast, 39 Dapp, Carl Jacobs, Anthony Padilla, Steven Seagal, Stavros Ludwig. Yeah, it is Oliver Tree, who I met in person for the first time. A lot of these people I met in person for the first time, and they're also very kind. Sam and Colby were great. They're super chill dudes. I like them a lot. Oliver Tree is fucking awesome. He's so funny. He's such a wonderful individual. Obviously, like, other than outside of like the whole the content between him and Ethan of them hating one another. Dog, you cooked us for a bunch of 2016 ass Vine creators? No, only fucking Bryce, or not Bryce, fucking King Batch is a 2016 content creator. And no, I didn't cuck you. Like, this shit is so stupid. Like, the idea that, like, oh man, I can't believe you're fucking hanging out with... Yeah, what do you think I was just like, hey guys, I don't want to stream today? Stop being so fucking parasocial and weird, man. Oliver Tree is a K-pop enemy, be careful. Anyway, and you talk shit. You talk fucking shit. But guess what, bitch? You know what? When I do a fucking Sam and Colby collab, okay? When I end up doing a motherfucking Sam and Colby collab where I go to a fucking haunted mansion or whatever, okay? and spend a night with them in the haunted mansion, you're going to be shitting your fucking pants. You're going to be like, oh, thank God Hasan actually went and did a video with them and got to meet them and got to know them, because then we got this wonderful ass fucking unique content out of it. You guys love when I shit my pants playing video games. Now imagine if I went to a place where there was like, you know, imagine if I went to a place where there's actual ghosts. At least 5 of these dudes are washed Vine bros, but okay, I don't know who any of these dudes are that are washed Vine bros, but most of the dudes are TikTok now. They're TikTok bros. And I've had Bryce on the stream as well. Trevor's really funny too. He's like a funny ass, you know, he's a funny ass comedian. A new audience might check out your content because of you being in this video. Chat shouldn't be so gatekeepy. Yeah, I know. But chat is like parasocial, lion style moms. Like they got the fucking claws out. They didn't get their content and they didn't get their, you know, CC noti yesterday. They didn't get their fave notice yesterday. So they're on one right now. They're going to shit on all the people that I fucking collaborated with. So weird. It's so strange. Be nice, guys. Be nice. When I do stuff like this, know that there's a reason for it. And don't be fucking mean to the people that I'm like, you know, making content with. You assholes. Anyway. There's a massive Canadian union strike happening as well in the public sector, right? And we'll cover that in a little bit as well. Anyway, Curtis and Danny were also in Vine, so why are y'all crying? Yeah, exactly. Represents over 100,000 federal workers in Canada. Yeah. I love this, dude. I just said there. Like, I didn't even end up finishing my statement. This motherfucker's listening only, but clearly not even listening. You know what I mean? Like, people come into the stream and they're like, while I'm talking about like this massive strike happening in Canada and how I'm intending on covering it, they'll be like, yo, are you intending on covering the massive strike happening in Canada? Your silence on the matter is deafening. Anyway. I posted on YouTube as well, content god. What do you mean? I always post on YouTube. There's so much content that I haven't been able to finish posting on fucking YouTube that it doesn't even, you know. You got the hog watch, you got all this shit. Anyway, this community is a hive mind that doesn't understand a joke. They're probably just repeating only. They're just probably repeating Asanox. Oh no, they took him back to 2016. Yeah, I don't know why people are saying that, because like none of these dudes were even making content in 2016, it seems. Except like it's like everybody saw King Batch and was like, oh dude, these guys are washed. They're all Vine guys, which is like kind of rude to say. You know what I mean? Why are people so mean? I don't know. I think people are mean because it's like the only way that they can come across as like funny. Because there's a lot of humor in being, you know, ruthless, being mean. Zoomers need to be better at bowing down to legends of yore like King Batch. I mean, I'm not even saying that. Just saying that it's like weird to fucking trash the people that I'm collaborating with. Anyway. It's a harmless joke nonetheless, but people are taking it seriously. I mean, yeah. All right. Yeah, everyone knows you're not allowed to make content after your big mainstream heyday. Yeah, you're supposed to die quietly. Everybody knows that. In a corner. When is Bradley and Patty coming back? They were great. I don't know. Okay, let's get started on the fucking news. We got a lot to do. We got a lot of news to cover. So let's get started. Fox News and Dominion have agreed to one of the largest settlements in any defamation case in the history of the United States. You guys already know defamation is a very difficult thing to prove in the United States of America. Free speech is pretty aggressively protective over especially media companies. And yet, for some reason, well, not for some reason, for very good reasons, Fox News was hit with a defamation suit. And they did not want to go through the court process and basically settled for $780 million, which is a gigantic amount of money. No, it's not chump change. You're out of your fucking mind. I'm upset because our content has been cucked. I think Discovery and the court process there, having, Tucker Carlson appear on the stand would have been delicious. It would have been excellent. But, Dominion is a company that makes like around $18 million a year. For them, close to $1 billion. I mean, a historic settlement. You're out of your mind. All right, let's take a look.
In with the news, and the news this morning is a blockbuster settlement in the lawsuit accusing Fox News of airing lies related to the 2020 election. Fox and Dominion Voting Systems avoided a trial, agreeing to one of the largest settlements in any defamation case in American history. The voting machine company will collect more than $787 million. However, Fox News will not have to make an apology on its air. Scott McFarland was at the courthouse when the deal was announced, and he joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware, where the trial had been set to take place. Scott, good morning.
Tony, this was the ultimate last-minute settlement. The jury was seated. Opening statements were set to begin when both sides blinked and agreed to an eye-popping number. Avoiding a trial that would have turned Fox News' biggest stars into star witnesses, the company will cut a $787.5 million check to Dominion Voting Systems.
The president's lawyers alleging a company called Dominion.
Fox was accused of knowingly airing conspiracy theories and baseless claims falsely linking Dominion to a scheme to flip votes during the 2020 election.
Like Judge Janine cost them like almost $1 billion. Like almost single-handedly. Like she was the worst offender out of all of the people involved in this. She was the worst offender. And it is kind of wild. I'm saying, this is overall a good thing. Fox will have to be more careful with defamation suits. They will have to be more careful with defamation in the future. They had him dead to rights. That's the reason why they settled. And, an apology is not supposed to come out of this, but yeah, they were trying to max out basically. It seems like they were just trying to simply max out on the realistic dollar value that they could get out of them. And they did that. They did just that. The number is biblical. Do I think Dominion could have gotten more if they didn't take the statement offer? I don't know. I think what was it like? They were looking for 4, but that number is unrealistic, especially because like they were looking for 2.7 billion. That number is unrealistic because I mean they don't make that much money.
So much for those claims that voter fraud never happens. Of course it happens. They knew it happened.
That's despite evidence, including internal messages in which Fox executive Suzanne Scott warned challenging Trump's bogus claims could hurt ratings.
It's just funny that these guys literally text in a way where they feel like no one will ever, there will never be another. They text as though no one is watching, okay? Like, they text as though they're like, surely there will never be a moment where, I don't know, people will potentially sue Fox News for defamation. Like, your private text messages are not so fucking private, especially if they are, especially if there's like a suit. So don't fucking talk about how you are like actively and knowingly and willingly lying to your fucking audience, especially when you're lying to your audience about a lot of shit and you openly mention that you're lying to them about a lot of shit. That's what's hilarious about it, is that through the discovery process, they didn't even just find that like they clearly were lying about the Dominion stuff, even though they knew better. They also were lying about other things, like Tucker Carlson hating Donald Trump, like absolutely hating him. The disdain that they have for their audience is crazy.
Today's settlement of $787,500,000 represents vindication and accountability. Lies have consequences.
And the settlement included a public statement from Fox, which Tuesday night said it acknowledged the court's rulings, finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. But there was no requirement of an on-air apology or retraction, and Fox attorneys declined to speak to reporters outside the courthouse.
The folks at Fox are big boys and girls, and they can say whatever statement they want in the future to recognize what they did and what this court found. But we think that the dollar figure that they agreed to today speaks for itself.
The settlement spares Dominion from having to put its fate in the hands of 12 jurors and from years of likely appeals if the case went to trial.
They get an acknowledgement that this was wrong, and they get to move on. And in that sense, this is more accountability than people have seen from Fox News.
They're going to, I don't know, they're going to pay without any visible to the average American consequences. The only long-term positive from this is that they'll have to look out for defamation lawsuits. First of all, they always have to look out for defamation lawsuits. They have lawyers on retainer for that purpose. And secondly, $787.5 million is literally the most visible way that you could, you could openly admit wrongdoing without admitting wrongdoing. Every normal human being is going to see that and go, oh, okay, never mind. I mean, these guys got fucking shellacked. They got milked, okay? They got milked like a cow out to pasture. They were bursting from the seams and they got suckled on. Straight up, come on. Not a single human being that hears that $700 million number thinks, oh yeah, Fox News had to pay this because they didn't defame Dominion. Now, of course, the only reason why many people will not ever hear about this is because Fox News will not cover it. Fox News, most likely, is not going to cover this situation. There's no shot that they cover it. You know what I mean? Like, people on the Republican side will hear about it through people like yourself, okay? Telling your mom, telling your dad, telling your uncles that are fucking QAnon or whatever. But they're sure as hell not going to hear about it on Fox News Or even if they cover it on Fox News, it'll be in the morning. It'll be in like one of the earlier hours. It will never be during prime time. I doubt Tucker Carlson talks about it and says like it's really fucked up that, you know, Dominion milked us dry. Here are my text messages talking about how I hate Donald Trump. But for those of you who think this is not a big deal, no media company has $1 billion, close to $1 billion in cash in circulation that they just have lying around that they would easily throw at a problem like this. This is a gigantic sum of money. Obviously, it will be held up in courts for many, many years, by the way. They're not going to immediately pay the settlement. Like that process is like a lengthy one. So they'll do everything they can to make sure that they set up a payment plan that's like manageable, blah, blah, blah. And they won't it won't genuinely eviscerate their stock prices or anything like that. Or it won't eviscerate their valuation overall. However, having said that, Fox doesn't have that money liquid. There's no way they can just pay this out. Yeah, of course, they don't usually, it doesn't go that way, ever. But this is a gigantic sum of money, okay? It's huge.
Dominion still has a lawsuit pending against Newsmax in the same courthouse in front of this same judge for claims made after the 2020 election. And Fox is still facing a defamation suit from voting machine company Smartmatic. That suit seeks $2.7 billion and could yield an even larger sum. Gail?
All right.
You can't appeal an agreed settlement? No, that's not what I mean. But they'll have an appealed settlement, but then they'll literally hold it up as best as they can. There's like a million different ways that lawyers do this kind of thing, where they specifically will hold out payment. They won't there's probably usually in a situation like this, I don't know the exact details of the Dominion one, but usually in a situation like this, there's like an original lump sum, a percentage that you give up front, okay? And then the rest of it is done through payment plans or whatever that you are supposed to put together. But even the process of like figuring out what kind of payment plan or what kind of payment strategy that they're going to engage in, all of that will be legal trickery. In an effort to stop the bleeding as best as possible.
It's got some more to come for Fox News for sure.
Fox News has agreed to pay an enormous, a historic price for broadcasting conspiracy theories about the 2020 election. The network reaching a last-minute settlement with Dominion Voting Systems for more than $787 million. They struck the agreement, I should say, right before the defamation trial was about to begin. Dominion's lawyers say it's a victory for truth and democracy.
Dominion tells CNN that the deal does not require Fox News anchors to go on air and tell viewers that they lied. Here's what Fox said in a statement when the news broke.
I do have a statement from Fox, Neil. We are pleased to have reached a settlement of our dispute with Dominion Voting Systems. We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. The settlement reflects Fox's
they're talking about this at like what time? Howard Kurtz.
Continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards.
We just want to give you now a small sample of the broadcast that got Fox News broadcasts that got Fox News in trouble. Here it is.
That wasn't 4:20 p.m., right? That was 4:20 a.m., I think, right? I don't think 4:20 p.m. because 4:20 afternoon, the afternoon time slot is like usually occupied by what's his face? Their version of Steven Crowder, Jesse, what the fuck? It's the 5 usually. God, I know too much about Fox News. It's so gross. No, that wasn't CNN. That was Fox News.
Sydney, we talked about the Dominion software. I know that there were voting irregularities. Tell me about that.
Electronic voting machines didn't allow people to vote, apparently. And that, whatever you think of it, the cause of it, it shakes people's faith in the system. That is an actual threat to democracy.
And this morning, we're hearing from the CEO of Dominion Voting Systems. Watch this.
Also, here's another thing. I mean, I'm sure they have insurance. Like, they must have libel insurance, something like that. They're a media company. This is like, you know, a media company like Fox News is going to have some level of insurance on this, right? I assume. It's like being a driver and not having like car insurance. Like, you're going to need it. Okay? In many instances, I would go so far as to say it's like being a driver, being a professional truck driver and not having wheels, okay, on your truck. That's what it's like for Fox to go out to market without having any kind of, libel insurance.
There was an acknowledgement, and certainly it's not the way I wrote it. And I had some conversations with our team, my co-founder and I. And at the end of the day, the court system really is about accountability. We feel we got it. And all of the facts that we had discovered during the case had already come to light.
Joining us now, lead counsel for Dominion, Justin Nelson. Justin, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. I think one of the big questions this morning is sort of how do you put a price tag on trust in U.S. democracy, right? You can't.
Oh, my God. They have to be so fucking libbed up. They can't even celebrate this openly. What's the price tag on U.S. democracy? What do you mean? This is a defamation suit, okay? This is a defamation court case that happened specifically because they lied about the voter tabulation software and machines that Dominion was utilizing in the election. They're literally worth, I mean, they're not worth this much. They got a payout that was gigantic. It was basically hush money. It was more hush money than what Donald Trump was willing to give to Stormy Daniels. You know what I mean? That's what they got paid. They got paid and shut the fuck up money, and they took it. Of course they took it, because the money is gigantic. It is so much.
Put a price on that, as one of our colleagues writes on CNN this morning. Was this about money for Dominion, or was this about truth?
Well, I think it was really our two goals were accountability and to get compensation for this massive amount of harm that occurred to the company. And I think we achieved both. On the truth, on the accountability, over the past few months, you've seen this mountain of evidence.
Yeah, if it was about the truth, they wouldn't have fucking settled for $780 million. Okay? If it was about the truth, they would have let the fucking court case go. They would have let it ride. And then on top of that, they would have literally probably gotten even more money in the long run, I assume. Okay? They probably would have actually forced the settlement for a higher sum midway through the court process, because Fox News did this to stop the hemorrhaging. Fox News did this because they did not want there to be a court. They did not want there to be any kind of deliberations. They did not want Tucker Carlson and Rupert Murdoch and Laura Ingraham on the stand getting eviscerated and cross-examined by Dominion's lawyers on issues that pertain to them hating Donald Trump. They did not want that to happen. That's the reason why they spent $787 million on a company that makes $17 million a year. They wanted to stop that dead in its tracks. Like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You want to stop that? It's only $5. For some people, it's worth. For others, it's not, right? And for others, if you don't have $5, you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? And if you don't have a Twitch Prime, then maybe you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But for Fox News, the price tag for not having Rupert Murdoch get fucking trotted out to the courts to be cross-examined on how much he knowingly even hates Donald Trump, or knows that like vaccines are actually good, but lied about the vaccines, like everything. They could have asked them about everything, and then their defense counsel would say objection relevance, and then the other side would make an argument as to why it's relevant, because this is like to show a pattern of like lies that Fox News engages in deliberately on a regular basis. Boom, there's hella fucking shit in discovery there. You have all of these text messages that you can point to. It would have been awesome. It would have been sweet, sweet content. And I do think personally, that it would have been better off if they actually took it to the courts. Gambling Blues, thank you for the 5 gifted. Tamana, thank you for the 10 gifted. But unfortunately, let's be fucking real. The amount that they got was so major. While the liable insurance will be covering Fox completely, if they lose/settle this next case for anywhere near the same amount, they will have backbreaking premiums for the rest of their existence. I hope they get fucking shafted by the insurance companies. As a law student, it is crazy to me that a news channel can make so much money from outright lying to their viewers, and when they finally do face justice in the legal system, they can use that misinformation money to pay off the company they destroyed the reputation of, because allowing the trial go... Holy fuck, Bernie Sanders fell behind me. That scared the shit out of me. Allowing the trial to go forth on the merits would be 10x worse and ruin their reputation, even though it's what Fox deserves. Yes. Justice is not real. Justice never gets served. We live in a capitalist system. We exist under a capitalist organization of the economy. This is what the system is designed for. This is what the courts are designed for. And when two companies duke it out, the only time when there's any kind of recourse is when it's company v. company. You know what I mean? They had them dead to rights, so they milked them.
Evidence that has been revealed in texts and emails that really show that, in fact, Fox News.
People in my country use the Dominion thing to try to shut down machine voting, like the implications of this case. People in my country, like the implications of this case could have been huge if it actually went deeper and no deal was made. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. People in your country are just using that as an example and using that as a reason. The Fox News defamation suit ending in the way that it did is not going to dramatically change the attitudes that people have on the ground. It's just not happening. Like, you are run by tyrants. You know what I mean? You're run by tyrants. They would have done it anyway. It's not Fox News routinely lying about it that gave them the opportunity to capitalize on the misinformation. They would have done it regardless. And the Fox News defamation suit going down in whichever way that it did was not going to change that reality. What is this? XQC Rizzing Ice Spice. Hi, I'm following everyone with a receipt. A receipt for what? I lost my receipt because my dog ate it. I was the dog. Please date me. Good luck, I guess. Godspeed, soldier. Hope it works out for you. This is the guy you meant, by the way, Fox News. No, not Jesse Kelly, dude. No, I'm talking about Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters is on with like Fox and 5 or whatever. Fox 5. All right, let's get back to it.
Fox knew that it was lies. And the statement that Fox released yesterday acknowledged the court's order that called these false. This was the first time that a court has held that the election lies were, in fact, lies. And this was the first time that someone has been held accountable in the form of a nearly $800 million payment for that. It is also, of course, a civil litigation, and it's about making my client whole. And although this does not make my client whole, it is a step in that direction. And instead of going for years to appeal and to verdict. We got an $800 million settlement, nearly $800 million settlement, and we're proud of what we did, and we do think it's a victory both for truth and for accountability.
Let's talk a little bit more about that, Justin, because in the statement, I mean, Fox says, this is just part of it, we acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. They didn't exactly say that they lied. And there is, among the public, there is a feeling that it may have been better, Justin, for the Fox News anchors and their leaders, their management.
The longer this court case went, the more CNN, MSNBC, and mainstream outlets would cover it, and the likelihood that like people in their audience would hear about it would go up dramatically. You understand? That's the main reason. That's the major reason. Especially if there's juicy details about the inner workings of Fox News being exposed in this court case, which it would have. It made the most amount of sense for Fox to, or for Dominion to go through with this. Defamation in the United States of America is already like harder to prove than other places. Or, you know, you can really get away with defamation here. Whereas you can't really. You can't really get away with that in you know in other countries. They have a way higher. I mean, they have way better protections for people who are being defamed than in the United States of America, which is a nation that loves free speech and bastardizes that principle regularly.
To take the stand, to acknowledge the lies publicly, that would have sent a stronger message. What do you say to that?
Well, I would say that there was that acknowledgement, and I would also say that in the civil litigation system, we could have gotten a 10, 20 billion, you name the billion-dollar award, and they still wouldn't have had to apologize or to go on air to say that they were wrong. What we can do in a civil litigation system is to bring accountability by exposing the truth and by having compensation for the harm that occurred. And on that, we accomplish both by a wide margin.
Would you have preferred, if you could have gotten your druthers, to have the Fox News anchors and folks on air say, you know what, we lied, or at least have them have to make a statement? Would you have preferred that?
Law, what is this lip shit? What good is an apology from Fox going to do? I mean, it's good to have all of these motherfuckers go on Fox News and tell their audiences that they lied to them. It's better than not having that happen. You know what I mean? I'm sure Fox News didn't want that to happen at all, especially if they set the boundaries on when and where they can say it. And it wasn't simply and it wasn't simply relegated to like the 4 a.m. time slot. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine Tucker Carlson live on the Tucker Carlson show time slot saying, we misled you, viewers, and we apologize? Even if he says things like, you know, oftentimes in our effort to arrive at the truth, sometimes we get it a little wrong or whatever. Openly recognizing that, openly having to admit that he lied to his viewers on his own fucking time slot would be crazy.
It's always bittersweet when you settle a case because you think you have a great case. The issue is, of course, that there's always risk in going to a jury trial. And my client really, these employees of Dominion have been so incredibly harmed, and they still get threats, death threats. It's really difficult for the company to be operating. And so for them to have this settlement really does mean a lot. And remember, this is just the first step. We have 6 other cases against other defendants who are, some of them are still lying about the election. And so what we think and we're really proud of is that this really is the first time that someone has been held accountable for the results and the lies that were told after the 2020 election.
Other defendants, who might that be?
Well, we have a case against Newsmax. We have a case against One American News. And then, of course, we have cases against Sidney Powell and Mike Lindell and MyPillow and Rudy Giuliani and Patrick Byrne. And so we think that we will continue to hold people accountable for the lies that they told. I mean, look, ultimately, misinformation is not going away. The truth does not know red or blue. And what we have to do is really, if we're going to have this shared experiment in democracy, we have to have a common commitment to facts. And we can disagree, we can have different opinions, even on our most profound issues. But if we are not able to agree on facts, then that is when we're going to have these just bubbles of where we don't talk to each other. And what happened to Dominion is it just got swept in this torrent of lies, where it was in this alternative universe. And I do hope that this really does send a message that it is so important to tell the truth. And that if you don't tell the truth, lies have consequences. And I think this is what it established. And that is why there is accountability today. There's accountability to Dominion, and there's accountability to democracy.
Justin, former Fox News anchor Gretchen Carlson tweeted a few days ago, "Please do not settle. You are about to prove something very big." She, of course, was successful not only in her litigation against Fox News, or arbitration, but in changing the law when it comes to secret mandatory arbitration. I just wonder if there are things about Fox's lies and how they conducted themselves behind closed doors that now the public will not know because there will be no trial.
Well, I think that what you saw in the past couple months that has come out in our summary judgment briefing and that already is public has really revealed behind the scenes that Fox did know that these were lies. That was a really big question going into this. Did Fox really know it? Did the anchors who were saying it really believe it? And I think that we've seen the evidence. We've seen the evidence from these crazy emails that started it all to people saying that Sidney Powell was lying to the motive that occurred. And this was all in black and white in documents that have been revealed. So would the trial have put on that same evidence? Of course. But at the end of the day, I think the accountability came from what already has happened over the last months. And of course, the payment itself, having a nearly $800 million payment really, I think, sends a strong message about what it means to lie.
Justin Nelson, thank you for your time. We'll be following those, I think, 6 other cases that you are lead counsel in as well as this progresses. Thanks very, very much.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The CEO of Dominion Voting Systems, John Poulos, thank you for coming in this morning. A lot of legal experts were surprised it took so long for this settlement to come about. What were the final sticking points?
Well, we weren't ready to settle until all of the facts that we had discovered had come to light in the public. That was something that we had committed to from the beginning. We had complete support with our partners and something that we owed to our customers.
Were you surprised that Fox took so long?
Personally, no, I wasn't surprised.
Why not?
The fact is that they published falsehoods about us, and it wasn't just once or twice. It wasn't just on one day or 2 days. It was 20 statements made over 2.5 months.
Ben Shapiro on Mr. Beast. Yeah, we'll fucking cover it later. Okay?
Well, folks,
this has 1.2 million views in one day. Oh my God, I fucking hate everyone. I hate this. I hate this fucking world that we live in.
And this was not the case of
Carl Jacobs. What the fuck? Hey, yo, Carl Raid. What's going on? Carl, I hope you had a good stream. What are you in Switzerland? Are you in Zurich? One of my favorite cities on the planet. Beautiful country. Hope you're having a great time. Carl. You know? They came into the I hate this fucking world. Yeah, I mean, timing is a little crazy that you just raided me while I was looking at Ben Shapiro trying to fucking milk your friend and coworker dry as aggressively as he can, because these guys are fucking straight demons. I'm not sure if anyone said anything to you, but great impression of Charlie on the pod this last Monday. Thank you. Did you guys like the pod with Charlie, by the way? We uploaded it on Tuesday. Anyway. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys appreciated it. Dude, I'm trying to diversify my content portfolio. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do more, better podcasts, better YouTube videos. You already know, baby. Anyway, let's continue. We're currently talking about the Dominion lawsuit. The Dominion CEO is talking about its settlement with Fox News, where they took Fox News to the motherfucking cleaners and got $787 million over Fox News's routine lies about Dominion's election software. It's voter tabulation software and hardware that was utilized in the prior election. They lied and said Dominion was working with Hugo Chavez from the grave and all this other dumb shit. And they kept up that lie over and over again, deliberately and maliciously, which is what you need to prove in a court of law, in a civil court, in the United States of America, in an effort to successfully sue someone for defamation, which Dominion had. The discovery showed plenty of fun, juicy text messages between Fox News hosts and whatnot. But of course, this was a fat payday for them. So they settled, and they settled and allowed Dominion to not even, or they settled and allowed Fox News to not even apologize actually publicly on their broadcast that they lied about Dominion knowingly and willingly. So good amount of money. The 5% of yearly revenue is cleaners now? Yes. Yeah, it is actually. What the fuck do you mean? Yes. 5% of their yearly revenue is a gigantic fucking... People saying literally nothing are absolutely insane. That is not nothing. Also, you don't even know what you're talking about. It's probably not even going to come from their fucking revenue anyway. Fine for the rich isn't a punishment. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, when I'm covering something, there's two different elements of my coverage. One of the components is within the current system that we exist in. Okay? When I'm talking about something like that, I'm talking about it within the confines of the current system that we exist under. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Obviously, this is not my personal opinion on what we should do with the Fox News hosts. Okay? But having said that, yes, this tiny number that you're referencing is close to $1 billion, and that number is actually a record-breaking defamation suit award, okay? This is literally the most amount of money anyone has ever gotten from a defamation suit. I hope you understand that. So yeah, it's not a small fraction. It's a gigantic sum. It's huge.
A media company pursuing the truth and making a mistake. They knew.
$787.5 million, one of the biggest defamation settlements ever. But what you didn't get was an apology.
Very
confused, MB. Thank you for the 10 of the subs. It hasn't affected the stock price and therefore hasn't affected the money available to major shareholders to do whatever. Yeah, here's the thing. That's why I think they fucked up. I think the Dominion CEO could have kept the court proceedings, like could have continued with the court proceedings, and then probably gotten even a higher, deal, a better deal, more like a settlement where they demanded even a higher percentage. a higher number, while also causing them a shitload of damage in the way that they're seen by the public. So, you know, they did it, and the reason why I'm saying it's a big amount, because it is a big amount. The reason why they did that is because they did not want to go to court. They did not want to testify. That's why they just fucking dropped $787 million. You understand?
Was an acknowledgement, and certainly it's not the way I wrote it. And I had some conversations with our team, my co-founder and I. And at the end of the day, the court system really is about accountability. We feel we got it. And all of the facts that we had discovered during the case had already come to light.
Right, but they just acknowledged that the judge said there were falsehoods. They didn't admit to falsehoods or apologize for them. Is that enough?
Well, if you look at the documents, I think they speak for themselves. They did acknowledge. They did not argue falsity. And the motion for summary judgment was extremely clear. In fact, you actually used the language crystal clear.
Well, what is this like for a company like yours when you go through a long lawsuit like this? You're under an awful lot of scrutiny.
It's devastating. This was not a matter of our employees being harassed over a day, a week, a month. It persists to this day. All of our partners that have chosen to work with us in the past have all been affected. Our customers have been harassed and targeted for no other reason other than their relationship with us. And it's just been devastating. And you know, if we could have our company back and undo it, we would do it in a second.
Any reason to think that's not going to continue, that Fox is going to change the way they do business in any way, shape, or form? You know, $787.5 billion is an awful.
For the chatter who said testifying in court doesn't change anything, Alex Jones did it. You don't even know this probably, but Tucker Carlson did this as well. Tucker Carlson was hit with a separate suit a while back, where the Tucker Carlson show, Tucker Carlson Tonight, openly mentioned that they were not a news show, they were not even a commentary show, but you know, they were an entertainment show. Like, yes, so you are correct on your assessment that like this doesn't genuinely end up hurting them. So, yeah, their audience doesn't seem to care because they keep giving them that juicy fake news that they want. It's a bit of both. They said no reasonable person would believe them. Yeah, I mean, it literally does not matter. These are people in his audience that are unreasonable, but because of Fox News' size and I guess like legitimacy in the field of news due to their like actual objective news coverage side, like their journalism side and whatnot, there is a much, much larger audience out there that still watches Fox News, that are in the margins, that would not have actually, will see this kind of thing and inevitably go, okay, you know, I'll be a little bit more skeptical of their coverage in the future. Anything under $2 billion is a drop in the bucket for them, unfortunately, and they don't have to go on record and say sorry, everybody. I don't really even care about them saying sorry. It's humiliating. I care about the extended court process. Like, if they had actually extended it, which Dominion should have, like I said. Washington Post says $800 million is like 20% of their cash on hand, by the way. That's a giant amount. That's a big amount. But having said that, I don't even care about the fucking defamation awards. I don't care about like them saying sorry. What I cared about was extending the damage, just like making them suffer in the courts for an extended period of time as the duration of the suit kept going, as the duration of this case kept going. They would have had to legitimately go and address some of these things, and the media would have made hay. They would have covered this non-fucking stop. Am I being too hopeful thinking this is the downfall of Fox News? No, of course it's not the downfall of Fox News. No shot. Fox News is a media company that makes money by lying to its audience. So, of course, for that reason, they have processes that they've set up in the unlikely chance that some of their lies might come back and harm them financially.
$1 million is an awful lot of money, but it's just a fraction of what they earn every year.
For us, it was never really about Fox per se. It was about telling the truth and the media telling the truth.
This guy's Canadian.
Think that what was important for us is for people to be held account for when they recklessly and knowingly tell lies that have such devastating consequences.
You think they'll stop doing that?
I certainly hope so. I think that it's a big step forward in democracy if we can. Our system can send a signal that if media companies lie, whoever they are, on whatever channel it is, and they do so knowingly, they will be prepared to pay a very, very high price.
You are pursuing other lawsuits, Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell. What does that mean now?
Not exactly. We have 6 lawsuits. Donald Trump is not one of them. It's the same. We've been committed from the start for accountability, and we will pursue all of them.
John Poulos, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone.
Mustache really popped off. Thank you.
You worked at...
Here's a CNN anchor who worked at Fox for 16 years. Here's why she thinks Fox got out of the Dominion lawsuit easy. I love that, you don't question the CNN anchor beyond their experience at Fox News. You don't ask yourself at any point, you're like, why did we hire this person? The other day you said Fox News is fucked. Yeah, because the other day I thought Fox News was actually going to go to court. So yes, the other day when I said Fox News is fucked, it was a dramatically different day. It was before they settled. $800 million is still a gigantic sum of money. It's not good for them, but of course they will withstand it. But they would have been fucked more if they continued the court, if they continued the case. I was bored waiting for jury duty today and went through the pics on the Mar-a-Lago geotag and found some Trump without his TV makeup on, feeling like a white Donald Trump. Yeah, I saw this morning you posting this, Michael. I liked it. That's like a jump scare, dude. Look at how weird he looks without the fucking orange tan. Did we get too used to Donald Trump being orange? Or does he actually have a point with the orange tan? It kind of makes him look sexy. Than whatever this fucking decrepit, rotting flesh demon is. You know what I mean? Kind of weird to see it like this. Hate to admit it. Hate to recognize it. Also, without the orange, and if he had that, the hair that he had one time when he, fucking combed it backwards, it would literally be a different person. You know what I mean? This is a rare Trump because he doesn't have the orange on him. But what would be an even rarer Trump is if he had no orange makeup and on top of that, his hair. He looks almost his age and human here, but still weird, like seeing Mr. Krabs with no shell, bro. Yeah. True. You know, all of this proves one thing, though, right? You do realize that this proves that Trump is right to do the orange makeup. Think about it. Other funny, rare Trumps would be Trump doing the Nico Lowell makeup with like the freckles and the super rosy cheeks. That would be funny. I would love to see that. It would break my brain. Obviously, that's not ever going to happen, but Trump got braces and did the rosy cheek makeup with the freckles. Oh, man. Anyway. All right, let's hear what this CNN anchor who's made a different career for herself after lying at Fox News has to say about her time at Fox News.
At Fox for 16 years. What do you make of the fact that Fox viewers won't hear a retraction or an apology outright?
I consider this a win for Fox. I consider it a win for Dominion, as he just said. They get a lot of money and it helps their checkbook. I don't know that it helps their reputation, because if Fox never has to make a correction or a retraction, how is it going to help their reputation when they were disseminating disinformation to Fox viewers? So now they're not going to make a correction on air to Fox viewers. So I'm not sure how it's going to help Dominion's reputation, but I think that it's a win for Fox. The fact that Fox doesn't have to he kept saying they have to take accountability. Yeah, they're not doing that publicly on air. This statement is the most weak sauce. They find that there are certain claims. They don't even say that Fox made the claims. Certain claims to be false. They're not saying that they lied. They're saying to be false. Sometimes false statements are made. That's not intentional.
And there's a
always.
difference between false and knowingly, right? Which is the standard. Exactly.
My colleague Jim Rutenberg at the Times reported earlier, I'm just reading it here, that under the terms of the settlement, Fox News will not have to apologize or admit to spreading false claims on network programming, according to a person familiar with the details. So that gets exactly what Allison is talking about. That, I'm sure Fox views this as a win for Fox too, because the amount of money, while painful, is far less painful for Fox and for News Corporation than it is for many other entities, certainly than for Sidney Powell or for Rudy Giuliani or a lot of other people who are facing suits. And if, the lawyer's point was, if we wanted to go to trial, we wanted to, sort of hold people accountable. If you're not demonstrating that in open court and you are making a deal by which Fox does not have to admit wrongdoing, then I'm not really sure what they did other than get a lot of money. And a lot of money is something, but it's not.
Bro, isn't she? Oh, it's Maggie Haberman. She kind of looks like the lady on Fox 5 who's like supposed to be the liberal. Dude, they all look so similar to one another. It's crazy. What's her name? What's the other lady that's always on Fox 5? For a second, I was like, why is she fucking on the CNN panel? Jessica Tarlov, is that her name? She looks like a younger version of this. A little bit younger. No, not Jessica. Is it Jessica Tarlov? It is, yeah. I think it's who I'm thinking of. Is it Jessica Tarlov? No, it's not. No. It's not Jessica Tarlov I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of this woman. Hold on. Who's this one? Bro, what the fuck? Am I crazy? They look all the same. This woman. Bro, what is happening? This is the real conspiracy, man. Yeah, the one who was a former MTV VJ. Yeah, that one. No, that's not S.E. Cup. That's a different person. The fact you can't tell says a lot about news these days. Lisa Kennedy Montgomery. Okay. The fact that you guys have these names ready to go is freaky, okay? Straight up. But yes, the person I was looking for is the lady over here. Is that Lisa Kennedy? Is that actually her? She looks so different in like other photos. She was a VJ on MTV, yes, I know. Anyway, that's Maggie Haberman, New York Times is like roving Trump correspondent. Okay? And Felix Biederman, reply guy.
And it's worth noting that too, because the peddling of the lies continues, right? I mean, you heard.
That's my big question here. I mean, Donald Trump is the front runner for the nomination again. So what does this look like for the next year?
Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Problem, though. I mean, there is what we, quote unquote, the court of public opinion wants to hear, and the drawn out conclusions and testimony of the top anchors. And then there's the goals of the actual litigants. And I think there is a disconnect between the two. You saw Gretchen Carlson's tweet where she was begging, don't settle. Essentially, she wanted to have them take the stand because she wanted to see this play out and have the very confirmation of accountability in that format and have truth really be on trial and in the best interests of Dominion. And so that disconnect, I think, is what he's speaking to as a litigator. Essentially, look, that may be the goal of the court of public opinion, and this being really the illustration of accountability since the post-election lies. But for them as lawyers, they don't want to be in trial, handing over their case to 12 members, which, you know, the lawyer in me is saying, I understand. Our client said it was a failure if she went to trial.
But then why then did Fox not settle this earlier, right? This has been going on for 2.5 years, right? And I think that was another point Gretchen Carlson made. And they had to pay out all of this money, and they did not have to do the on-air apology, according to the statement, according to the New York Times reporting. But they did release this statement, this weak sauce statement, as Allison rightly points out. So why didn't they do this earlier?
Well, legal experts I've been talking to say they absolutely should have, because they would have avoided so much embarrassment leading up to the trial and all of these pretrial hearings and in the discovery. One other thing I wanted to know, I asked some of my sources, in addition to an apology, should they be required to issue a retraction or any corrections? Because it's one thing to not want to apologize for doing things wrong, but as journalists, when we get things wrong, we have to issue a correction and at least make people aware.
Exactly,
So
and
glad
they're
you're saying that,
right,
yeah.
because that's how you know it's a journalistic institution. And so when
And they say they're
that,
the highest journalistic, they have the highest journalistic
Prove it.
standards.
That is not
if you
part
did,
of the
then
deal.
you would issue a retraction.
That is not
for
part of the deal.
The lie.
They
All
do
they,
not need to
and in
issue
fact, what the statement says is we acknowledge the court found this. So,
Exactly.
so
Not
which is
even
literally
acknowledge
as
we did it.
correct. It is
Exactly.
literally
It's
as
a lawyerly,
factually,
very lawyerly.
factually precise to what the judge did and what the court did without actually saying, and we agree and we recognize there's no ownership of it.
So then what do we do as we look forward, right, what this means, and kind of going back to what we were talking about, if Trump is the nominee, right, how he is the front runner, he's going to continue to spew these lies about the 2020 election, right? I mean, how does this play out?
There was at least until recently a noticeable decline in Trump's visibility on Fox, and that had been going on for weeks, and months. There had been this.
This is why Maggie's on there, okay? To run the Trump line, to tell you what's going on in the Trump camp. Ladies and greatest.
Clear interest in Ron DeSantis from the entire Rupert Murdoch empire. That has shifted somewhat in recent weeks as Ron DeSantis has made some self-inflicted errors. And you saw Trump do a Sean Hannity.
Bro, Ron doesn't have the juice. We talked about this so many fucking times. He is such a loser. Every time he's on camera, anytime he's on camera that isn't just like people being like, Ron DeSantis is, using the state legislature to like murder black people or whatever the fuck, or ship immigrants and kidnap them, or kidnap trans teenagers. Anytime he actually has to like go on the news, leave Florida, and like talk to a human being, he looks like shit. Okay? He just looks like shit. He's boring. He doesn't have the juice in the same way that Trump does. And anytime he tries to do the actual qualities that make Trump Trump and not simply just like towing the culture war line, he loses. Trump is, in many respects, a once-in-a-lifetime candidate for the Republican Party, just like Barack Obama was. You cannot recreate Barack Obama's coalitions. You cannot recreate Barack Obama in 2008. Okay? He was young. He was charismatic. He was outspoken. He didn't follow through on any of that shit. Okay? But in many ways, Donald Trump was basically Barack Obama for white people. Okay? He's sassy. He's also charismatic, or I guess telegenic. You know what I mean? He's charismatic to his audience. And you can't recreate it. That kind of riz, per se, is not something that you can just recreate in a fucking lab. And it's certainly not going to be a party loyalist, institutionalist demon that just wants to ride the ladder to the tippy top like Ron DeSantis. Okay? You either have it or you don't. Rhonda, little Rhonda, don't have it. Okay?
Interview, you saw him do a Tucker Carlson interview, but he's not on whenever he wants to be the way he was. He's not phoning in to every show the way he was. Will that still happen if the audience demands it? I don't see anything that has changed in what their market planning is, but I do think that there is probably going to be some internal edicts on don't just let him say whatever he wants on air. And I think that Trump's own advisors are impressing on him, this is a loser for you. So he continues to say these things on Truth Social, which has a rather small following, and he's not really.
Can you say, it's sugar, man? Is that what you want me to say? It's sugar, man.
Doing it elsewhere.
But see, what can't happen, though, I know, Allison, you can speak this, obviously, in this notion, it can't have this juxtaposition between, look, if the edict is you can't just let the lies go unchallenged, and you put someone in who's kind of a straw person to say the opposite, almost a devil's advocate that's there in a staged position.
Dog, look at my homie, dog. 20 points, but dude, drop 20 points. I mean, these polls are so fucking stupid. Okay. Harry Johnson. Absolutely hilarious that they're polling folks who aren't running yet, but absolutely refuse to acknowledge the existence of PJ Quality Guru, who's a declared candidate, which is also hilarious. I don't know who the fuck that is. But it's like Chris Sununu. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, by God. That's that Chris Sununu music. Okay. Watch out, everybody. Glenn got upset about your MR guest spot. What is this? A key left liberal tactic, hold everyone but yourself to the highest moral standards and get rich. Starring John Kerry, Robert Reich, and Hassan Piker. And yes, they have a lot in common when it comes to the specific deceit. Yeah, me and John Kerry are so similar. It's not even funny. Me and John Kerry are identical. Also, me and Robert Reich, you know, Bill Clinton's labor secretary. Again, incredibly similar people. He put me up there with Rachel Maddow, dude, and Lincoln Project. Like, dude, this is how you know the internet has brain rotted you to the fucking core, okay? If you put me, a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer whose entire earnings directly come from people fucking subscribing to him, okay? Just like he has his own little Substack, okay? As he's like in the pocket of Peter Thiel, he cropped out the part where it said your salary. Yeah, it's weird. Weird how he did that. Weird how he's talking about like highest earning Substacks. Rachel Maddow nets 30 million. Inside Lincoln Project side deals and scandals. And then how much money, what is my salary in comparison to everyone else? How do I make my salary in comparison to everyone else? Maybe there's some difference there. This segment focuses on this faction's worst pathology, their framework whereby the least relevant metric for judging one's character and values is how they live their lives. I think someone was telling me that someone was saying that Glenn Greenwald was claiming that I fly everywhere in private jets or something. Like, he just straight up said that I fly private all the time or something. I heard, which is hilarious. Glenn Greenwald, once a incredibly famous and very important journalist that I looked up to, okay, is getting duped by a fucking Ostenox meme tweet. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist for the fucking Guardian who was profoundly important in showcasing the surveillance state apparatus that the United States government had created for both its allies and globally? That guy lost to a Ostenox meme, a meme that my editor made. It's unimaginable. He's right. You fly to your bedroom for your stream setup every day. It's so fucking stupid. It's like thinking I actually crashed a Boeing 747 jet alongside Austin. Perhaps you're overlooking the true power of Ostenox? Yeah. It's pretty funny. Here's how climate advocating billionaires get away with mega yachts and private jets. Like me. Czar John Kerry travels around the world pontificating. I need to know if I fool the award-winning journalist, that makes me the superior journalist. I just don't understand how this guy legitimately like put me in a
their
fucking
him happen everybody else is and fly in private jets. They're the people who are actually doing the most to solve the climate crisis because they use their vast wealth to buy offsets to the carbon footprint. But if the
which is something I've been extremely critical of myself personally, but Glenn doesn't really care.
Climate crisis is really the grave and existential threat that these people insist that it is, why wouldn't they do both? Why wouldn't they take the very small sacrifice, not actually that hard? I don't know, I've spent my entire life flying to multiple places. I've never once been on a private jet. I've never really regarded that as a hardship. I don't think it's a big sacrifice to have to fly on a commercial plane on a schedule along with everybody else. And yet John Kerry is saying, no, it's totally fine that that's what they do. You shouldn't in any way doubt their sincerity when they impose demands that everybody. John Kerry on private jets are the people who are doing the most for climate change because they're using their wealth to buy carbon offsets. So they're even better than you as they fly to Davos on private jets. So obviously, if you're somebody like John Kerry or all of these, David Geffen, or all of these people who keep telling you that you have to transform society, they may.
Why did he put my name in this? Like, there's no way he's putting me next to David Geffen, right? Like, he has to be out of his mind, right? Someone needs to explain to me where he actually brings me up, because someone said that.
But as that article in the New York Times suggested, and as studies show, and it's not hard to understand, if you see somebody whose life is a complete violation of what they want everybody else to do for a cause, because they're unwilling to sacrifice in their life for that cause, you're going to have a very hard time believing them when they tell you that you should sacrifice in your life. And
he wants the trash show to trend on Twitter. I work with famous people and have flown in a PJ, private jet for the poor, and it was kind of cool, but we couldn't use the bathroom. Wait, that's weird. How were you not able to use the bathroom? Communist for Gavin Newsom. If Larry Elder wins, Dianne Feinstein will pass away. She's 700 years old, and Larry will appoint a psychotic Republican to the Senate, completely destroying the already fragile 50-50 Democrat majority Senate. I absolutely am not. I don't want Larry Elder to be my governor, Lamau. He's awful. Communist for Gavin Newsom. Like, yeah, I don't want Larry Elder to be the governor. You know what I mean? That's, I guess, yeah. Silken Cookies, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Dude, who are you? Hello, I know you hate me, but please help me reconnect with Caitlin. I know you helped me, but I beg for your assistance. The fuck? Hit his ego with a response about how far he's fallen from his Brazil days. I mean, even his Brazil days were like every now and then he had a good one, but that was it. Take your pills, chatter. Medicine time, please. But don't you dog on gruesome Newsom? Yeah, all the time. Do you actually want the link of him talking about you or not? Yeah, I do. I kind of want to watch someone who I once truly admired. Yes, I would like to see what this person is saying. Around 22. Oh, ew, it's a Rumble link. Ew. Ew, I can't believe I'm clicking on a Rumble. I feel dirty.
By virtue of Sanders and AOC do that same thing. His name is Hasan Piker. He is a very popular person on Twitch, which is the Amazon-owned streaming and gaming site. He first came to prominence, if you can call it that, because he's the nephew of Cenk Uygur, the host of...
If you can call it that? Oh, he's like still dissing me. He's like, if you can call it prominence. It's like, okay, why are you talking about me then? I agree. I am not a prominent figurehead in any fucking movement. So why the fuck are you covering me then, you fucking weirdo? What a loser. He's literally like, he's negging me, dude. He said Cenk Uygur, by the way, which is like, I've never heard that. That is the most creative way to fucking...
Of the Young Turks. He's Cenk's nephew. But he's now built a large audience that listens to him talk about left-wing politics. And I put that in scare quotes because at the end of the day, it's really just a way of herding people into the Democratic Party. And he has become extremely rich by virtue of his popularity on Twitch. And not only extremely rich, but he lives a life of gluttonous capitalistic consumption. At the same time that he constantly condemns other people for being capitalist, he claims to be a socialist. And the question, of course, is whether there's an inconsistency between...
Guys, this man is an award-winning journalist. This man is an award-winning journalist, okay? I don't know what to say. Like, I grew up looking up to this man. That is crazy to me. Oh my God. It's like brainworms, dude. His entire argument is socialism when poor Lamau. That's it. He's like, dude, it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up that Hasan has made a lot of money while preaching about socialism. He's not living his values. Let's hear what else.
The way in which he lives his life through extreme amounts of luxurious material wealth on the one hand, and his demands that society become more socialistic on the other. Just like John Kerry flies to conferences to yell at everybody about climate change, but then flies on a private jet, or the people who Davos do.
Wait, he's saying John Kerry flying to Davos in a private jet is just like me owning a house in California, Los Angeles, where the housing market is absolutely fucked, and having a Porsche that I leased. Could have bought outright, but still. This is the same thing. Like, I'm ruining, because I'm saying, like, no one should have a house, famously. Like, that's my argument. My argument is, like, home ownership should be not a thing that anyone can have. Everyone should be living in cardboard boxes. This is what I advocate for. No nice things, no luxurious items for you. Never. We need to live this rugged life, this Spartan lifestyle.
Or Robert Reich doing the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. So let's look first at his at this inconsistency that.
Bro, he has. What is going on, dude? This is awesome. I love this guy, bro. Yo, his entire brother. My man is going. He went from working with like actual whistleblowers to doing a collage of tweets. This is crazy, dude. Which one of your aunties put this together for him? You know what's crazy? I think he's the auntie. He's the one who put this together.
Seems to be pretty evident. Here you see the headline from April of last year from Insider. The headline there is, leftist political commentator Hasan Piker faces criticism for buying a nearly $3 million home in Los Angeles County. Now, obviously, the criticism isn't that he bought a home. Everybody needs a home. Everybody needs a place to live. You shouldn't be expected to have to live on the street. The question is...
Wait, this is like really wild because didn't this motherfucker literally live in a mansion in Brazil, like in a compound? Like he got a puff piece written by the New York Times back in the day about his like compound that he has in Brazil. I don't know how much it was, but don't get it. Is Glenn arguing that he is to your left? Oh, fuck. I forgot. It doesn't matter how much it is. I went to Google and I typed in create a pie chart and I ended up with an online pie chart maker, probably intended for first graders, he said. I mentioned that he now works for a digital news site that has a $250 million endowment from Pierre Omidyar and some very talented data journalists and graphic artists. Also, it's that's funny. You buying a place that would go for 400 to 700K elsewhere, opulent. Glenn living in a compound in Brazil, living in socialistic poverty. Yeah. So, a question I have for Glenn, I guess, is this. If, like he mentioned, I am not a prominent figure, why did he choose to, in the same breath, dedicate an entire segment with collages about my home purchases and you know, what car I drive or whatever? Like, if I'm just like some rando, which I think I am, okay, why did he then follow on with this like unhinged ass rant?
If somebody is so wealthy and uses their wealth for this kind of extreme...
I wonder if Glenn Greenwald's objective and unbiased coverage will showcase the numerous, if you consider to be charity, to be like some kind of social distribution, which I don't, but I wonder if he would bring that up. I wonder if he would bring up any of the numerous fundraisers, charitable donations. Probably not, right? I would assume it's just like he gets the money. He gets the money, and he doesn't even gift subs at the top of the hour. That's right. At the top of the hour, he serves a 3-minute ad break, and he doesn't even gift any subs and expects others to do so to avoid said ads, and then says for $5 or for free, you can avoid those 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. It's fucked up. Socialism, by the way. The Zoe Experience, thank you for the 5 gifted. Looper Shades, thank you for the 5 gifted. Evil as 905, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. Genuine question for a baby socialist. Why wouldn't charity count? Charity is not socialism, okay? Socialism is not about redistributive policies, okay? Unless we're talking about redistributing profits that workers are generating, okay? And redistributing the power in the workplace back to the workers. Redistributing a democratic process from a dictatorship of the bourgeois, the capital owners, back to a dictatorship of the proletariat. Charity in general, philanthropy in general, under a capitalist organization of the economy is basically a Band-Aid solution for some of the problems that the organization of the economy creates, which is precisely the reason why Jeff Bezos does a fuck ton of it, and it's good PR for you, and also, in certain instances, even a tax shelter or a tax haven, especially if you set up a 501c4, which you put all your stock options into. It's not a real solution. America is the most charitable country on the planet. If it was a solution, we would have already solved at least some of the problems. There has never been a problem that has been solved through charity. Now, does that mean that charity is not a good thing? Does that mean charity is a bad thing? Of course not. I personally make a genuine, genuine amount of charitable contributions, a lot of which I don't publicize, some of which I do in private, and some of which I do through fundraisers where I also very publicly donate. The necessity of charity implies a policy failure that socialism is supposed to fix. Okay? Understand that. But having said that, is charity good? Certainly. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel the same way that I feel when I am able to, for example, pay for a nice meal with all my friends and family. Makes me feel good. I'm doing it because I have the power to do so, and it makes me it makes me feel great. Right? It's awesome. And the same goes for charity as well. It makes me feel good to be able to help others in some way. Okay? But none of that is socialism. Okay? It's not. But even in their worldview, in the worldview of the likes of Glenn Greenwald and all these other people, they do think charity is socialism, weirdly enough. Of course, if I ask them, okay, does that make Jeff Bezos a socialist? Don't know how they would respond to that. Jeff Bezos would be the biggest socialist, I guess, or Elon Musk would be the biggest fucking socialist, I guess, in that regard. But they do claim that charity is socialism, right? But for some weird reason, I assume he's not going to mention that. Or if he does, he'll say, oh, he's doing it for PR.
Materialistic consumption, while insisting that wealth inequality is immoral, that we should restructure fundamentally our society, and everybody else should give up the kind of inequality he has in his life.
For the record, this would imply me as well. I don't know why Glenn or anyone who criticizes this doesn't realize that. When I say we need to change the way that we tax people in this country, right? To have a higher implementation of capital gains taxes, for example, and to treat it like property taxes in some respects, or even increase the top marginal tax rate for the wealthiest individuals in this country. I'm talking about myself too. Well, the capital gains one doesn't really pertain to me, unfortunately, or I guess because I just don't really have a lot of stocks or anything like that. But like, I'm talking about myself as well. And yet, for some reason, Glenn always is acting like, oh, dude, you don't want that for yourself. You just want it for everybody else. Like, I've never said that. I've never said that. One of the best examples of this is I live in Los Angeles, okay? I live in Los Angeles, California. And unfortunately, you need a car to live here. That is just how it works. You just have to have a car. They very deliberately gutted the public transit system in this wonderful state, in this wonderful city. So you need a car to live here. So I have the Taycan, right? And I've said time and time again, I'd fucking throw the Taycan in the ocean if tomorrow we had a better public transit system. I don't want to need to have a car. I have lived in cities where there was no need to have a car my whole life, for longer than I've lived in cities where I do need a car. I lived in Istanbul and Ankara. Never once did I think about having a car, driving a vehicle. There was plenty of opportunities for public transit in those cities, which, by the way, were still not great. Istanbul is much better than Ankara, but still, there's a lot of work to be done there too. Making socialism out to be a poverty cult is a great way of invalidating outspoken socialists, of course. And usually it's done by design, or it's done unintentionally by those who have also fallen to the inherently right-wing, inherently reactionary, McCarthyist-style Red Scare propaganda. Socialism means you need to live an ascetic lifestyle. Socialism means that you need to live a Spartan lifestyle. You need to live in a fucking cardboard box. You cannot have any sort of like hedonistic tendencies. You need to be a good person. And what I believe is a good person is the things that I don't even do myself. I am a right-wing person telling you I believe that living in more modesty is actually a good thing. I don't do it personally, but I think you should do it. When that's not the case, if that was the case, then Warren Buffett would be the best person. He would be the biggest socialist. He still drives his own old Subaru. He still eats at McDonald's every morning. Okay, is Warren Buffett the most socialist motherfucker on the planet then? He does a lot of charitable donations too. Of course not. You ask that question to people, they would lose their fucking minds. They would be like, oh, of course, that's not the
There's
case.
some inconsistency in that way. So let's look at the article first. It says, Hasan Piker, one of Twitch's leading political commentators, is facing a wave of criticism after purchasing a home in West Hollywood, as followers accuse the self-described, quote, leftist of being hypocritical. The 3,800 square foot home with 5 bedrooms and...
Yeah, by the way, that literally betrays the notion. Like...
5.5 bathrooms. This is a single person in his late 20s or 30s with no wife, no children. He has a 5-bedroom, 5.5 bathroom located in the Beverly Grove neighborhood. Cost $2.74 million, according to
I mean, this is just like stalking and doxing, I guess, but whatever.
the real estate news website, Dirt. Now, he has invoked all of the standard arguments that people in left liberal culture use, why you should ignore the way in which they're living their lives, the choices that they're making, the values reflected by those choices, and instead only focus on systemic questions and not hold them accountable or find it odd that the way in which they're choosing their lives seems to be contrary to the values they want to impose on everybody else. So,
well, Lemo, he said you have no wife or kids, so you can have a 1-bedroom home. First of all, this is not my house. Like, this is literally fucking footage from whoever was trying to sell it. Like, it's insane that he's like showing this shit, making it seem like this is my current house, current furniture, anything like that. But he also said I don't have like a wife or children, okay? Which is wild, because if that's the case, my mom is living with me right now. Like, you could have done at least a little bit of fucking research. But of course, Glenn is not interested in honest, truth, objective coverage. He's making it seem like I'm the one who was like, I really want to pay $2.7 million. He's making it seem like I'm the one who actually dumped $2.7 million flat and paid for the house cash, which is fucking psychotic. Of course I didn't. It's a down payment on a place that I currently work inside of, on a place where I can house my family for extended durations throughout the fucking year, including my brother and my mom and my dad, okay, and my cousin who's supposed to be here soon this week, which is fucking insane, okay? All of this stuff is wild, okay? Like, this is not objective analysis. This is not journalism. This is Glenn trying to write the same old narrative over and over and over again. That like, socialism means you have to be poor. Socialism means you can't have a nice house. Socialism means that you're a hypocrite if you have a nice house in Los Angeles. You don't deserve to have to defend your house every week. Ultimately, this is absolutely an idiotic take that has been addressed so many times that I think when Glenn puts this out there, it's just for the people who are like unhinged, frothing out of the mouth type haters. You know what I mean? For all those people, it's like, oh yeah, I'm hearing the same shit over and over again. They're playing the greatest hits. But for a normie who watches this, I don't think a single person is going to be like, yeah, this is really fucking good.
Pictures of his home. There's the interior, very, very spacious and very nice. Here's an outdoor shot of the home from the real estate listing. Now, he has a whole variety of excuses that, again, come from the way in which the left has insisted.
Which, by the way, he's literally comparing me to Robert Reich, Bill Clinton's labor secretary, now, academic Robert Reich. He's comparing me to John Kerry, okay? He's comparing me to, they know where you live? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's fine. He's not only like paga watching, but like basically fucking doxing me to his psychotic fan base on Rumble. Anyway, that shit's stupid. He said you're coming up with excuses and doesn't want to mention them because your excuses just are sound reasoning. Dude, this is bullshit and so uncomfortable. He's literally doxing you and sticking to the rabid crazies on you. Glenn is absolutely lunatic. What the fuck? It's okay. It's not okay, but it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I'm used to it. I've grown accustomed to this kind of line of attack, so much so that I've actually personally had to routinely address it. I don't even think Glenn Greenwald personally believes in any of this shit, though, that he's saying.
That personal conduct doesn't matter. Here, let's just look at a couple of tweets. Here he is sarcastically complaining, quote, socialism is when you live in a shed built by hand off the grid. So in other words, he's saying, people are attacking me for living in a house. I'm supposed to live in a shed. No one's suggesting that. It's just, there's a big...
So what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? First of all, that's a joke. But what are you suggesting then? That I check in with you on what kind of living accommodations I should have for myself and my family? Is that what socialism is? Socialism is when, people give you voluntary donations that they don't even have to give you, and then you take those voluntary donations and put a down payment on a fucking house, and then I have to ask Glenn Greenwald what kind of house I should buy. Thanks, Glenn. Or is socialism, means no jokes? Is that what it is? These are recent screen caps as your new profile pic. They literally scoured your tweets. Yeah, no, I know.
The difference between living in a house and buying a multi-million-dollar mansion in Los Angeles with 5 bathrooms and 5.5 bedrooms while you claim to be a socialist. Here's another complaint in his video crying about my house and income. Ben Shapiro said, quote, is a worker not entitled to the fruits of his labor as a talking point in support of capitalism?
No, I said that. Yeah. In his video crying about my house, Ben Shapiro says, is a worker not entitled to the fruits of his labor as a talking point in support of capitalism? In the most reductive terms, that is literally the core of socialism. It is. This is one of my favorite conversations to have. Because is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow is from BioShock, right? Is a man not entitled to the fruits of his labor is unironically a Marxist quote that libertarians deploy at the behest of capital owners. You are too stupid to understand the context behind it. You have to literally look at that situation and go, wow, in BioShock, the libertarians were the good guys. No, it's like when Anti-abortion psychopaths claim to be pro-life. That doesn't actually mean they're pro-life. They have just adopted a position that makes it seem like their unimaginably psychotic worldview is actually more manageable, is actually more palatable. They do it all the time. They're anti-choice, but they claim to be pro-life. When someone who is a libertarian says is a man not entitled to the fruits of his labor, that doesn't actually mean libertarianism, you fucking idiot. They are utilizing left-wing economic populism to sell their reactionary right-wing economic idealism, okay? That's it. The fact that this is not Pulitzer Prize winning journalism. I'll just say it like that. The fact that he's personally doing the shittiest form of like Hasan sucks commentary that I can get from a gray name in my chat means that he has fallen off abysmally. Okay? Like you haven't even given me a single fucking good take in this that I haven't heard, that I don't consider to be unique. It's kind of sad. It's actually fucking sad. The last time I had to talk about these points of view was when I was talking to Trainwrecks, dude. Like, that's what Glenn Greenwald is doing. It's such a fall from fucking grace. It's so devastating.
In the most reductive terms, that is literally the core of socialism. And then here he is again attacking what he calls left Twitter weirdos.
Which, by the way, he should understand. Left Twitter weirdos is why he like radicalized into what he is now, isn't it?
For noting this inconsistency, saying they and Breitbart.
Wait, but okay, he's just posting my greatest hits right now.
Are on the same page that socialism means you have no house. So this is the set of arguments that they have as to why you should ignore personal behavior.
That's not even the case. There's personal behavior. Like if I bought a fucking yacht or some shit, or if I was routinely flying on private jets, then you could fucking shit on me. He also purposely cropped the likes and retweets. Yeah, exactly. Like, the fuck do you mean? Three sarcastic and joke tweets are the source of your retorts. Yeah, I have had a million conversations on this issue. There have been plenty of people that have written on this matter. I have covered this matter a lot. He could have very easily found an effective counter, but that would require him to, one, actually do research and not just fucking screenshot some of my tweets like a fucking unhinged stan, or actually require him to deliver an adequate retort, which he has none for.
There's a comic, I think we have this, that has become very popular in left-wing politics. If we don't have that, we can put that up. It's essentially a comic mocking the idea. Here it is. It's a cartoon here.
Bro, this is like Joe Rogan. Like, this is Joe Rogan's Facebook meme. Oh, my God. He's going to put the Matt Boers comic up. Oh, my God. He's going to put the Matt Boers comic up. Oh, God, I'm going to die.
That anyone whose life wildly contradicts the political values they claim to believe in might have a difficult time acting with credibility. Here you see that...
Brother, if I was union busting, okay, if I was literally fucking mistreating people that I work with, if I was doing any number of those things, then you could have an argument here. But I don't do any of those things, so you don't have an argument there, so you have to fucking move on to like me buying a house. I am literally the only person, it seems, in the United States of America, in the political commentary sphere, that is not allowed to own a home. Okay? That's what this argument is. Or at least a home that they have chosen for me. It's fucking psychotic.
The critique reduced to someone saying we should improve society somewhat, and then the person that you're supposed to mock saying, yet you participate in society, curious, I am very intelligent. So this is what John Kerry would point.
He's just mad. And also tying me to John Kerry in this way is so funny. John Kerry, it has proximity to power. John Kerry is not a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer. How brain broken are you, you pathetic fucking loser? You're like 50 years old, man. How? You won awards for your journalism. You really think someone like me, a fucking Twitch streamer who makes fart jokes, burps into the fucking microphone, and like half the time is reacting to dumbass YouTube fucking videos, is anywhere near a person who's flying to Davos in a private jet? Like, that's your argument? That is bananas, man. You are going after, I mean, I don't see myself as this serious beacon that these guys do. I find it very weird. It's very weird. I'm a fucking influencer, okay? I am a shitty e-celeb at best. The idea that you could compare me to people who are like literally like people with actual proximity to power is mind-boggling. Coming from a guy who also is, you know, buddy with Peter Thiel, a villainous billionaire, is insane. You are very big, dude. Come on, it's normal. Good luck having, of course, this normal argument with individuals who spend all of their goddamn lives on Twitch. You greatly overemphasize how much power or how much influence I have. I can be an important figure in your life, okay? But that is nothing in the grand scheme. Of things. It's a tiny, minuscule portion in societal change, okay? Do you understand? At this point, the vitriol cannot be explained by anything other than lust. Yeah, like comparing me to John Kerry should get you laughed out of every fucking room, dude. It should get you laughed out of any serious circle. I'm a Twitch streamer, dog. What the fuck? It blows my mind.
Point two. If you criticized him for flying in private jets to Davos to talk about the climate crisis, or it's what Robert Reich would point to, oh, all I'm doing is participating in society, that doesn't mean I'm precluded from changing.
Yeah, your photo yesterday shows your level. Hanging out with Oliver Tree is not the same thing as being the former Secretary of State. Like, guys, this man is comparing me to John Kerry, a person who ran for president. Okay?
Changing from arguing society should be better and should be changed. That's what David Geffen would say. Yes, I have a mega yacht. I'm just participating.
Yeah, David Geffen would say that. Me and David Geffen are the same. Well, to be fair, you were the second largest donator to the Amazon labor union. You are kind of a big deal, but yeah, you're still just a Twitch streamer. Yes. I think you underplay the value you have in motivating the youth to be interested in politics. That's deliberate. That's by design. I don't have that kind of fucking power that my haters ascribe to me or attribute to me. It's not real. I make the most of the limited space that I have. I make the most of the financial success that I've seen. Okay? But that doesn't change the reality that, like, I am nothing in comparison to Jeffrey Jebediah fucking Bezos. I am nothing in comparison to David fucking Geffen. Like, dude, the person he's comparing me to and saying this is the exact same principle, okay? His net worth is $7.7 billion, dude. $7.7 billion. Like, please understand. He's comparing me to John Kerry, okay? He's comparing me to John motherfucking Kerry. John Forbes Kerry. Okay? The former Secretary of State of the United States of America, who ran for president, who was a senator, John fucking Kerry. John Kerry's also, I believe, married to like a profoundly wealthy person as well. There is that. Paying a mortgage on a $2.5 million home equals being a fucking former Secretary of State and a billionaire like David Geffen. So, like, this is not serious, right? You are not a serious person. You're a deeply, deeply unserious person if you actually make this kind of comparison. It's one that is laughable. It's like looking at fucking Bryce Hall and being like, Bryce Hall is motivating the youth in a way that John Kerry is motivating the youth. But look at the way Bryce Hall lives. Like, dude, like, what I do is the same as like XQC in some ways. You know what I mean? You're comparing me to XQC. That would be an apt comparison. You are comparing XQC to John Kerry. You have been growing on YouTube over the past 5 years? Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit, dude. What are you talking about? Like, who cares? Okay, let's compare HasanAbi to Glenn Greenwald. How about that on YouTube search? Oh. Never mind. Now I see why he's doing this on Rumble. Oops. Compare with John Kerry. I mean, yeah, on YouTube, John Kerry is not going to get a lot of play, I assume, but yeah. But like, that goes to show you, YouTube search results do not mean anything, okay? They do not mean anything. That's the point. John Kerry, my least favorite YouTuber. Bro, when he did the Notes app apology, dude, that shit was whack. I hated his latest prank videos.
In the system, it doesn't mean that I can't argue that society should be different and that we should solve the climate crisis collectively. This is the argument they have built in to their politics. Now, so extreme is this refusal to accept any personal responsibility that they'll go around, oftentimes, the people who have these inconsistencies, criticizing other people for pursuing lives of material wealth. So I want to show you a couple videos that Hasan Piker recently posted in which he talked about both myself and Matt Taibbi and claimed that the reason Matt Taibbi and
now we know why he's doing that.
I have changed our politics, which is his view, is because we're the ones who are seeking material wealth. Let me show you a couple of these.
That's what's going on. Now we get it. Glenn Greenwald fucking claws back like a charlatan because he's so mad that I correctly called out that he fucking changed his politics for that sweet Substack cash, baby. Let's go.
Videos that
more like Glenn Greenwald
that he just recently posted within the last week.
It's from the Majority Report, I suspect.
I
don't
not care. I like his defense of.
This is, by the way, Hasan Piker on his very popular Twitch show that earns him millions of dollars a month, responding to a conversation between the former New York Times reporter Chris Hedges, who left the paper because he was objecting to their support for the Iraq War, talking to Brianna Joy Gray, and Chris.
By the way, I literally defended Chris Hedges and said that he's great. And I think that in that same video, I'm sure he won't admit to that because he wants to make it seem like I'm shitting on Chris Hedges.
Hedges had defended myself, Matt Taibbi, Jimmy Dore, claiming that we haven't changed our political views at all, that instead the Democratic Party people...
Millions of dollars a month. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, I make millions of dollars a month. He's right.
Like Hassan Piker and others on the left have become tools of the establishment. And since we continue to oppose establishment doctrine, they see us as being on the other side and think we've switched sides, whereas in reality, they're the ones who have done so to stay on the right side of the mainstream line. He's responding to that critique. And
yeah, bro, the right side is actually Donald Trump. Somehow. I don't know how you know, square that fucking hole, but...
Here's what he said.
Of Glenn Greenwald, who makes like literally, I think, $250,000 a month, or no, more than that actually. Glenn Greenwald's Substack makes him like $1 million a month or some shit like that. Like Glenn Greenwald makes significantly more money than I do on a monthly basis from his Substack. That's kind of weird since you are the same and Glenn and Taibbi fell off and went right wing. Yeah, I know, but he thinks that that's like truthful because there's agreements there. Okay? He agrees with some of the things that, as an older guy, he agrees with some of the fucking things that Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald say about like wokeness and woke culture. He's never heard me talk about it or criticize it. He's only seen me as the guy who buys a fucking house.
So, first of all, almost everything he said about me there was completely false.
Is that why he just like said a bunch of false shit about me? Like that's what he's saying? Sometimes the clips are so fucking funny when you're shown on like a serious news show. Brother, what Glenn is doing is not necessarily a serious news show. What he's doing is basically an incredibly low budget fall from grace Rumble play that he made for as much money as he possibly could get out of the right. Good on him. Keep milking the right, my man. You know, keep doing.
There were lies. The amounts of money that he claimed I make on Substack, where I'm not even anymore. I've now moved to locals, but even when I was at Substack, those numbers are completely made up. They're so wildly exaggerated to the point of just being lies. They're in a completely different universe. As well as the fact that Matt Taibbi and I have become...
The guy who compared me to $8 billion net worth David Geffen and Robert Reich and John Kerry is upset, who said I make millions of dollars, is upset that I guess, said that he makes millions of dollars on Substack. I'm surprised because, yeah, he said I make millions of dollars a month on... The disparity between your net worth and $8 billion is probably a lot bigger than the disparity between your guess on how much he makes on Substack versus how much he actually makes. It's not even that, but you were generous. You started at 300K and then went to maybe $1 million. No, I don't know exactly how much he makes because he, unlike myself, has hidden his number when he was... Substack is like Twitch but boring for reading, okay? It's for posters that post on Twitter to go and like write longer posts on another website where you have to pay $5 a month or whatever. Someone here says he's making around $180K a month from Substack. Yeah, this was according to an estimate from the Financial Times on Wednesday. Glenn Greenwald, Substack's most notable writer, makes between $80,000 to $160,000 in subscriptions every month and is set to make up to $2 million a year. This was in 2021. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that grew before he moved on and away from Substack.
I'm right wing because we obsessed on the culture war. When I almost never talk about the culture war. When's the last time on this show I've ever talked about things like trans issues or abortion or LGBT debates? I just almost never talk about those at all. I actually wrote to Hasan when I heard this clip, when someone sent it to me, detailing his lies And even though I wrote to him in a place that he and I have communicated before, he just ignored it. Imagine how cowardly you have to be to go on your show constantly and talk about somebody, and when you get caught lying, you write to the person and say, by the way, everything you're saying about me is false. You just ignore it and go back to talking about that person. In talking about Richard Grenell, he claimed I spoke inaccurately about his role in a much less extreme way than these lies Hasan Piker told about me. And the first thing I did upon getting his email was I ran to Twitter. I urged people to go read Richard Grenell's version of events, disputing what I had said, and then invited him on my show to clear the air. That's what you do if you're a person who has even minimal integrity. What he did, Hasan Piker, was he ignored what I sent him. He didn't correct any of what he said about me there. And then he went back and again said that both Matt Taibbi and I have political views that we've adopted because we are interested in getting rich. Let's look at, this is him saying this again. This is several days after I sent him those corrections.
Straight up. He's like a hard listen. That's how big of a fan I was. And honestly, it's really sad. What happened? Left on red? What is he saying? You actually have to go back. As soon as you stood up, he started explaining in detail why he's mad.
Richard Grenell, he claimed I spoke inaccurately about his role in a much less extreme way than these lies Hasan Piker told about me. And the first thing I did upon getting his email was I ran to Twitter. I urged people to go read Richard Grenell's version of events, disputing what I had said, and then invited him on my show to clear the air. That's what you do if you're a person who has even minimal integrity. What he did, Hasan Piker, was he ignored what I sent him. He didn't correct any of what he said about me there. And then he went back and again.
Wait, he sent me a DM? Is that what he's saying? What the fuck did he send me? I didn't even see it. That's awesome. Yes, go further back. Hold on. I'm going to read it. What did he say? Oh my God, he did. Last time I talked to Glenn was November 1st, 2020. I said, no, lol, you don't have to play video games at all. All you need is the Discord. I use it like Skype. It's more secure because I was trying to like get him on and have a conversation with him. I've had Lee Fong on with it and Ryan Grimm all the time. Their Discord, he never responded to that. And then he sent me, hi, Hasan. Someone sent me a clip where you referenced me for a bit. Not sure if this was from this week, but it seems recent. I'm sending a few points of clarification. I'm not angry. I'm not suggesting you lied or did anything in bad faith, but it's just to clarify in case you mention it again. Bro, this man sent me this DM on April 12th. You want to know something? He sent it at 5:31 a.m. Yeah, bro. I didn't see it. My bad. You know how many fucking DMs I get? Are you insane? You sent me you sent me the long. Oh my God, it's so long. It's so many paragraphs. What the fuck? It took 7 days and he went to war? My man literally said, I sent you DMs at 5 a.m. You didn't see it. And instead of like following up on it, I decided to dox you to my fucking right-wing fan base. That's psychotic. While also comparing you to David Geffen. Which is hilarious. Yeah, me and David, dude, we're so similar in how much money we make, how much power we have, how we generate value, how we generate revenue. Glenn is getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel to post on Rumble. Greenwald told the Post that Rumble reached out to him in midsummer, asking him to produce high-quality videos in exchange for a Merange 6 figures, total right-wing sellout sum. Yeah. I don't know why you feel the need to go over these topics when we are all on your side. The people that are going to listen to this propaganda are not the people who will ever pull value from the ideals that you push on the daily. I mean, it's fucking wild that this guy who, you know, he's behaving like a YouTube essayist. Like, I expect some fucking random YouTube essayist to just, like, make a lot of glaringly obvious mistakes in their coverage. I don't expect a guy who was probably one of the most important journalists in contemporary history to do that on such a short period of time. Like, you're not Sonny V2, homie. You're Glenn motherfucking Greenwald. You exposed NSA surveillance on allied nations and the United States of America on domestic. You exposed the FISA courts. Like, are you fucking insane? He's miffed because the DM was ignored. He's such a diva. I mean, he is. I mean, dude, how pathetic has your life become? You used to be hunted by the Bolsonaro government for literally getting Lula out of prison. This man played a formative role in getting the current leader of Brazil out of prison, which he was unjustifiably imprisoned under. Okay? Him and his team of researchers in Brazil did that. That is very important. Okay? That's a very important thing that he did. Very important piece of journalism that he did. That wasn't that long ago. Now he's talking about a fucking dumbass himbo Twitch streamer with the same severity. But unfortunately, it seems he's lost his touch on the investigative reporting side. No, he didn't. The hacker hates him. A reminder that Greenwald omitted both open and covert U.S. involvement in Lava Jato. From his book about Lava Jato, his last known writing on U.S. interference in Brazil was in mid-2015, despite having access to massive amounts of evidence. In 2017, Lula facing jail in the U.S. DOJ openly admitted Greenwald presents far-right Lava Jato task force with the Allard Prize, lauding their courage. They privately called Lula's arrest, which kept him out of a 2018 election, a gift from the CIA. He's against Lula now? That's awesome. Good for him. Glenn Greenwald turning into Stan after you didn't see his DM. Bro, my man sent a DM at 5 a.m. Like, how? I didn't see it. My bad. I'm not sure where you got the Substack numbers. I never made near 1 million a month there. I left a couple months ago for logos as a part of my deal to broadcast a nightly show on Rumble. But when I was there, the Substack income was closer to $2 million a year than $1 million a month. That's a huge amount, more than I ever would have thought I'd make, but not close to what you suggested. You know what's ironic about that? That's how I feel about the amount of money I make on Twitch. It's a gigantic sum, and it's literally something that I never thought I would make. Never even like that's not what it was. I was never like, oh man, I'm going to make fucking, I'm going to have 70,000 fucking subs. That's why I'm doing it. Like, that's unimaginable. So he should understand that better than anybody else. I don't know what you make, but I doubt that was more than you. The Rumble Locals deal I have is significantly higher, so who knows what compares to you now. He's like flexing in the DMs too. I'm like, oh, I make a lot more now that I got fucking Peter Thiel money. Thanks, man. It's a huge myth that I talk a lot about cancel culture and woke stuff. I barely mention it at all. I almost never talk about trans stuff and other culture war battles of that nature. The only time I focused on such issues was to defend Bernie in 2016 and to a lesser extent Bernie 2020 when Bernie bro misogyny accusations were weaponized against his supporters. That's bullshit. I've seen him fucking chirp about trans people nonstop on the fucking timeline. That doesn't represent the broad majority of his coverage, of course. But let's be fucking real. Like, that is a part of his radicalization. Anyway, I know this is a losing battle to convince you, but the idea that I or Matt have become right-wing is just preposterous. What has changed is that Democrats and liberals and even sectors of the left now support exactly those entities and ideas. He and I have always opposed the U.S. security state. I don't even disagree. This is the worst part. I don't fucking disagree with this sentiment, okay? I do agree that the Democratic Party absolutely plays the shepherd in American state surveillance and beefing up the American state, the American surveillance state. Like, it's so odd that he acts like I don't say this while also mad that I am like correctly pointing out some of the reactionary takes that he's had about like identity politics or whatever, even though overall I do think that identity politics is weaponized towards the left and is used as a stopgap measure to make sure that the left does not have momentum in this country. That is the annoying part about this entire conversation, is that we fucking agree on that stuff if that's what you're saying, but that's not what you're saying. You know what I mean? That's not all you're saying, rather. You're saying a lot more than that. Every Dem voted yes on funding the war for Ukraine. Polling data shows gigantic shifts, not from me, but from the GOP and Democrats on the issues on which we were most focused. That's what has changed. Not a single foundational view of mine has. Dude, you have to be on the strongest crack cocaine ever known to man. I don't even think that shit is like, that shit is even distributed in Brazil, to think that the right-wing party and the right-wing the right-wing voter base is not in favor of like more surveillance on, foreign nations and more war against foreign nations. It is the most common deflectionary tactic. It's not that I'm against war. I'm against this war. Okay? That's what they always fucking say. It's a Noam Chomsky take. Noam Chomsky loves eviscerating this so perfectly. Marjorie Taylor Greene comes to mind immediately. She says, why are we giving so much money to the Ukraine when we should be spending some of that money on our war with Mexico? We should be bombing Mexican drug cartels in the South. Okay? None of these people are actually anti-war, starting with the opposition to U.S. support for Israel, but in general emphasizing the foreign policy principles of both Chomsky and Zinn. Yeah, I fucking doubt that Noam Chomsky, I don't know what Noam Chomsky's up to lately, but is Glenn saying that? I don't think Glenn is saying that. I mean, I have heard him say that this war is silly. I don't know if he I can't recall a time. I think he said some stuff about like other places where we could be utilizing our war coffers better. Not to the same degree as Marjorie Taylor Greene, but when you are basically aligning yourself with Tucker Carlson, okay, and never ever talking about like right wing and how fucking silly they are. Since he's in your DMs, ask Greenwald why he said there is no racial hierarchy in Carlson's view of American citizenship, and the claim that there is nothing, the claim that there is nothing short of a defamatory lie. So if Glenn isn't saying that, are you making a straw man? Where is this argument coming from? This argument is coming from Glenn aligning with the right. And Glenn saying that there is a sea change in American politics where the left is defending the military apparatus and military spending, okay? And implying that the right is not, okay? It's not a straw man. Dude, if you're going to, okay, listen, I really, really, really need to help you with something, okay? If you're going to do the pedantic debate lord shit, okay, the least you can do is at least exercise some of the muscles up here, okay? Just rub a couple of the brain cells together and fully comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth, okay?
I love you, boo, but you're heated. I'm not. And then you immediately fall back to the I was just pretending to be R-worded meme. Like, the moment that your fucking counters fall apart, you go, I just did it to troll you. I just did it to trigger you, and you're heated, and you lost. I'm not. I'm not triggered. I'm not even remotely trolled by you. You just look like a fucking pathetic loser who is trying to make a semantics argument and not even doing a good job. Like, do you understand? I'm not trolling you. You made some arguments that Glenn didn't say. I'm directly reading his DMs verbatim to you, and you're going, oh, you're making arguments that Glenn didn't say. No, that is your fault. That is your processing issue, okay? You need to go back to the drawing board. Come back with an actual fucking effective counter. Glenn Greenwald's attitude change within the right wing, the attitude shift within the GOP towards like the American surveillance state or towards like America's wars is an insane one. I gave you an example of a very prominent figure in the Republican Party, Marjorie Taylor Greene, talking about, weaponizing the supposedly anti-war attitudes that they have and utilizing that as a way to just basically do the same old thing that reactionary politicians and right-wing Republicans have said time and time again. They're not anti-war. They're anti this war. So instead, maybe just simply understand what I'm trying to explain to you here instead of immediately going, oh man, you fucking got you. I got you. Okay? Debate Lord chatters always freeze up and backtrack once you bring them up on screen. No, they turn around and they say, oh, dude, you're so triggered right now. Like, do you think that if you truly believe in your heart of hearts that debating is the best form to arrive at the truth, just simply saying straw man, straw man, straw man, straw man, and then when being called out on your lack of understanding of what I'm actually saying, you go, ha, lol, you're pressed. Like that, you didn't do anything. You just derailed the conversation because you're a narcissistic man-child who doesn't have any immediate family members even that loves them, and you are looking for a crumb of attention from this space, this community, and you're basically doing that for a brief moment of like feeling like you're alive, okay? That's where it comes from. That's the reason. Anyway. Oh, you mad, bro? I made you so mad. I won. Anyway, you didn't win anything. Your life still fucking is absolute dog shit. Okay, let's move on. Funding for the polling data shows gigantic shifts, not from me, but from the GOP and Democrats on the issues on which they're most focused. That's what has changed, not a single foundational view. Mine has. I hope you listen a bit more carefully and with a more open mind to what Chris Hedges said in that clip he played about how people who get rich in politics or media don't necessarily just sell out, but instead start hedging their views to stay safely within mainstream circles. It's not about making money. If today's online independent media economy had existed in 2007 when Dershowitz succeeded in destroying Norman Finkelstein, then Norman likely would have been able to make a ton of money by creating some online show or a Substack where he would have been widely popular among defenders of Palestinians. That wouldn't change the fact that he was completely marginalized because he became unemployable with no major media outlets that would air his views. As Chris Hedges said, Howard Zinn made a ton of money from his book, as is Chomsky with his books and speeches. Their material wealth doesn't make them less marginalized. I love that he's saying that about Chris Hedges, and he's saying that about Noam Chomsky, which are true, and he's saying that about Norm Finkelstein, but my views have not shifted. My views are identical, and yet he still goes, but you are somehow ostensibly in this magical sphere where you're defending the Democratic Party's bottom line, where you're still personally like a defender of Nancy Pelosi. That's the issue here. You are not proving that I am a defender of Nancy Pelosi that is somehow different than how I have talked about the Democratic Party. Okay? Like the idea, by the way, this is all at 5 a.m. That he DM'd me this. The idea that my attitude shifted and I went from like never vote actually to like, oh, you should definitely vote, please, ultimately is silly because it's wrong on both sides. Okay?
I have always said that voting is the least significant, most important thing you can do. I've always said that voting in a bourgeois system is not going to move the needle beyond like immediately just lowering the harm that is done by stopgapping, by trying to stop the fucking harm, like the unnecessary additional culture war harm that the Republican Party wages on a regular basis. Okay? That's it. I've been saying that for the past fucking 10 years. It doesn't matter. I am more critical of the Democratic Party than I am of the Republican Party, and not in the way that Glenn Greenwald is, because I do end up being critical of the Republican Party, whereas I rarely ever hear him, this is a meme at this point, I rarely ever hear him shit on the Republican Party. Okay? Voting is not the end-all, be-all, something I have said time and time again. If you were a defender of the Dem Party, they'd be begging to be on your stream. Exactly. Anyway, what he's saying is that everyone knows where the lines are and which ones can't be crossed in order to stay in good standing in mainstream circles. Right now, that means pledging your ultimate allegiance to the Democratic Party, even if you bash it every day, all as a way of signaling that you regard Trump as a singular worst evil, not the CIA and Pentagon, not militarism and corporism. First of all, the reason why I think Trump sucks is because he grossly still continued the American militarism, American chauvinism, American Western chauvinism, American fucking imperialism. What kind of fucking stupid take is this? I don't think Glenn personally thinks that, Trump has greatly fucking dialed in and pulled the reins on American militarism, right? Like, there's no way he would say that, or with respect to like the CIA and Pentagon operations. But Trump and the GOP doing things like endorsing Gavin Newsom is how you stay on the right side of that line. Those of us who refuse to lend ultimate support to Democrats get branded and maligned by people like you as right-wingers or Russian agents a la Jill Stein. First of all, I never said Glenn is like a Russian agent or anything. So I don't know where the fuck that's coming from. He's just like literally shadow boxing with a vision that he's shadow boxing with a vision that he has created in his fucking mind. People were salivating at the mouth for you to say don't vote when you literally said vote, even though people we have a choice for suck. Yeah, I always leave it up to you ultimately. I do think that local elections are significantly more important. Like the down ballot votes are significantly more important. I've done fundraisers for, council district people who have ended up winning, in local Los Angeles positions. And I have always maintained that position. I think ballot measures are good. I think down ballot voting is good. There are always going to be candidates there that are actually, going to have immediate material changes in your life. They're going to lead to immediate material changes in your life. That position has always been consistent. Primary voting is good, especially if there's like a legitimate left-wing candidate there in the primaries like Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? I've done door knocking for him as well. So, anyway, I find it very odd that he is making this argument. What is this? Corporatism? Lamau just say capitalism, man. Oh, wait, you can't because you're a grifter ultimately. Yeah, exactly. No, that chatter is right. He's not Glenn Greenwald is not an anti-capitalist. Okay. That's why he can get away with living in a fucking compound or whatever he does. Okay. Anyway, when in reality, we just refuse to lend any support to the modern iteration of the Democratic Party and its array of core allies such as neocons, the U.S. security state, and Wall Street. All of the things that he has said is correct. All of the things that he has said is absolutely correct with respect to the Democratic Party lending support to all of these institutions. But so does the right. I shit on both, okay? And I'm ruthlessly honest about what the situation is when push comes to shove and you have to go out and vote. Okay? So if we are in agreement, why are you so fucking mad? You know what I mean? Yeah, Ben Norton doesn't agree with that either. Look at this. I've spent so many hours of my life arguing with people who claim the Democrats are the lesser evil. But now some former leftists are trying to argue that Trump and the GOP are the lesser evil. It's so opportunistic and stupid. U.S. partisan politics inevitably rots your brain. Ironic because they're two sides of the same fucking military apparatus. That's why there's always bipartisan compromise when it comes to increasing military discretionary spending. That's why it's always bipartisan compromise when it comes to fucking bullshit like the Havana syndrome and giving CIA operatives and State Department employees like extra platinum health care over just some made up issue because they had boo-boos. They were doing explosive diarrhea. Okay? So fucking stupid. Yeah, Ben Norton. Trump never opposed empire. He killed Iran's General Soleimani. Greenlit Israeli colonialism, 100%. Greatly accelerated Israeli colonialism. Launched a coup and invasion of Venezuela, which failed. Oversaw the Bolivia coup. Backed the Nicaragua coup. Boasted of stealing Syrian oil. Continued the Afghan war. Expanded the Yemen war. And wants to attack Mexico. It is so profoundly stupid to act like Donald Trump was not in every sense of the word, just as violent and just as bloodthirsty as every other president that preceded him. I'm not even going to go, I would even admit that Bernie Sanders, if by some insane long shot became the president of the United States, he would probably do a lot of fucking war crimes too. The American position is war crimes galore. The American institution, the American project is built on top of a mountain of brown and black and working class dead bodies. Okay? That is the grim reality of the circumstances that we have to deal with. Sorry, Glenn, but I'm laughing so hard at this cursed thumbnail. That's the best he's ever looked.
Again said that both Matt Taibbi and I have political views that we've adopted because we are interested in getting rich. Let's look at, this is him saying this again. This is several days after I sent him those corrections.
Straight up. He is like a hard listen. That's how big of a fan I was. And like, I didn't see these corrections. I don't know why he thought. And honestly, it's really sad to see him fall from grace like this.
He's talking about Matt Taibbi here, and then he moves to me.
You know, straight up. He is like a hard listen. That's how big of a fan I was. The irony is that I'm also talking about like a hard listen as in like his vocal fry. Honestly, it's really sad to see him fall from grace like this, but I think he's caked up, so he's doing all right. You know, good for him. But the thing is, you know, they want to make money wherever they can. I feel like it's like half genuine ideological separation from the rest of the left, which they, I guess, somewhat were a part of. They certainly were a part of it. And when I say they, I mean Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi. And partially because there is some money to be made in that other direction.
Okay, so first of all, just this idea that someone like him is the gatekeeper of who's on the left and who's not. I don't care about these labels. I never have. I've never claimed any label other than civil libertarian or anti.
Wow, that's funny because I'm the same. I don't give a fuck about these labels either, even though you're like, you have created a false notion of what it means to be like a socialist that you just completely are adopting from the reactionary right-wing McCarthyist perspective of what it means to be a socialist, which is like, well, you have to be in a dire, like incredibly poor or you know, in a lifestyle that you have personally decided is appropriate, and then using that and bashing me in the fucking head with it in the same way that like every one of my fucking dumbass haters have, which is ironic because those guys didn't want a fucking Pulitzer.
Authoritarian. I don't care who's on the left and who's on the right. It doesn't interest me at all. But the fact that somebody like him, who urges his followers to go and support people like Gavin Newsom and Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, thinks he's the gatekeeper of who's a real leftist and who isn't, is laughable. It's what you do when you actually...
Yeah, I love Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and have said that they are the gatekeepers of the left. Did I misunderstand what he's saying?
Go and support people like Gavin Newsom and Hillary Clinton and...
No, I just said I don't want Larry Elder to be my governor, which was a valid concern.
Joe Biden thinks he's the gatekeeper of who's a real leftist and who isn't.
He's saying I'm a gatekeeper of who's a real
laughable.
leftist.
It's what you do when you actually want to pursue material wealth. There's a very clear way that you do that. Everybody knows the easiest way to get rich in media and politics. It is not by doing what Matt Taibbi and I did. The easiest way to get rich in American politics is to attach yourself to the liberal left wing of the...
That's so crazy. Yeah, totally. That's why Steven Crowder is like complaining about a $50 million deal. Yeah, no. That's why you only see motherfuckers who like leave the left and go on a right-wing tangent. I have never seen someone who, other than like on their own volition, has moved. Like, I've never seen somebody move to the left for material gain. Okay, maybe liberalism. He's not wrong about that. You could make money doing that for sure. But you know, I'm not getting paid by CNN, dog. I'm not getting paid by MSNBC, so what the fuck does that matter? I'm not getting paid by right-wing billionaires or right-wing platforms that are built by right-wing billionaires. So weird.
The Democratic Party and constantly spout all sorts of claims in opposition to Donald Trump and the conservative movement. Go on air every day and say that Trump is a fascist, that Trump is beholden to Russia, that he's Putin's boyfriend.
I'm not one of those people, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
The way that everybody in media and politics have gotten rich over the last 6 years is by spouting left liberal tripe. So here, for example, is the top Substack performers, the people who make the most money on Substack. And there you see at the top, this is very recent, so it's after I left, the #1 earner on Substack.
Huh, interesting. After he left. Yeah, the Free Press by Barry Weiss. Like, I don't know who the fuck Heather Cox Richardson is, but Barry Weiss, Matt Taibbi, The Bulwark, and Dr. Mercola's censored library private membership. I wonder what these guys' politics are. I really want to know what these guys' politics are. Oh, I guess if Heather Cox Richardson, who I guess is a liberal, okay, that's what he's going to say. I wonder who these other guys and what their personal politics are. This man watched 4 clip chimps and called it a day. He didn't even show the whole clip. Also, he literally bragged about getting more money from Rumble, which is, you know, Peter Thiel's operation, isn't it? Yeah, Peter Thiel backed video platform Rumble starts trading after SPAC deal. After he says left-wing politics makes the most money, it's too perfect.
By far, by millions of dollars. She makes an estimated $5 million a year. I believe it's more now, based on my knowledge. She's been the richest and highest earner on Substack from the start, is a Boston College history professor named Heather Cox Richardson, who is the living, breathing embodiment of hashtag resistance politics. Every single day, she goes onto this extremely lucrative Substack page and writes an article under the...
Heather Cox Richardson is a Harvard history professor who grew up in boarding school, so libbed up her Substack reads as DNC propaganda. Yeah, I'm sure it is. But again, it's incredibly funny that, like, he's just saying one person, but on his own screenshot, the rest are all right-wing. You know what I mean? He's like, wow, you know who makes the most money? 1 out of the top 5 in your list is a liberal. So to the right of me, regardless. But even then,
thinnest skies of academic scholarship, in which she uses her history credentials to compare Trump to Hitler and Genghis Khan and, every authoritarian, tyrannical despot that has ever existed. She feeds these liberals, these left liberals, this whole narrative about Donald Trump and his movement, and that's all she does. In fact, there was a recent report in Axios that the Biden White House is thinking about integrating the top influencers online who are loyalists to the Democratic Party in the White House, so they can actually work from the White House or have an open channel to the White House. And she's one of the people, the top person, in fact.
Yeah, just like me, Glenn. Thanks, dog. Just like me, a loyalist to the DNC who has an open line of communication to the White House. Bro, the White House went to Twitch to bring on Anthony Fauci onto this platform. Okay? Anthony Fauci was doing the rounds. Remember when he was like trying to urge people to go vaccinate and whatever? Who's the largest fucking news content creator on Twitch? I am, right? The White House personally told Twitch that Anthony Fauci would not be appearing on my broadcast. Okay? I would have loved to have Anthony Fauci on my broadcast. I'm very, very, very pro vaccination. He's trying to make this point while broadcasting from a site that serves as a landing pad for every neo-Nazi or sex offender or both that got Omega canceled off of every other platform. He is one of the only people on Rumble that can still even tweet. Yeah. So just remember, the fifth guy on that list is literally a COVID misinformation guy. Yeah, I know. It is such a laughably stupid argument to make. It is such a laughably stupid argument to make by Glenn. This entire tirade proves that he's a total fucking fraud. The phrase left liberal is a total nonsense term. There's literally tens of billions of dollars for the right wing, which includes neoliberals in the Democratic Party. Yeah. Like, insane. And I can't tell if he's because he's a boomer and totally out of touch, or if he's like super, super angry, feels personally offended. Like, liberal mainstream media never gave him the time of day when he was actually being harassed by the Bolsonaro government. While they got to fucking run around and say how brave they are because they were saying Orange Man bad or whatever. I think it's a bit vitriolic. I think it's a bit like his own personal anger. He just feels very angry. And that anger has blinded him from making like good commentary on the issue. So, I mean, I don't know. But this is like a laughably pathetic attempt at doing any kind of like serious commentary. And of course, I also called it, you know, he didn't use the redistributive policies. Socialism is when you redistribute your wealth or anything like that. He didn't use any of that shit because, you know, if he had, then all of his like right-wing audience that does believe charity is socialism. Yeah. You ever get a Soros check? It literally doesn't exist for actual leftists. Anything we have is 100% organic from regular people watching us. He doesn't even claim to be on the left and never did. Yeah.
Who they named. She's making millions of dollars a year doing this. There you see number 4, the Bulwark.
That was weird. We're back. No worries. No worries, lads. We're back on arrival. Dude, I have internet. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I have uploads, I have downloads, I have it all. I'm back again, but it just keeps I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Guys, it's not a DDoS. You say, I hope it's not a DDoS, but like, that's not how DDoSes work. Like, if I was getting fucking DDoSed, then I would not be able to like, I would not be able to perfectly use my internet. My upload download speeds are perfectly fine. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. $32K viewer loss. This is some CIA shit. I don't know what it is, but it's got to be on like on the Twitch side potentially, because like I said, I am seeing zero hiccups on my internet download and upload speeds. It made a Windows notification noise like your Windows update or cable came unplugged. No, man. Chat is saying other LA streams are effing too. I think it could be I think it's a Twitch server related issue, Twitch side issue, because was weird that we just ate dick and ass multiple times. It just shut me and shut me in and out. But it's not on the Spectrum side. because that's fine. Like, my spectrum is fine. Also, what's not fine is I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, by the way, which I'm running now. And then we're going to move on from this. And hopefully we're going to fucking get to, like, actual news. I literally lost 10K viewers when this happened. Great. Here's the 3-minute ad break. I don't even give a fuck. Shut the fuck up. Don't rate this ad rate. Don't rate this segue. I don't care. Shut up.
Project, like all.
I'm done. I'm done with Glenn Greenwald's dumbass, dude. What a fucking weirdo. Pissed off now. It just, like, tanked in and out. All right, we're done with the Dominion shit.
All right.
All right, we're going to now talk about the Alabama shooting that happened in Dadeville, Alabama. They charged 2 teenagers with the shooting in Dadeville, Alabama, that they shot at a Sweet 16.
That is the end of a news conference that is just happened in Dadeville, Alabama. Pretty important update to this case, this shooting over the weekend at a 16th birthday party where 4 people were killed and 32 were hurt. We just got the information from authorities. They have arrested 2 teenagers. They tell us it's Tyree McCullough, 17, and Travis McCullough, 16. So they've arrested 2 teenagers. They've charged them each with 4 counts of reckless murder. Let's bring in ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett now. Brad, I'm assuming you were able to hear that news conference with us. If you weren't, that was the important information they gave us. They talked a lot about the victims, of course, and we all still are thinking about the victims. But here, the important update was the arrest of these 2 teenagers. Your initial thoughts on how long this took? Was it a short period of time, long period of time? What are your thoughts?
Oh, fuck.
Well, I wouldn't call it a long period of time. I mean, one of the issues you always have in cases with multiple victims is, and in this case, my guess is this was a targeted shooting, that the 2 juveniles that they are, or young adults that they have charged, the 2 teenagers, are obviously connected to at least one or more of the people that were injured or killed, at this party. So on some levels, that makes it easier, only because there is a relationship or connection between the victims and the shooters. It's a small town. I suspect it just took the police a while to get enough information to actually charge them, because still one issue is if you charge too soon, sometimes you miss evidence. And in a case like this, you just don't want to do that. And so I would say this is about right, considering we're really only talking about 3 days ago.
Yeah, and Brad, the police chief of Dadeville made it a point to say that immediately when this happened, he brought in state and federal officials. This, as you point out, is a small town, close-knit town, which is why he probably went larger. You think that was the right call at that point?
So it's interesting in that you see more and more small and medium-sized law enforcement agencies reaching out to federal and state law enforcement, in particular the federal, mainly for 2.
Is it actually effing, like, or are you guys just, like, fucking with me? I'm just going to end stream, honestly. Like, I can't tell if it's, like, genuinely effing or if you guys are, like, fucking around. It's, like, very frustrating. It makes me want to fucking quit, honestly. You know how much I hate this shit. It's completely outside of my control. It's most likely on the fucking Twitch side. Even if it's like a minor one, just, live through it, okay?
Things, more manpower that can reach beyond Alabama, which may or may not be relevant in this case. They bring, technical stuff. ATF would come to the table, FBI would come to the table, and to help them shape this case. So they don't miss anything, and B, maybe even help them in how are you going to interview these two? I don't know Alabama's law on this. The 16-year-old, I suspect, might have to have parental permission to interview him. All of those things, they may not have the expertise to do that. And so if you have the feds who teach this stuff and also talk all or have connections all over the country, they may be able to offer some insight, even through psychologists that the FBI works with on how you interview juveniles.
And Brad, you know how cases like this are worked and how investigations like this are worked. Tell us what's been going on really since Saturday night when they began looking for the shooters in this case.
Okay. So clearly the key is you have to link these two shooters to that location. How do you do that? The following ways. You've got obviously a number of people that survived the shooting. They may have recognized one or both of the shooters. If they have the weapons at this point, did they link the shell casings that were found at the scene to these weapons? Did they find that these two teenagers purchased these weapons? Did they take them from their homes? All of those things become important because you want to put these weapons in their hands and, more importantly, put them at the scene. And so it's every one of those angles that I just mentioned, to include obviously things like the CCTV, cars leaving the scene, people that were out on the street when this occurred. Did they see two folks jump out of a car, run into this location, fire multiple shots, and then leave? Things like that. So again, the prosecutor and the police, with the feds and states' help, I think have now pulled this case together, at least for enough probable cause to arrest them. And hopefully they've gotten to the point where they feel fairly comfortable going to trial.
And Brad, maybe you can speak more generally about this, but it's 4 counts of reckless murder, and you heard a reporter there. It interested me when I heard it, too, because I know from state to state murder charges will differ. I haven't heard that term. Have you heard reckless murder before? And if so, do you know what it means?
I have. I will tell you, the South has some interesting ways to talk about murder. And so I think it goes back to perhaps laws that were passed a long time ago. But you have to go beyond the words they're using and go to the statute and say what it's, is that premeditated murder? Is it first-degree murder? My guess is it probably is. I'm also going to guess because of their age, they may well have been charged as adults, or if not, they will ultimately be charged as adults.
All right. Brad Garrett, ABC News contributor and former FBI agent. We do appreciate the time and the expertise. And the authorities say they will specifically define reckless murder when they send out a press release earlier on today. Brad, thanks so much. Always good to talk to you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Okay. So there's a little bit of updates on it in Alabama. There's also more updates that we haven't covered on the black teen that was shot above the left eye and an arm. I wasn't live yesterday when one of my locks became true, which was, of course, that the shooter was an old racist the white guy. He's now been charged. Apologize to Alabama police. What? Okay, let's continue.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings. This morning we are hearing from the family of a black 16-year-old teenager who was shot after he went to the wrong door to pick up his young twin brothers in Kansas City. Ralph Yarl's family says he went to the wrong address on Thursday night to pick up his little brothers. And after he rang the doorbell, he was shot once in the head and again after he fell to the ground. Ralph was released from the hospital this past Saturday, and he's been recovering at home. The man who allegedly shot him, 84-year-old Andrew Lester, has now just been charged. We're joined by Ralph Yarl's mother, that's Cleo Nagby, and the family's attorney, that is Lee Merritt. This is an interview that you'll see first on CBS Mornings. I don't know where to begin to express how glad we are, Ms. Nagby, that your son is okay. It seems like a miracle and a blessing. Lee, it's good to see you as well. But I want to start with you, Ms. Nagby. Can you bring us up to date on how Ralph is doing under the circumstances and what his condition is at this time?
Good morning, and thanks for having me here. Ralph is doing considerably well. Physically, mornings are hard, but his spirits are in a good place. I borrow from his spirits. He is in very good hands.
Can you tell us, Ms. Nagby, the extent of his injuries, where he was shot, and what exactly happened to him that night in terms of his injuries?
Ralph was shot on top of his left eye, that I would say in the left frontal lobe, and then he was shot again in the upper right arm. He was shot, he had the bullet in the up here for about, let's say, up to 12 hours before it was taken out. So that injury is extensive, and the residual effect of that injury is going to stay with him for quite a while. He's home, but I want to remind everybody that Ralph is home because he's surrounded by a team of medical professionals. I'm a nurse for almost 20 years. His aunt is a physical therapy. His uncle is a medical professional. That's why he's home. So let's put that into perspective.
Yes, that's a very good point. What did the doctors tell you about how he was able to survive this injury? I couldn't believe it when we heard on the news that he was home and walking and talking.
So yesterday I talked to his pediatrician, and she said, so the CT said that there is just minimal fragments of the bullet in his brain. And I said, yes. And she's like, how? And I said, I don't know how. And she's like, bless God. And that's all I could say, because if she doesn't understand how, I don't understand how. Because if you get shot at that close of a range and the CT said that and the doctor don't understand how, then I don't understand how.
Yeah, none of us understand how.
Say.
We're just all glad, Ms. Nagby, that he's alive. Lee, I'm going to get to you in just a second, but I want to know from his mother, exactly what did your son tell you happened that night?
So his brothers were supposed to go for a sleepover because they didn't have school the next day. And in this day and age, as parents, we're quite leery of sleepovers. So we said, you guys can stay out with your friends, but you have to come home before 10 o'clock. So it was about 9:45. I'm like, Ralph, can you please pick up your brothers for me? Being the kid he is, he said, okay. But he's not the kid that travels with his phone, so he didn't take his phone. Yes. And he was like, okay, I'm going to pick them up. And he mistake the street for the terrace. So he went, and it was 1100. That was the house address. And he went and rang the doorbell. And he was supposed to stay outside. And his brothers were supposed to run outside, get in the car, and they come home. And that was what was supposed to happen. And while he was standing there, his brothers didn't run outside, but he got a couple of bullets in his body instead of a couple of twins coming out and giving him a hug. And that's all I can say. I don't think I can speak anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's very difficult. It's very difficult even to hear the details. Lee, you know, the man who has now been arrested, has now been charged. At first, there was no arrest in the case. He says that he feared for his life that night. What do you think when you hear that response?
Well, it sounds awfully familiar.
We know that blackness in and of itself, just being black, has been seen as a threat often in this country. And so when we hear him say, I feared for my life, and we know that the only thing he was being confronted with was a 16-year-old ringing his doorbell, it is obviously unjustifiable for him to decide to use deadly force against this so-called threat. But again, blackness is not a threat.
Yeah, you know, the prosecutor in the case said, Lee, that there was a racial component to this case, but he didn't elaborate. Can you elaborate for us on what exactly that means in this particular case?
Well, I'm interested in hearing what Prosecutor Zachary Thompson, who we will speak with later today, is referring to as the racial element. There's some obvious racial elements. It's a white shooter. It's a black boy. The white shooter perceives the black boy as a threat, and we hear that a lot, right? We saw the law enforcement community respond by essentially criminalizing.
There's no planet in which a 15-year-old white kid gets shot in a similar way. Unless it's like with his dad's gun that he was playing with on accident. Like, it is so tremendously unlikely. That's his father? No, man, that's his attorney. That's his attorney. This kid didn't enter the residence. He rang the doorbell and he got shot. 15-year-old boy. Okay.
Just because you're a cop.
What the fuck? Are all cops bastards? Police versus criminals? That's an insanely unhinged jubilee. We'll maybe watch that later.
The boy and not criminalizing the shooter, the 80-year-old man who shot an unarmed kid. He went home and slept in his bed that night. That's kind of common.
To be fair, white people do get shot in this way as well, actually. They do. The perception of a threat is the compounding factor here. His blackness is perceived as a threat, but white people do get shot this way too, because it's America, okay? It's the same as like whenever there's like a trans person that does like a school shooting or something, which is like incredibly fucking rare, to have a mass shooting be conducted by a trans person, people go, oh, it's trans people. Like, no, actually, it's just America, okay? So yeah, white people do get shot in a similar capacity now. I watch it all the fucking time on insane live leak style, Twitter channels that specifically dedicate their motherfucking feed to whoever is getting murdered with a gun this week. Okay? Because it is a profoundly American situation. Everybody has a gun. Everyone is legitimately fucking constantly in fear. I mean, the fear is illegitimate, but they are legitimately fearful. Everyone is on, like, everyone has a gun, and everyone is dialed in, hopped up on I don't know, whatever the fuck, terrified of the other person also having a gun and constantly trying to kill them, thinking that they're out to kill them.
In the United States in terms of the racial dynamic in our justice system. But I'm not sure what Prosecutor Thompson was referring to exactly.
The man in this case is 84 years old. Does that mean anything to you? Does that say anything to you? Was age a factor here? Or do you think that this was strictly a case based on race and he says he was afraid?
Yeah. Well, we want to know more about Andrew Lester and his mindset. The fact that he's 84 years old will be a consideration in terms of what he thought leading into the moment. But I'll remind you that the former president and the current president of the United States is about that age as well. It's not an age that's sort of over the hill for everyone.
Yes, it is.
And so he had an opportunity to make intentional decisions, and he decided to shoot a 16-year-old boy.
Ms. Natby, I want to close with you about your son, because I've heard him described as a kind soul, quiet, friendly, well-mannered.
Like, okay. Age is 100% a factor here. I mean, that doesn't change that he's racist. But, like, let's be real. Motherfucker's 84 years old. Why does he have a gun? You mean, like, grew up in racism, not like he has dementia, right? No, I think, bro, there are dudes out here who cannot fucking drive a car, who cannot live without assistance, and they got guns, and they use them on people that, you know, ring their fucking doorbells. Are you kidding me? No, I don't mean like age played a role in his racism. I'm sure that's part of it. People are entirely too comfortable taking out their fucking concealed weapon and using it in any situation. The amount of times I've seen road rage incidents turn into fucking shootouts is mind-boggling on Twitter. How do you walk into the wrong house? What? What are you talking about? Kid didn't walk inside. What the fuck are you talking about? He rang the doorbell thinking that he was picking up his fucking brother. It's the same address, but instead of terrace, he went to the street address. Are you out of your mind? Like, what's fucking going on? Oh my God, I'm effing again, I think. I'm so mad. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I gotta run this fucking program real quick. Extract. Hold on. One second. One second, chat. There was no F. There was a minor hiccup, but I'm taking precautions.
Super smart and a musical genius. And that's not his mother talking. These are people that know him as friends. What can you tell us about him? What kind of child is he? What kind of teenager is he?
Ralph is a teenager. All teenagers are teenagers. No teenager is a perfect teenager, but I'll tell you what Ralph and I will argue about. Ralph and I will argue about, Ralph, can you put the sheet music down and do your English homework? Mom, I don't want to do my English homework because it's boring. That's what we argue about. English is the only class that he does in school that's not a college level class, so it's boring for him.
Yeah,
that's what we argue about.
Well, that's a pretty good argument. I'll take that. And I heard that Yale had asked him to apply to their school. I think that says something about the caliber of kid. Okay, not once but twice. Let's get it straight, Ms. Nagby. Thank you. I understand that President Biden called your home yesterday. What did he say to you all?
He said that he and Ralph joked that his dad was a clarinet player, and his dad told him that if it depended on President Biden to support the family on his musical skills, the family was going to die hungry. And Ralph told him that he had jokes.
Oh, it's nice to hear that he's still got a sense of humor. Lee, what's the next step in this case? What happens now?
Well, As I mentioned before, we'll be meeting with Prosecutor Thompson later today. We want to understand the charges that he did move forward with. We're happy that they're 2 felony charges that bear serious consequences, but we're not quite sure why attempted murder wasn't one of the charges, and we want to explore that a little further. We're looking forward to speaking with federal prosecutors and investigators to see if this family's civil rights were violated, particularly in terms of due process. We expect all families who are met with this kind of trauma to get an immediate police response and a vigorous prosecution. That's not what this family was given before there was national outcry.
Well, there's still a lot of questions here. And again, I'm going to close with the way we started. We are so excited.
Oh, here.
And this is
2 Texas teens shot after they accidentally approached the wrong car. There you go. A story that is unfortunately all too common in the United States of America.
Shooting that leaves a small Texas community absolutely stunned and shocked. You mentioned these 2 cheerleaders were wounded. One of them is now recovering, and this morning, for the first time, Savannah, she's speaking out. In Elgin, Texas, an outpouring of support for a beloved cheerleader whose team says was injured in a shocking shooting Monday night that may have been over a misunderstanding. According to NBC's affiliate KPRC, the shooting happened when a group of cheerleaders stopped at a grocery store, and one of the group accidentally tried to get into the wrong car, stopping after seeing someone else in the car. After the girl tried to apologize, the man began firing.
I just, halfway my window was down, he just threw his hands up and then he pulled out a gun. And then he just started shooting at all of us.
Overnight, Elgin police arrested and charged Pedro Tello Rodriguez Jr., who they say fired into a vehicle after an altercation in a grocery store parking lot.
Subjects that were.
Authorities say one victim had serious injuries and was helicoptered to a hospital. A local gym owner says that was Peyton Washington, a young cheerleader well known in the community.
She's won every title there is to win in all-star cheerleading. She's literally a role model for the kids in this industry throughout the country. Everybody knows her.
Friends posting on social media calling for support and prayers for the high schooler. It's one of several shootings to gain national attention recently. In rural upstate New York, 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis was shot and killed Saturday night when the SUV she was in accidentally pulled in to the wrong driveway. Investigators say Kevin Monahan walked out of his home and fired 2 shots at the vehicle. He has pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder. And this morning, Gillis's boyfriend, Blake Walsh, spoke exclusively with NBC News and said he just wants to share.
I'm glad that the mindset of, like, the average American is now akin to, like paranoid schizophrenic who literally think that, like, every single person is just trying to fucking, kidnap your children because they're demonic pedophile vampires. And I'm additionally glad that, like, every single American also is, like, heavily armed and terrified, but completely unafraid to use their gun. There will never be any legal repercussions for you. You know what I mean? It's insane, dude. Like, there's no other country on the planet where we have decided to deputize every gun owner. You know what I mean? There's no other country on the planet where police have this level of awesome broad powers to kill people carte blanche and have no scrutiny whatsoever. And there's certainly no other country on the planet where, like, every person is armed like they're a fucking cop and will regularly demonstrate the same privileges that police have in killing others, and then also avoid scrutiny from the legal system. Like, what are you expecting? Of course cops are going to keep killing people left and right. And of course people, like regular civilians, are going to start killing people left and right too, and they have been.
With the world how good of a person his girlfriend was. Meanwhile, we have since reached out to the suspect in that Elgin, Texas shooting, but as of right now, have yet to hear back. Savannah?
All right, Morgan, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel.
No, the girl in New York died here.
We're there at Cemetery Road in the same vehicle with Kaylin.
They indicated that they had been looking for a friend's house in the Patterson Hill Road area and had gone to the scene where we had the report of shots fired. They had gone to the scene in error. They were looking for a friend's house, as I said, and unfortunately, they drove up this driveway. It's a very rural area. It's dirt roads. There's not a lot of cellular service or any type of internet. So they were basically looking for their friend's house and got mistaken and drove up this driveway. While they were leaving the residence, once they determined
Wrong place, wrong time. What can you do? Yeah, just living in America, I guess. You know, that's it. That's the wrong place and wrong time. Living in contemporary American society, going to a rural neighborhood, whether you want to fucking visit your friends or not, you never know if there's going to be some fucking old guy who just immediately blasts you. You know what I mean? If you ever driven in like a rural neighborhood, there's not a lot of fucking signs and shit, especially if they're dirt roads. I have absolutely pulled up into the driveway of a random person before as I'm trying to fucking figure out my ass from my elbow, where I'm at. Google Maps is not working. There's no fucking satellite images. That's wild. Who hasn't done that? I guess people that, you know, watch Twitch all day and don't actually go outside, maybe, but, you know, it's a normal thing. Like, people who live in that neighborhood have probably accidentally done that. And then what is the punishment is just death. Sorry. Pulled up to my driveway. I have to kill you now. Like, how will we... Like, these people should not have guns, man. They should not have guns. This is kind of the point of gun ownership. This is the main reason why we say gun ownership is bad. It's not like the fucking mass shootings. It's the suicides by gun, and it's this shit. Okay? Mass shootings are, you know, not rare in America, unfortunately, but still infinitely more rare than this shit. It's kind of wild seeing like what normally would be relegated to local news coverage get like national prominence now. Charlie Kirk personally thinks this is acceptable, by the way.
that they were at the wrong house. The subject came out on his porch for whatever reason and fired 2 shots, one of which struck the vehicle that Kalen was in. They left that area in the vehicle, went to the cemetery road location, again with poor cell phone reception. They were able to make contact with our 911 center, and that's how the call came in. Subsequently, we found out that the owner of the residence was Kevin Monahan, age 65, of Patterson Hill Road. As I stated earlier, he was uncooperative with patrols on the scene. And we have his picture up over here. And after approximately more than an hour of talking back and forth through a 911 and trying to talk to him in person on the scene, he was taken into custody. He's currently being held in the Warren County Jail. And
yeah. When a fucking old-ass boomer with a hair trigger finger literally kills a 20-year-old, even a white girl, by the way, cops immediately know how to de-escalate. They know how to fucking de-escalate with that guy, which I'm not even saying is a bad thing. But just remember, they never fucking de-escalate with like, they just are never able to de-escalate in a similar capacity. Seems like this guy fucking resisted arrest after killing someone. Again, Kinsley White, 6, was shot by a North Carolina neighbor who was upset at a basketball rolling into his yard. The gunman also shot her parents and other family members. White was released from the hospital overnight. What? Who hasn't fucking killed their neighbor's 6-year-old's parents for the crime of having a basketball rolling into their lawn? I don't understand. Like, this is normal stuff, man. Normal stuff from the most normal country on the fucking planet. 400 million guns, 330 million people. Not weird at all. Totally normal.
And he'll have a court appearance before County Court Judge McKeegan in the near future.
America is a PvP zone everywhere, dude. Everywhere. PvP unlocked everywhere in America. Anyway, let's get to the motherfucker Elon Musk. Elon Musk went on Tucker Carlson. And, this is going to be funny, I think. I hope. Two shootings of 2 people who mistakenly approached homes in Missouri and New York have renewed attention to the legal protections offered to those who say they acted out of fear of their safety. Here's a guide to self-defense laws and legal principles. He just wanted the free kill, bro. What did they mean, unfortunate? Like, you just had somebody murdered because they're in your driveway, and that's just unfortunate? Yeah. It's unfortunate because, unfortunately, you're going to have to, you're going to have to deal with the reality that everybody has a gun. Unfortunately, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Unfortunately, though, you're going to have to see those ads unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub, fortunately, if you are lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's watch. Elon Musk reveals the new goals for
bought Twitter because he used Twitter. It's as simple as that, and he was infuriated by Twitter's effort to silence people on the internet. That's how strongly he believed in free speech. He paid $44 billion and immediately lost tens of billions of dollars doing it. And when he took over and looked behind the curtain, he discovered Twitter was really a tool of the global intel agencies to spy on people and emit propaganda. Here it is. You bought Twitter famously. You've got a lot of other businesses and a lot going on.
Yes.
You said you bought it because you believe in speech, free speech. You've had a lot of hassle since you bought it. And
yeah. Suck this immigrant billionaire's dick, Mr. White working class defender of rights. First of all, he didn't buy Twitter because he cared about free speech. He bought Twitter because he was forced to buy Twitter because he thought he could meme his way out of it. Okay. Secondly, since then, he has not done a single thing that is remotely pro-free speech. How dare you?
in retrospect, was it worth buying it?
I mean, it remains to be seen as to whether this was financially smart. Currently, it is not. We just revalued the company at less than half of the acquisition price.
Did you really?
Yes. No, my timing was terrible for when the offer was made, because it was right before advertising plummeted, and
you cut the high water mark, I noticed.
Yeah. So I must be a real genius here. My timing is amazing. Since if I had bought it for at least twice as much as it should have been bought for. But some things are priceless, and so whether I lose money or not, that is a secondary issue compared to ensuring the strength of democracy, and free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy.
Yes.
And the speech needs to be as transparent and truthful as possible. So we've got a huge push.
No one forced you to buy it, dumbass. No. You're wrong. The Delaware courts absolutely forced him to buy it. So you're wrong. I mean, no one forced him to sign the contract originally. But definitely, certainly someone did force him to buy Twitter. That was the beautiful Delaware courts that said, no, you have to buy Twitter, or, like you said you would, or pay $1 billion to Twitter for violating the contract, which was awesome because I'm not kidding. He would have been better off if he just paid off that $1 billion. I'm not even kidding. I'm almost certain that he would have been better off if he just paid that $1 billion and just fucking moved on. His net worth has been halved in the process. Not half, but like he's lost a significant chunk of his net worth in that process. He didn't actually have that option. No, I thought there was a contract violation penalty, which would have been higher than $1 billion in general. The $1 billion penalty wasn't just if he wanted to pull out. If it was only if something else came up that would stop it. Are you sure about that? Every one of these, every finance person I talked to said that there's always a carve out, and that they were speaking on it as though there certainly was a $1 billion penalty for like wasting someone's time. Man says I'm recovered to 40K viewers. Yeah, I should just stop doing what I'm doing. I can't believe I only have 29,581 viewers.
On Twitter to be as truthful as possible. We've got this community notes feature, which is great.
It is great.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's like...
I saw it this morning.
Yeah.
It was far more honest than the New York Times.
It's great.
Yeah.
We put a lot of effort to ensuring that community notes does not get gamed or have biases. It is simply cares about what is the most accurate thing. And, sometimes truth can be a little bit elusive, but you can still aspire to get closer to it.
Yes.
And so... And I think the effect of community notes is more powerful than people may realize, because once people know that they could get noted, community noted on Twitter, then they'll think more carefully about what they say. They are likely. It's an encouragement to be more truthful and less deceptive.
When you jumped into this, though, when you bought it, did you understand? Well, clearly you understood its importance. You wouldn't have bought it.
Twitter, yes.
Right. But it's not the biggest, but it's the most important of the social media companies. But
this man has been community noted more than anyone else. Like anytime he's not reposting some shitty 9gag meme after cleverly editing like the watermark out or whatever, cropping out the watermark. Oh. Sorry. Yeah. I take that back. Half the time, even his fucking shitty divorced dad memes get community noted because it features like some level of misinformation. He can't walk away from his deal to acquire Twitter by paying the agreed upon $1 billion breakup fee. It's not that simple. Oh, a reverse breakup fee paid from buyer to target applies if there's an outside reason a deal can't close, such as regulatory intermediation or third-party financing concerns. A buyer can also walk if there's fraud, assuming the discovery of incorrect information is so-called material adverse effect. That's why he tried to do the bot thing. So he would have ate the $1 billion punishment on top of but he would still need to find something. He would still need to find any reason to be able to break away from the contract, and he still would have paid the $1 billion fee, and he tried desperately to do so. And they couldn't fucking come up with a reasonable thing that provided material adverse effect. Because he knew that there were bots when he was buying. He very deliberately and very specifically said one of the biggest problems with Twitter is bots before he bought the fucking platform. And then he said, "Oh no, I'm 100% going to buy this platform, sign off." And then he tried to say, "Oh, the bots are actually a big problem." Bitch, you know the bots exist, you can't, and you signed off on it. You can't fucking turn around and now say, well, I know I signed off on the bots, the full knowledge that the bots exist. And said I would buy the platform regardless. But now I feel like the bot's existence is causing a material adverse effect. It's built into it. Its revenue is still the same.
But did you understand the kind of ferocity you'd be facing, the attacks you'd be facing from power centers in the country?
I thought there'd probably be some negative reactions, yes. So I'm sure everyone would not be pleased with it.
Man, this guy's such a champion of the workers. This Tucker Carlson guy, big champion of the working class. I'm always doing direct PR for one of the richest people on the planet, who was the richest person on the planet until he made this incredibly idiotic decision.
But at the end of the day, if the public is happy with it, that's what matters. And the public will speak with their actions.
The public is literally not happy with it.
If they find Twitter to be useful, they will use it more. And if they find it to be not useful, they will use it less. If they find it to be the best source of truth, I think they will use it more. Now there's obviously a lot of organizations that are used to having sort of unfettered influence on Twitter that no longer have that.
Well, you stripped the New York Times of their badge this morning, and then you called them diarrhea. You called them. You did. I'm just quoting you. You described their Twitter feed as diarrhea.
I said it was the Twitter equivalent of diarrhea.
Okay, it's not literally diarrhea, but
no, it's it's a metaphor, but an accurate one. So, if you look at the at NY Times Twitter feed, it's unreadable. It's because what they do is they tweet every single article, even the ones that are boring, even ones that don't make it into the paper. So,
dude, what is happening? This fucking piece of shit was never even a good poster to begin with. Fuck the New York Times and fuck their Twitter page. But it's so odd that who made him the guy who knows posts? What? Because he bought Twitter, he automatically knows what good posts are? He's probably the most famous awful poster. God, I absolutely despise this, man. I hate how much people dick ride him still. People love dick riding mediocre shitheads, dude. I swear to God. This is probably what my haters think about me. Okay? I assume when they're they see all of you guys defending me and supporting me, and they're like, fuck this Hasan guy, I hate him so much. I can't believe these motherfuckers like defend him. Ah, and you get like bloodthirsty. I get it. I understand. I understand where my fucking haters are coming from. Except the difference is like I am nowhere near as fucking omega cringe as Elon is, or as powerful. The reason why you hate me is because I'm very similar to you in many respects.
So it's just nonstop, is zillion tweets a day with no, they really should just be saying like, what are the top tweets?
Yes.
You know, like, what are the big stories of the day? I don't know, put out like 10 or something. You know, so some number that's manageable, as opposed to right now, if you were to follow NY Times on Twitter, you're going to get barraged with like hundreds of tweets a day.
Yeah.
And your whole feed will be filled with NY Times. So. This is something I would recommend actually for all publications, which is for your primary feed, only put out your best stuff. I think I know a thing or two about how to use Twitter because I was the most interacted with account on the whole system before the acquisition, before the acquisition closed. I didn't have the most number of followers, but I had the most number of interactions, and so I clearly know something about how to use Twitter. You know, people's attention is limited.
I don't know what to say about this. Like, this is so pathetic. He said, I know a thing or two about engagement. I'm one of the most prolific users of the platform. Yes, bro, you're mentally ill. I say this as a mentally ill person who's also a prolific Twitter user who understands the platform very well. Why the fuck are you on Tucker Carlson and be like, dude, dog, you don't understand how mentally ill I am. Okay? My mental illness is out of control. It's crazy. Guess what, though? Out of two mentally ill people, only one person bought Twitter for $44 billion, a platform that is now worth half of that. Who now spends most of his time just posting epic memes that he found on 9gag.
Limited, so just
on autism isn't a mental illness. Man, I'm not talking about autism. Okay? There are plenty of autistic people that don't fucking post. Okay? There's something else. There's a different kind of like insanity that forces you constantly to fucking post on Twitter. And I say forces, like you can't stop it.
Just make sure you put the stuff that's most important there.
So because, you and people like you do interact on Twitter, it's obviously enormously powerful in shaping public opinion. It's where a lot of ideas and trends are incubated.
Yeah.
That's why you
Absolutely.
bought it. It's also a magnet for intel agencies from around the world. And one of the things we learned after you started opening the books is that they were exerting influence from within Twitter.
I mean, it was absurd.
Did you know that going in?
No. Since I've been a heavy Twitter user since 2009, it's sort of like I'm in the matrix. I mean, I can see like do things feel right? Do they not feel right? What tweets am I being shown as recommended? I get a feel like what accounts are making comments. Where are the comments eerily similar?
Yeah.
And then you look at the account, and it's just obviously a fake photo, and it's just obviously a bot cluster over and over again. So I started to get like just more and more uneasy about the Twitter situation. I was starting to feel like something's wrong in the state of Denmark here. Something feels wrong about the platform. It seemed to be just drifting in a. I couldn't place it exactly. Just it felt like it was drifting in a bad direction. So then I was like. And my conversations with the board and management seem to confirm my intuition about that. But basically, I was convinced these guys do not care about fixing Twitter, and I had a bad feeling about where I was headed based on the conversations I had with them. So then I was like, you know what, I'll try acquiring it and see if acquiring it is possible. Now, I didn't have enough cash to acquire it, so I would need support from others.
God, I love this. This is extremely my shit. Turns out, I still like watching Elon Musk be a fucking bumbling baboon on camera. Elon Musk's the living, breathing personification of the idea that meritocracy is a lie, okay? The concept of meritocracy is absolutely dumpstered, eviscerated when you take one look at Elon Musk, talk about anything, okay? Like, this man supposedly runs companies, okay? All he's doing is tweeting. The shittiest memes. Everything he said right now is a lie. About how he's like, oh man, I really wanted to make sure, I saw free speech is under attack. That's why I bought it. It's just a lie. Tucker Carlson, of course, is supposed to call him out, but he won't because he's a pussy. He's a bitch. But he's not even doing PR that well. Like, think about it. Think about purchasing Twitter for $44 billion and then trying to justify that decision. You got owned. You got fucking so super omega owned. You got super duper owned. There's no way you can do PR around that. That's it.
From some of the existing investors, I would also need like a lot of debt, and so it wasn't clear to me whether an acquisition would succeed, but I thought I would try. And ultimately, it did succeed. Anyway, here we are.
But when you got there and all of a sudden you own it and all the data on the servers belongs to you. And
well, it belongs to the people in my view, but yes.
But you can see what it is, and you can see what they've been doing, and you can see who's been working there. You were shocked to find out that various intel agencies were affecting its operations?
The degree to which various government agencies had effectively had full access to everything that was going on Twitter blew my mind. I was not aware of that.
Would that include people's DMs?
Yes. Yes, because the DMs are not encrypted. So one of the things that we're about to release is the ability to encrypt your DMs.
That's pretty heavy duty, though, because a lot of well-known people, reporters talking to their sources, government officials, the richest people in the world, they're DMing each other. And the assumption, obviously, it was incorrect, but was that that's private, but that was being read by various governments?
Yeah, that seems to be, yes.
Yeah, and I gave all of that access to Matt Taibbi, whom I no longer like and have unfollowed. Tucker should ask if they're still doing it and then watch him fucking tap dance so that Tucker can also turn around and tap dance on his dick like he's been doing this entire time.
It's scary.
Yes, it is. So, like I said, we're moving to have the DMs be optionally encrypted. I mean, there's like a lot of DM conversations which are, just chatting with friends. It's not important. Of course. It's hopefully coming out later this month, but no later than next month, is the ability to toggle encryption on or off. So if you are in a conversation you think is sensitive, you can just toggle encryption on, and then no one at Twitter can see what you're talking about. They could put a gun to my head, and I couldn't tell. I couldn't. That's sort of the gun to the head test. If somebody puts a gun to my head, and can I still not see your DMs? That's the acid test.
Yes.
And that's how it should be if you want your.
Have you had complaints from various governments about doing this?
I haven't had direct complaints to me. I've had sort of like some indirect complaints. I think people are a little concerned about complaining to me directly in case I tweet about it. you know, they're like, uh-oh. So they're sort of trying to be more roundabout than that. You know, I mean, if I got something that was unconstitutional from the U.S. government, I would say, my reply would be to send them a copy of the, First Amendment, and just say, like, what part of this are we getting wrong?
You have a lot of government. You have a lot of government contracts.
What part of this are we getting wrong? Please tell me.
I mean, it's a pretty. No, I'm just saying. But you're kind of exposed in your other businesses. So this is just in case our viewers aren't following this. This is not. You're not just like a journalist taking a stand on behalf of the First Amendment. You're a guy with big government contracts, giving the finger to the government. Do you think Twitter will be as central to this presidential campaign as it was in the last several?
I think it will play a significant role in elections, not just domestically, but internationally.
I haven't covered Matt Walsh's hacked Twitter account yet, but there's a lot more spiciness than just his Twitter account. It seems that the hackers actually accessed his emails and have access to 20 years of emails from Matt Walsh. And the journalists who actually covered the story and found the hacker and contacted the hacker and talked to the hacker got banned off of Twitter today. So that stuff is pretty wild. There's a lot to that story. I will get to it in a little bit. So yeah. Have you talked about Moonbin yet? I just got Get. What the fuck is Moonbin? Is that like a cryptocurrency? What is that? It's a K-pop guy? A K-pop idol passed away? What? No, why would I talk about that? Rest in peace to Moonbin. What? But bro, Chatter came in here like and literally was like, "Oh, I hope I didn't miss you talking about Moonbin." Like as though this is something that I would talk about? Like what the fuck? I don't even know who or what that is. Terrible K-pop stands are insane. Wait, what are they going to do? Get mad at me? I said rest in peace. I don't even know who this person was. I mean, that's pretty sad when like a young person fucking dies. Why would I be like pro that? You know what I mean? I'm not a fucking freak. Have you voted for the Trash Taste Awards? You were nominated 7 times for what? You did not show enough grief. K-pop fans are drone striking your house now. Fucking take me out of my misery. Ay. This Tucker Carlson interview sucks. It's like worse than I thought it was going to be.
The goal of New Twitter is to be as fair and even-handed as possible. So not favoring any political ideology, but just being fair at all.
Why doesn't Facebook do this? I know that Zuckerberg has said, and I take him at face value, that he, I do actually in this way, that he is a kind of old-fashioned liberal who doesn't like to censor. He has, but he, like, why wouldn't a company like that take the stand that you have taken, which is pretty rooted in American traditional political custom, for free speech?
My understanding is that Zuckerberg spent $400 million in the last election, nominally in a get-out-the-vote campaign, but really fundamentally in support of Democrats. Is that accurate or not accurate?
That is accurate. Yes.
Does that sound unbiased to you?
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah, dude. Mark Zuckerberg famously loves liberalism in general. Dude, what are you talking about? Look at results, man. I thought you were a results-oriented motherfucker. Literally the most right-wing website. Still worse than Twitter. Like, Twitter looked at Facebook and was like, how can we be more like Facebook? He's just jealous. He's on Tucker Carlson's show trying to talk shit about Mark Zuckerberg and be like, oh, he's actually a liberal. Please don't use his platform if you want to do right-wing conspiracies. Please use mine instead. Don't use his platform to do Nazi pedophile stuff. Twitter is now the #1 Nazi pedophile website. I will unban you as long as you say you were unjustifiably banned because of libtards. Libtards, I say. 9gag. Omega Troll, epic. Epic meme. I did it. Please. Look at my deformed penis.
So you don't see hope that Facebook will approach this as a non-aligned arbiter? You've allowed Donald Trump back on Twitter. He hasn't taken you up on your offer because he's got his own thing.
Right.
Do you think he will go back on Twitter?
Well, that's obviously up to him. My job is to, I take the freedom of speech just very seriously. So it's I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I actually voted for Biden. Not saying I'm a huge fan of Biden, because I think that would probably be inaccurate. But we have difficult choices to make in these presidential.
Is he unironically loves Elon Musk? No, he doesn't. There's 0% chance. No, excuse, he just loves whatever fucking 12-year-olds love, okay? He's like, oh, man. Dude, he's so funny, dude.
Elections, it's not.
No shot. I don't even fucking believe that. I don't even believe that he loves Elon Musk. No
I would
fucking
prefer,
shot.
frankly, that we put someone, just a normal person as president, a normal person with common sense, and whose values are smack in the middle.
I swear last year you were sucking off Elon so hard. You mean when I had his baby mama on the broadcast and directly shit on him with his baby mama Grimes on the broadcast? Is that, you think I was sucking Elon Musk off last year when I had the mother of 2 of his children on this broadcast sitting right there? Bro, Chatter's living a totally different universe. You know what I mean? Like, my haters live in a different plane of existence. They're like, sorry, my bad. I actually just did a astral projection into your fucking planet. And I was just thinking about the other universe that I came from, where you were actually sucking off Elon Musk last year. Might be
all over the country, center of the normal distribution. And I think that would be great. I think we have made maybe being president.
So the headline.
Twitter was absurdly overstaffed. Elon Musk tells Tucker his trajectory is depressing as hell. Things are getting weird fast. I don't even want to watch this. I don't know what's going on here. The Florida legislature is kidnapping a bunch of non-binary and trans kids today. They refuse to let them out, and they refuse to let the parents get it to them. We are officially there, folks.
The parents are here. They are withholding them from the parents illegally.
No shot. No fucking shot. There's no way. This is like a misrepresentation. The police were right there preventing the parents from getting their children. What happened? This has to be like some. This has to be like some level of like it's
So where we are right now is actually the gallery of the House of Representatives in the Florida State Capitol. So if you go in through these doors, it's actually the gallery where we're allowed to be as citizens and constituents. Kidnappers! 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 Parents are here. There's one of them. Parents are here. There's another guardian. There you go. I believe the youngest one is like 12, and the youngest one's 12.
Florida legislature accused of kidnapping trans kids after defiant protests. We are officially there. A video was recorded. Let them go. And it is explained in the video that the children were being held behind a door in the House of Representatives gallery. Kyle is heard narrating the situation as it unfolded. There are parents here. They are withholding them from the parents illegally. The legislature has debated a number of laws which seek to crack down on trans rights, including... Well, what the fuck? When you scroll, it just changes colors. I had no idea. Okay, that's random. Sorry. ADHD. Parents and their children were at the House of Representatives at the state capitol protesting against SB 254. During the session, a number of protesters, adults and children, threw underwear on the lawmakers in the gallery with messages, "Not your business," and "Leave my jailers alone." Speaking of Pink News, Kyle explained to those who threw the underwear were detained, including the youngsters. Parents and the guardians have said minors were not allowed to enter, which is illegal. He said they withheld children who were queer from their parents. Kyle added that one person was arrested during the incident for disturbing the peace. The footage comes as parents of trans children are facing increasing concern. That's pretty funny. I like that. That's like a funny way to protest an otherwise like incredibly disastrous thing that the Republican Party is doing. But yeah, it seems like they were detained. The protesters, including some of the children, were detained. Like during the duration of this protest, right? When people say kidnapped, my immediate suspicion is they did the thing that like Texas said that they were going to do. Like Child Protective Services are called. They forcibly separate you from your parents because you're trans, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's what I thought was going on. Also, I don't know if I want these fucking perverts in the Republican House to, have access to my underwear, but that's different. It's probably new anyway. SB 254 has been controversial from the moment it was introduced for its ban on life-saving trans healthcare because it stipulates the Florida courts could remove trans children from supportive homes. Yeah, so the bill that they're protesting is literally that. The bill that they are protesting, understandably, is actually exactly what I'm saying. Like, this, like the way that this was covered, the way that this was like mentioned is not actually what happened, but the bill that they're advocating for is that. More of a, yeah, I guess an illegal detainment. Latest version of the bill in the Florida House of Representatives website no longer appears to contain such measures. During Tuesday, Republican Randy Fine, a sponsor of the bill, reportedly said there is evil in this world and we face it here today. Yeah, Randy Fine is right. The evil is him. Newsweek quoted him as saying SB 254 would make it illegal to do certain medical treatments on children that are the result of amputating perfectly good body parts. What the fuck? Dude, that is such a fucking weird way to say anything. Really? Perfectly good body parts? What the fuck? Like, you're literally talking about, like, children's genitals in your weirdo mind, which, by the way, is not the case anyway. Like, they're lying. That's not happening anyway. But, like, in his mind, he's talking about children's perfectly good body parts. That's really weird. Earlier this month, human rights group Equality Florida issued an unprecedented warning for LGBTQ travelers planning to visit the Sunshine State. So they were detained for protesting a bill that would allow them to be detained for being trans? Yes. Not detained, straight up removed from their families. That's some freak shit, straight up. All right.
And here so far is that before Elon Musk bought it, Twitter wasn't so much a social media site as a honey trap operated by global intelligence agencies, including our own. One of the very
Yeah, I hate when I'm honey trapped by the FBI or the CIA to fucking go and do January 6th over and over again. Watch the clip of XQC glazing Elon. He's not trolling. Wait, no shot. Show me the clip of XQC glazing Elon. Holy fuck. That's his worst take. Absolute worst take. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what's up with XQC, but I'll tell you this much. Not being on Twitch for like the past 3 days with the exception of Monday. I did not need to think about XQC at all. I did not have a single thought of XQC in my mind. It was pretty awesome. When you're on the platform, my chat immediately is like, bro, you got to fucking look at XQC. This is what he said. This is what he said. This is what he did. This is what he did. And like, honestly, my life was pretty good without thinking about these sorts of things. You know what I mean? I don't know. He uses a lot of bad takes. He just says like a lot in between bad takes because he's always talking. Yeah.
Good. I think he knows. I generally think that he knows what he's talking about. I generally feel like maybe I don't know. I feel like he knows definitely what he's talking about. It's just hard when he translates information to normal people. When it's dumbed down, it doesn't sound as good.
No, that's not true at all. Dude, it's funny. No, XQC thinks Elon is just like me for real in his mind. And he's like, oh, I have a lot of thoughts in my mind. And it's like, I can't easily and clearly communicate those thoughts, especially as I'm trying to dumb down some of those thoughts for the average idiot to understand. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is a fucking idiot. I would go so far as to say XQC is probably smarter than Elon Musk in many respects. Yes, I'm not even kidding. Okay? 100%. Toenail eater XQC, probably smarter than Elon Musk. You can say no shot all you want, man. No, this man has billions of dollars of PR working for him. That's why you have this idea that he's Tony Stark. That's why you think he's like building fucking spaceships and shit. How? How do you look at what Elon Musk has done and how he has operated? Elon Musk and XQC operate. Elon Musk operates like XQC after a 17-hour bender. Okay? Elon Musk's his neutral gear is basically the same as when this toenail eater is melting down after a 17-hour stream. Okay? Think about it. Think about the actions that he's taken since he bought Twitter, since he was forced to buy Twitter. Please.
I think it's good, but he definitely does though.
I think, and we should.
I think he know. I generally think that he knows what he's talking about. I generally feel like maybe I don't know. I feel like he knows definitely what he's talking about. It's just hard when he translates information to normal people. When it's dumbed down, it doesn't sound as good. I think it's good, but he definitely does though.
I think being a decent communicator of science is a difficult endeavor. Some people are very good at it. Bill Nye, Carl Sagan, and the like. Others are dickheads about it, Neil deGrasse Tyson, but still relatively decent, even though they're pompous. Elon Musk, on the other hand, is not a scientist nor a science communicator. Shut up. You don't sound smart. I don't sound smart at all because I am not smart. I'm a dumb guy, which I routinely admit. I say it so much. It's very weird that even my biggest haters have not accidentally stumbled across a time frame on my stream where I say I'm a dumb guy. That's the difference between me and Elon Musk. I know that I'm a dumb guy. I say that I'm a dumb guy all the time. Elon Musk, on the other hand, also a dumb guy, doesn't say that he's a dumb guy. Everyone will get mad at me because I said he's a dumb guy, because no matter what happens, he has a lot of money. And a lot of money means, oh my God, he's really smart. Okay, so does XQC. XQC has a lot of money. I have a lot of money. Does that make me any smarter than you or your dad? Maybe. But not particularly. My brother builds actual spaceships. Okay? That's his job. Significantly smarter than me. Doesn't make a fraction of the money I make. There you go. He is a literal rocket scientist. Not like Elon Musk, like an actual rocket scientist, okay? Legitimately builds the rockets and designs them. He is brilliant. He's super smart. Much, much smarter than me. Much, much smarter than me. Okay? Stop feeling like the amount of money that a person makes means that they're actually smart. You can't shake the false notion of meritocracy whenever you think about billionaires. No matter what happens, even if you are like a rugged socialist or, someone who claims that they are not capitalist or someone who thinks that they're progressive, no matter what happens, the lie, the myth of meritocracy is always in the back of your mind. That's what's guiding you to think Elon Musk deserves the position that he's in. He actually did something right. He played it right. He played it smart. He worked smart and he worked hard. Not the case. He got real lucky. And then he has a shit ton of propaganda dollars working to legitimize that position because he is a single-handedly a representation, the human face of capitalism. If you recognize that those at the tippy top are fucking stupid, you're going to start realizing that the meritocracy thing is just completely made up. Okay?
The first things Elon Musk did was fire all the spies who worked at Twitter. Then he fired a lot of other people too, including the entire PR department, the HR department, and a lot of other useless baggage who weren't helping the company do anything worth doing. And what happened next? We asked him.
Meant a shrinking pie, obviously, for most of the traditional media companies, and made them more desperate to get clicks, to get attention, and it's made them when they're in sort of a desperate state, they will then tend to really push headlines that get the most clicks, whether those headlines are accurate or not. So it's resulted, in my view, I think most people would agree, a less truthful, less accurate news. Because they just got to get a rise out of people. And I think it's also increased the negativity of the news because I think we humans instinctually respond more to I think we have an instinctual negative bias, which kind of makes sense in that, like, if like, let's say like it's more important to remember where was the lion or where was the tribe that wants to kill my tribe than where is the bush with berries.
Yes.
Like one's like a permanent negative outcome, and the other is like, well, I might go hungry. So meaning like there's an asymmetry in sort of involved asymmetry in negative versus positive stuff. And also historically, the negative stuff would have been quite proximate, like it would have been near, represented a real danger to you as a person if you heard negative news. Because historically, like a few hundred years ago, we're not hearing about what negative things are happening on the other side of the world or on the other side of the country. We're hearing about negative things in our village. Things that could actually have a bad effect on you. Whereas now we're hearing about, I mean, the news very often seems...
I see why XG likes them. They talk exactly the same, pretty much. English is his first language, by the way. So, like, I don't know why the fuck... At least XQC is like, Quebec or French, right? Like, this motherfucker's first language is English. What's going on here?
Seems to attempt to answer the question, what is the worst thing that happened on Earth today?
The funniest part about this is, like, at least like Jordan Peterson and all these like fucking podcast bros, they are decent orators. Yes, they ramble incessantly, endlessly on dumb shit. They make it seem like they're pondering on things that, you kind of intrinsically understand, but they make it seem like there's confusion there. Like women working side by side, men in the workplace. Like, well, we don't know. We don't know if it'll work well. It's like, yeah, we do, man. What the fuck? We're aware, right? Elon can't even do that. He just can't. He's not even skilled enough as an orator to be able to deliver the dumb, banal bullshit as though it's like super thought-provoking. In the same way that Jordan Peterson can, at least. You know what I mean? All these guys do is basically signal at a different frequency that it's almost like a dog whistle for the dumbest dudes on the planet. Okay? For some reason, I don't know what it is, but when these motherfuckers talk, the dumbest people go, oh, brilliant. Fucking brilliant, dude. Oh my God, he's so good.
And you wonder why you're sad after reading that,
Do you read any legacy media outlets?
I mean, I really get most of my news from Twitter at this point. It is the number one news source, I think, in the world.
It is. It is, unfortunately, and you fucking ruined it. God, the trending tab is so dog shit. He took the trending tab and just eviscerated it, dude. Put his fucking weirdly shaped penis all over that goddamn trending tab. No, Twitter is profoundly important in news aggregation. I use it as a primary resource. And now my primary resource for news and content aggregation has turned into a sequence of like Fight Haven videos where it's like equal rights and equal left for this bitch. And it's like always a woman getting absolutely destroyed by like a group of dudes just getting fucking pummeled on. Like, I don't want to see that. Or like, this traffic stop turned into a gunfight. Is it because you engage with that shit? No, man. I don't engage with any of that shit.
World at this point.
What percentage of your staff did you fire at Twitter? One of the great business stories of the year.
I think we're about 20% of the original size.
So 80% left.
Yes.
Here, you want to hear something funny? This is going to be an unpopular thing to mention because Twitter is supposed to represent liberalism. But this very same man, Tucker Carlson, quite literally said, I would rather make it illegal for technology and technological innovations to make driverless trucking because you would be firing a gigantic swath of the worker base in this country, and then they would kill themselves. But remember, when it's Twitter and it's like the they, them, non-binary, gay libtards working at Twitter, when they get fired, Tucker's like, haha, profound business decision. No, it's bullshit jobs. It's just a job. It's bullshit. Most jobs are bullshit. Okay?
So,
I mean, a lot of people voluntarily.
Sure. But it's 80% are gone from the day you took over.
That's correct, yes.
So how do you run the company with only 20% of the staff?
It turns out you don't need that many people to run Twitter.
But 80%? That's a lot.
Yes. If you're not trying to run some sort of glorified activist organization, and you're not.
Bitch, there are components that you fired that actually were working the goddamn site. That's why the site fucking falls apart pretty much every fucking week. That's why the trending tab is completely gone. You literally reduced some of the functions of the website. Why is no one being like, okay, let's talk about the trending tab? Okay, that was a component of the website. You have now relegated that to the algorithms. That's why whatever is always, it's always fucking dumbass cryptocurrency trending on my trending tab. Like, you took away a lot of components. Search is broken. Yeah. Search also is broken. Moderation is dog shit. Like, these are important. These are important components of a website that you just took down. So there are certainly elements of the website that he made worse. Your selfie pic doesn't even show on your timeline for me, but the tweet is still there. Anyway.
Care that much about censorship, then you can really let go of a lot of people, it turns out.
How many others, without naming names, but I had dinner with somebody who runs a big company recently who said, I'm really inspired by Elon. And I said, the free speech stuff? He goes, no, the firing the staff stuff. Yeah. How many other CEOs have come to you?
Dude, this is what I'm saying. It's like, Big Homie is like talking about firing people with glee and talking to other wealthy business owners who want to fire their staff with glee.
To talk about this.
I spend a lot of time at work, so it's not like I'm meeting with...
This is not the workings of a man who is pro-worker, I would say, you know? But we knew that already. But still, it's like, if you're pro-worker, if you're pro-business, why the fuck are you, like, you know, excited at the prospect of, like, another rich guy that you were talking to who was equally excited at, like, fucking firing 80% of their workforce? You know? So weird. I thought this guy loved, labor rights, labor protections, working. Like, if Elon was talking about the top of the hour ad break and how he loves serving it, I would laugh. I would be gleeful in my coverage of it because I love serving it to you at the top of the hour. And then I love telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5, or you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. You know what I mean? I'm a fan of that. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, we're going to talk about this in a second. The Wired journalist banned from Twitter for reporting on hack of anti-trans activist Matt Walsh. The Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gift the subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. B Dabio, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 15 total people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Also, Elon literally fucking fired all these people. Bro, even the app has you in their mind free. Wait, what? Kick.com. So this is where that 50-50 is going. Louis Vuitton Everyday Crew Neck, Stone Island, Gabardine Cargo Pant, Custom Air Forces, banning your streamer, #1 streamer, priceless, Custom DX Racer, Hassan Piker Briefs resale. I mean, that's a pretty funny meme, not gonna lie. It's like weird that they're, they added me onto it, but Savage Enough at Mr. Beast. Bro, Train, even on the memes, you're his favorite streamer, bro. It ain't weird. I just don't, I mean, dude, I am literally, I'm definitely not the #1 streamer on the platform, but I am the #1 streamer on the minds of like all of these motherfuckers. I swear to God. But it is funny. This is a funny, tweet. Weird that like, I'm always catching strays.
With lots of people, they see what actions I've taken, but I think we just had a situation at Twitter where it was absurdly overstaffed. So it wasn't like you look at say like what does it really take to operate Twitter? Most of what we're talking about here is a group text service at scale. Like how many people are really needed for that? And if you look at you say like, what has been the product development over time with Twitter? And you're like, years versus product improvements, and it's like a pretty flat line. So what are they doing? It took a year or two.
Okay, so why do you need a CEO then? Why is he there? To be fair, he did fire the CEO, which was kind of based. I mean, that's definitely like, a person that's just like eating away at the funds for no fucking particular reason.
To add an edit button that doesn't work most of the time. I mean, I feel like there's a comedy situation here, You're not making cars, It's very difficult to make cars or get rockets to orbit. So, the real question is like, how did it get so absurdly overstaffed? This is insane.
You also earn more than 80 to 90% of people in the world that mine. We should have to hate you. You also earn more than 80 to 90% of people in the world that mine. We should have to hate you. Wait, what? I'm confused. You're crying over Twitter topic from like 6 months ago. Just delete Twitter, dude. You just clearly don't understand algorithm. Just delete Twitter, dude. You sound so dumb and cringe because every second person is saying same. Do something different. Just don't watch, dude. You are just burn your blood. Change topic. Don't burn your blood, buddy. What does burn your blood mean? Why are you so mad? You guys only talked about Twitter since the day Elon bought it. Yeah, he's been coming in here defending Twitter. It's basically Prime membership of Twitter. It seems like you're mad, brother, not me. Time to take your meds, chatter. Mr. Twitter Prime member.
Than ever, we've increased the responsiveness of the system by, in some cases, over 80%. We're trying to make Twitter the most trusted place on the internet, the least untrustworthy place on the internet. I don't think anyone should trust the internet, but maybe we can make Twitter the least untrustworthy. Like I said, try to get the truth to the people as best we can.
When Elon Musk
Bro, I can't watch the rest of this. I thought there was some good shit in here. It's so whack. Here, we'll just show this part. Any guesses as to what Elon means by civilization here? I have one.
The urge to have sex and to procreate is, after breathing and eating, the most basic urge.
Yes.
How has it been subverted?
Facts.
Well, it's just in the past we could rely upon simple limbic system rewards in order to procreate. But once you have birth control and abortions and whatnot, now you can still satisfy the limbic instinct, but not procreate.
Yeah, totally. That's why back in the day, people were not doing any birth control whatsoever. There were famously no abortions. Bro, abortions have basically just like medicalized something that has been happening for a very long time. Okay? The notion that people don't want to fuck no more is not true. They just don't want to fuck you, Elon. That's why you have to offer people horses after showing them your weird ass shaped penis. What is this? A Wired editor is asking the people who hacked Matt Walsh's Twitter account to send him the stolen contents of his private DMs. Isn't this illegal and in violation of the Twitter TOS? Reposting this with the hacked details redacted in the screenshot. Actually, it appears Elon Musk most likely took advice from this other guy this time who directly snitch tagged. That's wild. Elon Musk over here is like, Twitter is incredibly important for free speech and journalism and sharing of the truth. Also, Elon Musk, stopping journalists from doing journalism. Stopping journalists from doing a journalism is while they are in the process of doing a journalism is funny. Exclusively because the victim or the target of said journalism in this circumstance is someone who he likes and appreciates and agrees. I don't know. Leaking DMs, though, is kind of sketchy in my opinion. He shouldn't have said it like that. 100%. But the notion that, being able to reach the hacker who hacked Matt Walsh and, trying to get a better assessment of what they're doing and covering that as a news story is just normal fucking journalism, okay? And also, there's 0% chance that person was going to go along and fucking straight up leak uninterrupted DMs from Matt Walsh, hacked material like that. There's no way. I mean, it'd be interesting, let's say, if that did happen. However, that's not how that works. Matt Walsh now threatened to sue everyone. Okay, let's talk about that. That's the biggest story of the day. Matt Walsh has more than just hacked Twitter account. His SIM card was hijacked, or his phone was physically stolen, or maybe it's just really him. This person literally posted my Twitter isn't hacked. This is just the real me coming out. I can confirm Andrew Tate at Cobra Tate kidnapped and R-worded those girls. He added Ben Shapiro and said, you know what you did. You are a closeted homosexual and hide behind being Jewish. And he also said, my pronouns are that/N-word. Matt Walsh also tweeted, Joe Rogan is a pedophile. And also tweeted, I ain't a gangster. I'm a sassy shooter. Now, before that, the last thing that Matt Walsh had tweeted was that he was speaking at University of Iowa tomorrow night. Now, in this day and age, whenever, famous celebrities get their shit stolen regularly and then end up selling laptops for 7.5 days, those celebrities don't have the unfettered access, the unrestricted access to Elon Musk that everyone's favorite anti-trans stochastic terrorist has, which is precisely the reason why Twitter immediately took action and deleted all the fake tweets from the hacked account, and also protected Matt Walsh pretty aggressively. That protection also extended to journalists who were trying to figure out who hacked them and why they hacked them and what kind of information they had access to, they were privy to. Okay? This in and of itself is certainly, like, this action is certainly illegal. It's I hate it. Hate to see it. I mean, really, really messed up, guys. I am really I'm mad. Okay. Now that I said that, though, Matt Walsh is back. He's on Twitter, and he is threatening to sue anyone and everyone. Over the last year, my family has been harassed, threatened, doxxed, and now we can add hack to the list. Apparently, the hacker had an insider who gave him access to my phone. A lot we still don't know. No, what ended up happening is what is known as SIM swiping, a process in which someone will social engineer themselves as though they are a loved one of Matt Walsh or someone like someone who has access to Matt Walsh, or someone who can portray themselves as Matt Walsh. They have an inside guy that is usually at whatever ISP that Matt Walsh is at, and they are able to swap the SIM card and basically turn their phone into Matt Walsh's phone, especially if it's paired up with like passwords. Then all of a sudden, boom, you're in. You control everything that Matt Walsh has ever done and have access to all the information Matt Walsh has ever put out there, both in private and in public. It's pretty terrifying. Okay. Overall, apparently there was an interview with a hacker. Wired Delcam was permanently suspended from Twitter shortly after publishing and tweeting this story. So we're going to take a look at the story. The hacker who hijacked Matt Walsh's Twitter was just bored. That's what the hacker said. That seems like typical hacker shit. Okay, anyway. Okay, how do I hack into this fucking website and actually read the goddamn story without... No! Okay, we'll take a look at this in a second. Oh, fuck, I'm forgetting. Tucker Carlson said this shit. Jeremy Boring has more information. I'm going to give you what Jeremy Boring was saying. But before that, let's do this fucking Elon Musk. Let's finish this goddamn thing between Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson. And then I'll do the Jeremy Boring part. Hold on, I got to pee real quick.
So it might be there. Physics they call sort of the Fermi paradox. After when Enrico Fermi was an amazing physicist, asked the fundamental question, where are the aliens?
Yeah.
A lot of people ask me, where are the aliens? And I think if anyone would know about aliens on Earth, it would probably be me.
I would think.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with space stuff. And I've seen no evidence of aliens. So I would immediately tweet it out. This is split second. That would be like one of the all-time, probably the top tweet of all time. I found one, guys. It's a jackpot. Some 8 billion likes, Next level jackpot if you find the aliens. Like, I don't think they're keeping this under, and it was like some general, I think in the 60s, who where they were saying, like, show us the aliens, like Area 51, etc. And he said, like, listen, we are constantly trying to get the defense budget to expand. And You know what would really get no arguments from anyone? If we pulled out an alien and said, we need money to protect ourselves from these guys. You know, how much money do you want? You got it. They look dangerous. So the fastest way to get a defense budget increase would be to pull out an alien, you know. We're like, yeah, I mean, there could be the invasion fleet could be arriving any minute. Who knows? So, so I digress. But
you were saying that our consciousness makes us unique in the universe as far as we know, and that we take
yes,
it for
I'm not saying that we are.
Okay, fuck this. All right, let's do it. So, like I said, Matt Walsh tweeted over the last year, my family's been harassed during docs. For those of you who don't know, Matt Walsh is, by his own words, a theocratic fascist and a best-selling children's author. He is one of the worst anti-trans accounts on here. And, of course, for that reason, Elon Musk loves him. And the journalist, Del Cameron, who wanted to contact the hacker, okay, was banned after writing an article and reaching the hacker and writing an article about why the hacker hacked Matt Walsh. That's right. And when he did that, Andy No and all the other fucking weirdos chirped about the dude, and Elon Musk turned around and banned the hacker. I mean, this level of like personal attention for one individual Twitter user is wild to me, but not unexpected from Elon Musk. They do this all the time. Elon Musk literally runs this platform to get love from some of the worst motherfuckers on the planet, like Ian Miles Wrong or Andy No. That's Mr. Free Speech for you. You know, you need to be like an unhinged, psychopathic, right-wing weirdo, and as long as you say all that, as long as you say some fucking psychotic shit on the platform, you have direct access to Elon, who's one of the most powerful and one of the most wealthy people on the planet, and he will work for you. He will do anything and everything for you. He will literally personally ban people for you. Okay? Now, Jeremy Boring, the co-founder and the co-CEO of the Daily Wire, tweeted out some stuff, some details about Matt Walsh's hacking. You may be aware that Matt Walsh's blog had his Twitter account hacked last night. What you may not know is that the attack went well beyond Twitter. The hackers have managed to gain access to, well, everything, including 20 years of Matt's emails. Holy fuck. A treasure trove. What scandalous information will the hackers find in Matt's email? I do not know. I'm sure I said things in my 20s that I wouldn't feel great having aired publicly. What will real Daily Wire's response to be to things 20-year-old Matt have said? Hashtag LOL. I highly doubt this. If it came out that Matt Walsh was seriously, doing criminal shit like pedophilia and whatnot, there is 0% chance that they would defend him. They would fire him. There are certain things that no matter what you say, there are certain things that even the right understands is toxic. Okay? And there are certain things that even the right understands and will release you for. If he is, for example, openly fantasizing about white supremacist ideology. Okay? Straight up. Like, not just like anti-trans shit. Okay? You said if he was seriously doing illegal shit, I highly doubt he'd do them through email. Not just email, but through Twitter DMs, all that sort of stuff. Okay? 100%. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy if you think that that's not the case. They have done it. They fired Tucker Carlson's head writer when journalists were able to link his account to his like forum account where he was like talking about white supremacy shit, like how he would never go to like a non-white doctor or stuff like that. And he was immediately fired. Not a single person said cancel culture because everyone understands there's a certain point where it is like justifiable and understandable to fire someone because they've become a genuine liability. The reason why you don't even remember that is because no one talked about it, because everybody understood in the right and on the left that like it was a totally reasonable quote unquote cancellation. That's it. Okay? That's it. Cancel culture simply means I don't agree with this person being canceled. I don't agree with this person being fired. That's it. This hack, as terrible and as invasive as it is just another day at the office for us. Here's what happened in the last 48 hours. Why is he posting his L's? Very weird. First, Matt Walsh blog was demonetized on YouTube for violating some opaque, arbitrarily applied standard or another related to speaking on the biological truth about Dylan Mulvaney. I can't be more specific because the capriciousness is the point for these platforms. Just 24 hours later, I'm Brett Cooper was permanently banned from TikTok. Her crime? I don't know, because again, the capriciousness is the point. First of all, I've been banned more times than Brett Cooper has from TikTok with no legal recourse, so get the fuck out of here. At the exact moment Matt Walsh was being hacked by criminals, Michael Knowles was being evacuated from Pitt Tweet from University of Pittsburgh because of a violent riot protesting his speech in which trans activists and sundry of other leftists burned Michael in an effigy and tussled with police. That's just the last 48 hours, and that is in addition to all the usual death threats, harassment, and corporate targeting that are our daily companions at their real Daily Wire. Do assholes on the right make death threats against, say, AOC? Sure, and damn them for it. The difference for us is that virtually every institution in public life agrees we should be removed and silenced. That's pretty funny. You say that because that's not the truth. You literally just talked about a highly paid speaking engagement that one of your fucking guys was involved in. What are you talking about? Michael Knowles is going to get paid. I know how these things work, okay? On the right, I know how they work. On the left is different. On the left is free 99. If you see someone, and I don't mean like Hillary Clinton talking to fucking Goldman Sachs, but if you see like an activist or even someone like myself do a speaking engagement, that's $0. Okay? 0. You see Ben Shapiro go to a college campus, that's the Young Americans for Freedom Foundation greasing his wheels for like 75 grand, oftentimes dono matched by alumni that are also conservative that make sure that you get like double the amount for a speaking engagement. These guys don't do this out of the kindness of their hearts. They don't do this because they truly believe it. They might. But it's certainly because they're getting well paid for these speaking engagements. Okay? Wait, the Clintons get speaking fees? What? Yeah, of course they do. Every fucking liberal, every wealthy liberal in a position of power gets speaking engagements from the corporations as like remittance for all of the crimes that they allowed them to get away with during their course of power. Welcome to the world, the real world. Anyway, we're continually fact-checked. Almost all facts are removed on appeal, by the way, but not before they have the desired effect of stunting our reach. Yeah. Okay. The rest of this stuff is stupid. But Ian Miles wrong. Got this guy banned. Let's take a look at the article. The breach of the right-wing provocateur was simply a way of stirring up some drama, the attacker tells Wired, but the damage could have been much worse. The hacker who claims to have compromised the Twitter account of right-wing commentator Matt Walsh last night says he meant no harm, though he was clearly in a position to exact some. The whole purpose of the attack, he says, was to stir up controversy and sow chaos on Twitter. If that was all he was after, well, mission accomplished. Walsh's account first appeared compromised Tuesday night after a series of out-of-character posts appeared on his feed. We already read all that stuff. Walsh, who hosts a Daily Wire podcast named after himself, has been frequently characterized as an online troll. He previously described himself as a theocratic fascist, claims to believe anime is satanic, and push for state executions of doctors who provide minors with gender-affirming care. Just to give you a little bit, just to give you some of his opinions. These are the most like the immediate ones that stick with you. Due to his efforts to foment attacks against the LGBTQ community online and in media, denigrating trans people in particular as groomers, Walsh drew criticism more recently over a series of resurfaced remarks in which he refers to girls as young as 16 as being the most fertile. The intent was to make funny tweets, as Matt Walsh likes to trigger people, said Doomed, who declined to provide his real name. We caused no financial harm, threatened anyone, nor ruined anything. It was merely, he says, a few silly words on social media. A pinned tweet on Walsh's profile, which was suspended a few hours after the hacks began. My pronouns are that N-word. The hack was accomplished, Doom says, using a technique known as SIM swapping. Yep, called it. The attack typically involves hackers tracking a cellular provider into switching a victim's phone number into a SIM card to hackers' control, rather than the one in the victim's phone. Doomed, however, claims Walsh's phone was compromised with the help of an insider. In addition to his Twitter account, Walsh's Google and Microsoft accounts appeared to have been compromised, granting Doomed unfettered access to the right-wing host's private emails. Several screenshots were provided as proof of the intrusion, including an apparent copy of Walsh's W-2 tax form, which lists his employer, Bent Key Services LLC, the publisher of Daily Wire. Business organizers list Shapiro as the company's director. Other images include a direct message on Twitter from Shapiro from 2017, emails between Walsh and the conservative commentator Steven Crowder, host of Louder with Crowder podcast dated March 2014, and a photo of Walsh holding up a paper dated November 2020, apparently used to authenticate some type of accompanying message. The emails between Walsh and Crowder are largely benign, with Crowder introducing himself before he and Walsh began opining about the imminent collapse of the cable news industry, which has thus far failed to materialize, and the growing obsolescence of talk radio. Talk about shrinking market shares, Walsh says, a former terrestrial radio host himself remarks. Walsh goes on to say his primary goal is growing his personal brand for profit. There's certainly plenty of money to be made when you can get millions of hits online, and I'm a capitalist and I have a family, so I've decided to start getting serious about that. Other screen, of course, you know, I mean, I don't even think that they can lie about that. But yeah, I'm a capitalist, so I can be a bad person is always the funniest fucking counter. Yeah. But no, guys, left-wing people are the grifters. Neither Dell's story nor his Twitter feed contain hacked materials. We do not believe his account violated Twitter's policy. We have not received any further explanation from Twitter, and our attempts to reach Twitter's press office were met with the customary poop emoji. We asked that the account be reinstated and that Twitter provide an explanation. Yeah, they permanently suspended him because he reported on Matt Walsh's hacked account. Ironic because Matt Walsh himself used information from this article when saying he is when recognizing how the hack happened. When he talked about someone on the inside, apparently. Anyway. Another screenshot appears to show the hacker in the midst of compromising Walsh's accounts, triggering authenticating requests received on the SIM swap device. Attacks Walsh could have prevented by using an authentication app instead of receiving security codes via SMS, or by upgrading his defenses with a USB token such as a YubiKey. Twitter announced in February that it would know, oh my God, it's literally because, oh my God, he got SIM swiped. You got SIM hacked too once, right? No, I did not, as a matter of fact. I have been targeted many times, but no. Excuse, he might have. The hacker, who acknowledged he was merely bored and felt like stirring up some drama, also used Walsh's account to plug what he called a silly, ironic LGBTQ rap song written by a friend. One tweet read, I ain't a gangsta, I'm a sassy shooter. I noticed he panicked and removed his iCloud and stuff, Doom says, adding he didn't really care what Walsh had stored on it. I literally only wanted his Twitter account to make stupid tweets, and it worked. Both sides are arguing over it. Likely to the chagrin of Walsh's online detractors, Doom said he has no plans to continue the plaguing of self-described fascists, telling Wired that he's already signed out of Walsh's account and has even tried returning his access. Attempts at contacting Walsh have so far failed, Doom says. A Wired email to Walsh went unanswered. However, understandably, he may not be immediately reachable for comment. Why would he panic? I mean, dude, come on. Come on, guys. Matt Walsh is a psychotic freak, but like he's still a human being. Like you would fucking panic too if your shit was compromised. Come on now. Let's be real. Protesters marching in the building chanting, "Fuck you, fascists." Waiting in line to see Walsh speak.
Fuck you, fascists! This is tolerance! Fuck you, fascists! Fuck you.
I mean, you're the biggest goober on the planet if you want to go see Matt Walsh speak, actually. Why are you always charitable to these weirdos? I hate Matt Walsh, but I'm just saying that it's like understandable that he would want to like remove any kind of fucking access that he could in the off chance that like, bro, what are you talking about? There's like private information on there. You know what I mean? Photos of his fucking family and shit. Like, I'm not trying to humanize him because he is the worst scumbag on the fucking planet. But like, you know. But yeah, I think part of it is because he got hacked because Elon turned off mobile authentication and Matt didn't set up a two-factor authorization with an app. Am I personally a little upset that this guy was just simply trolling? Maybe, a little bit. You know? And there wasn't more to it than that. The interview is trying so hard to annoy her, but is actually getting annoyed that it's not working. Yeah, this was going viral all over Twitter. This is a really old video where Dasha is talking before she went like full tilt psychotic weirdo, who actually lost her blossoming career in Hollywood due to her interest in appearing alongside Alex Jones for some fucking weird reason. But this has been trending nonstop. This is an InfoWars reporter interviewing Dasha.
I don't really want to do this. What is this for?
We're asking people why they like Bernie Sanders.
For InfoWars?
Yes, we are InfoWars.
I think he has a lot of integrity. I like his value system. I like what he stands for.
Exactly what values?
Eating the rich.
Eating the rich. Well, are you aware that Bernie Sanders lives in $3 million homes?
No, I was not aware of that.
Yeah. And are you aware? I'm going to ask you something.
Wait, Bernie's home is the same price as mine? That's crazy. Hell yeah, baby. Eat the rich till you're the rich. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Get your money up, not your funny up, InfoWars. You know what I'm saying? Broke boys. Hey. Anyway, this person is no longer this, well, kind of cringe, but still, albeit leftist individual that she originally started off as and gained a lot of prominence for.
So if they're about eating the rich, why do you think so many of the 1% support socialism?
Is that true?
It's very true.
Like who?
Well, for example, you know Venezuela, right?
Heard of it.
A majority of the country is currently eating rats while their politicians are drinking champagne on a daily basis.
But that's not the 1%.
The 1% of Venezuela.
I'm talking about America.
Well, I'm saying, since if Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela is eating rats.
But I just want people to have health care, honey. I don't want, like...
Well...
Same thing Hugo Chavez.
Oh my God.
When he was taking power in Venezuela.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I mean, you're the one who can't answer the question.
What question?
The question is why you support socialism. You can have healthcare without socialism.
I want people to have free healthcare. That
Why
the
free?
government pays for.
Why would the government pay for it?
Because I think everyone has a right to have healthcare.
So what's an example of a free healthcare?
Human being.
What's a good example of having free healthcare?
What?
What's a good example of having free healthcare? Like a good country?
Denmark.
Well, are you aware that Denmark has one of the highest tax rates in the world?
Yeah, I would pay more taxes.
Really? So let's say this. Let's say somebody smokes a pack of cigarettes a day and you don't. You think you should pay for their health care?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're paying for their bad mistakes?
Yeah.
You're okay with that? Okay, we have it. There you go.
So the hilarious part about this is that, God, I will never forgive InfoWars for this interview and like blowing up Dasha into the fucking stratosphere alongside Cumtown. Worst mistake. Both of these institutions of profound integrity, both of these center-left institutions of profound journalistic integrity, just fucking blew her into the stratosphere. She started off. She started her own podcast. They hate me. I'm just letting you guys know. It's all the fucking annoying, chirpy, tradcath weirdos that, in their whole ass adult lives decided to become Catholic. They were like, out of all the religions that we're going to go for, I'm going to pick the one that's like most prominently pedophilic. They're literally like they went from like we're edgy leftists to like sweaty, actually trans people are fucking gross, that kind of shit. Anyway, regardless, where was I? Yeah, they now have this like weird, I don't know, I don't really listen to them at all anymore. They're so fucking stupid. Dasha seems to be the most mentally ill leftist on the internet. They're not even fucking leftists, and I don't even care. Okay, but yeah, she went from that to like befriending Alex Jones. She actually had, here's Red Scare recording. Here's Red Scare recording a podcast. What? I must finish watching this episode. In fact, the whole season. Anyway. If I had to befriend one potato-shaped person, I would pick Alex Jones too. Yeah, I mean, the befriending Alex Jones isn't even the worst fucking thing that they've done, let's be real. But in any case, chat is so fucking dense, not explaining jokes anymore. Yeah, we're not explaining the joke on that one. It doesn't matter. But yeah, they're a podcast. Dasha was on Succession. Her career in acting looked prominent. Way better than being on that shitty Epstein movie. And it imploded when they decided that they have to befriend Alex Jones and do the Alex Jones thing. So yeah, Dasha went right wing, and the InfoWars girl that's like interviewing her is now apparently like a non-binary witch or something. And apparently follows me. Did not know this. Professional bimbo, I fled a cult, autistic cosplayer, and pan. So You know, things have changed a lot. Thinking about how my first video working in conservative media was filmed from inside my closet, at least that was poetic. Yeah. It's like Full Metal Alchemist, a law of equivalent exchange. Yeah, the team's got auto-balanced. Good for her. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, I guess. Twitter Blue subscribers. What is this? I only pay for Twitter Blue so I could upload the entirety of Blink-182's 2-song finale at Coachella. An absolutely incredible experience watching these three back on stage together. Wish I was there. So happy for them. The media has been disabled in response to a report by the copyright owner. I don't know why he thinks like Twitter Blue allows you to overwrite DMCAs, but you make more money on the right, but you have more fun on the left? I don't think so. I think you have a lot of fun on the right, too. All right. Moving on from all this shit. Here.
Well, folks,
this is the last fucking political video I'm going to do, and then I'm going to move on. Also, Frank Ocean pulled out a Coachella weekend, too.
Mr. Beast is the top YouTuber on planet Earth. His videos are really, really watchable, beautifully produced, really entertaining, but now he's got a major problem.
What do you mean? What? I mean, Ben Shapiro is such a fucking algo demon. He has to glaze up Mr. Beast.
Many people who are sort of outside the YouTube sphere have no idea who Mr. Beast is, but Mr. Beast is the single most popular YouTuber on YouTube, meaning he has tens of millions of followers. A huge number of people follow his videos. Even if you're not sort of a routine YouTuber, you've probably seen some of his videos. He very famously, a couple of years ago, for example, did a remake of Squid Game in which he actually hired a bunch of people or offered a bunch of people to take part in Squid Game. They were then shot with paintball guns. His videos are incredibly well done. They've been viewed hundreds of millions of times each. We're talking about billions and billions of views for Mr. Beast. He's a very young guy. He's like 24, 25 years old. His actual name is Jimmy Donaldson. And the entire sort of drive of his show is that he does these incredibly creative videos, very clickable videos. And very often he does things for charity in his videos as well. We've talked about him on the show before, helping to donate money so that people who are going blind can actually have surgery, or making sure that people in Africa have shoes. There's some really cool stuff on his YouTube channel. The entire sort of vibe of his show is that he and some of his friends, sort of the bros, they're constantly going and they are doing things together. It's him and his team of friends. Well, now Mr. Beast has a problem. Mr. Beast's problem is that one of his co-stars, his longtime friend Chris Tyson, has decided that he is now a woman. Now, normally, this isn't really a problem, right? You got a friend, your friend decides that they're a woman.
Wait, what? No, it's never a problem. It's only a problem to you and other freaks like you, Ben. Like, I don't even understand. You know his ass has to fucking glaze up Mr. Beast, though, because, again, he's an algorithm demon. So he is going to present this as though it's not him being transphobic, but everyone else is going to be transphobic to Chris. And therefore, Mr. Beast's business is going to suffer due to this. And that's the reason why Mr. Beast should fucking turn around and separate forcibly with Chris. That's it. That is literally what he's saying. Okay? This is going to be the Sunny V2 version. Sunny V1, basically. Okay? It could be a nightmare if you ask Sunny V2. Yeah. This is like literally the carbon copy of the Sunny V2 video. But of course, with Ben Shapiro, with Sunny V2, we don't fucking know if he's like, hyper right wing, or at least like you can kind of make inferences. You can make an assumption, and it's probably a correct one. But with Benny V1, we know he's like super anti-trans. That's all he does. You know, all he does is speak about how trans people are fucking awful and bad and blah, 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 blah. So, you know. What? What is this, dude? This is like a phone number you wrote.
That's a you issue, right? I mean, that's just a question for you in your life. How are you going to handle that? But the problem is for Mr. Beast that Chris Tyson is actually a member of the cast. Chris Tyson is a person who was part of sort of the bro crew, and now he is saying that he is gender transitioning into becoming a woman. And for people
No, Chris hasn't even said that. He just said that he's, gender nonconforming. He might down the line, and we will respect that. But, Ben, of course, speaking on issues that he does not understand.
Or fans of Mr. Beast, this sort of changes the dynamic a little bit. Sort of changes the dynamic.
Why? Why?
If you are somebody who watches Mr. Beast regularly and suddenly...
Look, normally, if this wasn't Mr. Beast, the way that Ben would cover this is literally Mr. Beast is a pervert for showing a trans person to children. But because it's Mr. Beast, he has to fucking toe the line because he knows Mr. Beast will fucking watch this video. So he can't just outwardly be anti-Mr. Beast. He can't fucking criticize Jimmy aggressively. He's just trying to politely tell Jimmy to sever ties with his fucking childhood friend. The cruelty is so fucked up. Okay? It is such a precise way that he is describing this issue. And he's using precise language because he's afraid that, he's afraid of losing out on a potential ally down the line.
A bunch of bros are interrupted by one guy who is pretending to be or believes that he is a woman. It changes the dynamic in rather stark ways, especially given the fact that Chris Tyson has in the past made sort of transgender jokes about transgenderism. Well,
so is Jimmy. It's a very common. It's kind of. I mean, I bet you loved it back then, didn't you? Super common. Everyone in fucking 2016, with some exceptions, were saying shit like that. Super common. Luckily, a lot of people grew out of it. You, in your old ass age, decided to lean into it and become worse. You know what I mean? You can't be trans if you made trans jokes. Yeah, that would ironically, that would be more devastating to the trans community than the anti-HRT bills that they're passing, because probably 98% of trans people have made trans jokes and still continue to make trans jokes now. So that would be the rate of trans people drops to 0 immediately. So pulling up the trans jokes Chris made is literally the least bad thing he tweeted back then. Also, it's clearly internalized transphobia. Yeah, exactly. None of my gay friends ever said the F slur before they came out or continue to do so regularly. Austin, even though he won't say it on camera because he is homophobic. I think it's a homophobic act that Austin refuses to say the F word on camera. Anyway, I digress. That's an irrelevant point.
A little while ago, a few months ago, he decided that he was going to begin hormone replacement therapy, and he started looking significantly less masculine on camera and significantly more feminine on camera. Now, listen, if you were running a TV show, which is essentially what Mr. Beast is doing, if you're running a piece of entertainment, then typically what you do is you cast for roles, right? Now, on YouTube...
Bro, this is a human, okay? This is a human being.
Because it's all about authenticity. Very often, they're just sort of your friends. But the reality is the dynamic created is a dynamic that is for the cameras. And so typically speaking, let's say that you were running a show, other than the Umbrella Academy, and one of your stars decided they were a member of the opposite sex. What would you do? Well, you would probably just say, well, you don't get to be in the show anymore because the dynamic of the show has changed. And
yeah, except these are friends who are just shooting YouTube videos together. So you become this weird parasocial psycho. Dude, you are, how old is Ben Shapiro, bro? Come on now. Ben Shapiro age. Motherfucker is 39 years old, bro. Mr. Beast. My favorite television show is Mr. Beast. And now there's someone who is trans. They should stop being friends with the trans person.
That has nothing to do with bigotry. That has to do with the dynamic and success of the show. Not only that, if you were...
Bro really is yo, you should recast your friend. Hey, man, you should really recast your friend. It's kind of fucked up. Why? It's bothering me. Just annoys me that your friend is existing as a trans person on camera. Have you thought about recasting your friend? Okay, thanks.
We're actually friends with somebody. If one of my close friends were on camera with me and they decided to make a radical life shift, they wouldn't expect me to continue to put the success of my career on hold or at risk because they were...
It shouldn't be that way. Why would the success of his career change because there's a trans person on screen? I know why. Because Ben Shapiro is transphobic. That's it. That's why it's funny. Because so many motherfuckers were like, it's actually good. Someone, like, there's two sides of the transphobia coin, right? There's the Ben Shapiro side who's like, oh, actually, it's going to ruin your business, I promise. And then the other side is the real schizos who was like, it was supposed to either be him, Jimmy, or Chris. One of the two had to be trans. The die is cast. Our Illuminati overlords decided one of them had to be trans, so Chris took a dive on the trans side. This is the only way they could continue. Like, I've seen those tweets. Like, they're insane.
We're making a personal life decision. In other words, it's not my job to make room for you on this particular show because you've decided to make a life decision that now cuts directly against the entire dynamic of the show. Now, I mentioned the Umbrella Academy a moment ago on Netflix. They've run into serious trouble because the Umbrella Academy started off with Ellen Page, a woman, playing a girl on the show, like a straight woman on the show. And then Ellen Page decided that she was a lesbian, and so they actually added a lesbian storyline in the middle of Umbrella Academy. And then Ellen Page decided that she was Elliot Page, a man, and so then they turned the entire character into a male. And that just doesn't work. I mean, it's ridiculous and it's silly, but that's exactly what is sort of now expected in the entertainment.
Yeah, have you noticed how that's different because it's like a fictional show, and even then it like still was fine? You know what I mean? Like even in that fictional show, which is like, you know, which is not super beholden to, but oftentimes could be beholden to source material. Whereas like you're comparing, here's what you're doing, Ben. You're comparing a fictional show off of a comic book rendition on Netflix, a live action rendition that still was fine. You know, it didn't fucking, you know, it didn't change the dynamic all that aggressively. It was otherwise mediocre regardless before, Elliot Page's gender confirmation. But like, notice how you are talking about a show, a live action show, a fiction, a work of fiction, versus like a real human being appearing alongside his friend. And your expectation is that like the dynamic should be different now because like, you know, they are now gender non-confirming. Notice how weird that is? It's only not weird to you because you're a fucking psychotic freakazoid who clearly has never had a friend in general, and certainly not one that was, I guess, maybe gender non-confirming or anything like that, or came out as gay. You know what I mean? It's just very odd to look at something like this and be like, yeah, you should literally not. Why are people saying conforming? What did I say? Why are people hyper focusing on the way I'm saying words? Okay. Shut up, chat. You're being fucking weird. Okay. You know what I mean. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. I don't even want to fucking cover the story. I'm so fucking tired of covering the story over and over again. And like chat just hyper focusing on the dumbest shit. Okay. Y'all are so fucking annoying.
Entertainment world is that everyone who casts these shows, they have to treat people who completely change their entire identity as completely unfireable, like absolutely unfireable. So all this began again when Chris Tyson started to change his appearance on the show to appear more feminine, and then started tweeting out publicly about the benefits and wonders of gender affirming healthcare. So Chris Tyson tweeted out, and again, he's changed his entire Twitter profile. So now he has sort of an illustration of himself looking like a woman, although he doesn't look anything like that in real life. He looks like a dude who's wearing some makeup and has some long hair. He says, informed consent, HRT, that'd be hormone replacement therapy, saved me and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people, gender non-conforming people, have to jump through to get life-saving, gender-affirming healthcare.
It's really funny because, like, Chris goes by any and all pronouns. So, like, Ben is trying to misgender him and, like, failing to do so. It's like a bit of an ultimate own. You know what I mean? Like, they all work at the moment. You know what I mean?
In a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies. And people started pointing out, well, Chris, you know, when you make life decisions, it actually has impact on other people. See, this is the magnificent narcissism of modern society.
Please tell us more about the magnificent narcissism of modern society as you cut 13 minutes of vitriolic propaganda about a whole-ass, grown-ass adult and his own whole-ass, grown-ass personal decisions and how that hurts your feelings and how that may or may not actually impact the bottom line of another whole-ass, grown-ass adult who has chosen to stand by him. Go ahead. No, Ben, please. Please, I really want to know how you feel about, like, two people in fucking North Carolina who've known each other for many, many years, and how you feel about their relationship now that one has come out as trans. Please tell me how fucking narcissistic it is that Chris is, you know, living their best fucking life. Yeah, Chris is the narcissist here. You're right.
Is that
the worst part about this is that he just plagiarized, like, absolutely fucking plagiarized the Sunny V2 video. I'd be so pissed if I was Sunny V2. I'd be like, God damn, I made this fucking video and this fucking guy, he stole it word for word.
Decide that the personal life decisions that make us feel better in the cockles of our heart, these are the things that really matter in life, not our relationships with other people. Not, in Chris Tyson's case, the relationship that he has with his wife and his kid. He has a wife and he has a kid. Let me just express something to you right now. If you decide that your feelings of comfort and gender identity are more important than your relationship with your wife and your child, you are being selfish. This is true for everyone. If you're a man and you decide that you're going to cheat on your wife because, listen, it makes you feel better about yourself. You're hitting your 40s and now...
Wait, what? Why are you just, like, bringing up a... Yeah. Yeah, if you're an adult and you decide to, like, murder someone, yeah, that would be pretty fucked up as well. Are we just, like, talking about things that are fucked up and then trying to, like, subtly compare them to something that's not fucked up? That's so weird. All right, what about, like, coming to terms with being trans is like damaging, especially if they're still in the lives of their partner and also their child. Very weird.
Now it's time for that midlife crisis and you decide to go get a younger model and take that for a ride. Well, that is you being a bad person. That is you being a narcissist. That is you ignoring the actual priorities in your own life. Life is about what are you...
Yeah. Exactly. Totally unrelated to this issue, though. Hypothetically, what if Chris decided to murder people? What then? Wouldn't that be damaging to the Mr. Beast franchise? Mr. Beast should not stand by someone who has murdered people. It's like, but he didn't do that. He didn't do adultery. He's just coming to terms with his gender expression. It's very weird that you compared that. Do you think it's the same as adultery? Do you think it's the same as, like, leaving your child behind? Why are you saying that? You have no evidence that Chris is doing that. That's very weird.
You're going to sacrifice on behalf of the people who mean the most to you. It is not about you feeling the best you can feel on the interior of you, especially because that's a really subjective feeling, and it turns out it's incredibly transitory. Not only is it transitory, when you're telling lies to yourself, it's incredibly damaging. When you're telling yourself a lie that you're a member of the opposite sex, and meanwhile, completely destroying, presumably, your relationship with your wife, and also completely confusing your own child, that actually is a bad thing to do. This should not be a controversial statement because, again, this is true for everyone.
Dog, you confuse your child. Fuck you mean? In infinitely more damaging ways than Chris. Trans people exist. Whether Chris is trans or not trans, it doesn't matter. Trans people still exist. You know what I mean? Every child is eventually going to learn about the existence of trans people. I know that sounds like I'm fucking Sephiroth making a threat, but it's a promise. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, you can be Ben Shapiro and try to, you know, basically bake in that hatred of trans people to your child at an early age so they just like grow up and become another weirdo like Ben Shapiro. Why is bro acting like he's a friend of the family? They don't know you, little bro. I know.
Gay, straight, gender nonconform, whatever you are, your top priority is providing for your child a level of stability and understandability to the world. And to your spouse, your highest commitment is to being the best husband or the best wife to your spouse that you can be. This does not involve you seeking yourself. You seeking yourself is a 1960s, 1970s garbage construct in which your own personal priority.
It's so weird. Like, Ben's argument here is that, like, again, is the same as like Sunny V2. It's just that, like, you should hide it. Like, don't be true to yourself. Don't live with the mental clarity and happiness. Just hide it. And what? Be like Steven Crowder? He doesn't seem too happy with his life. He just pulled it. If you're gay, you have to stay with your wife. Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, I think as an in the closet gay man, you should still have obligations to your child for sure. 100%. But that doesn't fucking mean that, like, you know, you literally have to present as a straight person. It's so stupid. Which, from what I understand, like, Chris is absolutely still very much not throwing away his parental responsibilities.
Take priority. Okay, in any case, some people pointed out that.
Yes, I said as a closeted gay man, and everyone said, oh my God, you're a closeted gay man? Yeah, dude, I fucked your dad, okay? I fucked your mom, and then I fucked your dad. Shut the fuck up. I can't have a serious goddamn conversation about these fucking issues without every 12-year-old in my fucking chat being like, lol, you said as a gay man. Like, yes, dude, it's a term of expression. That doesn't mean I'm the fucking in the closet gay man. Oh my fucking Lord. Fuck. Literally lizard brain I can't even talk. Lizard brain dipshits in the chat today.
You know, this changes the dynamic of Mr. Beast's show. That this actually is a problem for Mr. Beast's show. So Mr. Beast was now caught between a rock and a hard place. Because what our woke society has now created is a rock and a hard place, not for Chris Tyson, whose choice this was in the first place. You know, whatever he chooses to do with his own family, he is free to do, although I am also free to morally criticize that thing. Because again, anybody who places their own priorities above those of their family is doing the wrong thing. We'll get to that momentarily. First, as you may have noticed, the economy is getting worse. This dude, Chris Tyson, who believes man, who pretends that he's a woman. By the way, this actually has real ramifications for the way that the show feels, the way the show looks. And
Bro, the amount of time that he cut talking about Mr. Beast, like Mr. Beast's YouTube page, is fucking insane. You should go to jail as a 39-year-old man. I'm not even kidding. Like, straight up, that's insane. There's something wrong with this motherfucker. Check him PC, bro. I made the mistake of looking at the like and dislike ratio and comments. Yeah, of course. Like, notice how this person says, the untypical German says, man leaves his wife and child. What a scumbag. Man leaves his wife and child to dress in a women's clothes. What a hero. Notice how, like, the part that's bad here is leaving the wife and child. And that is something that objectively did not happen. But in order to make this look bad, and of course say like, oh, dressing women's clothes, not as like, you know, being gender non-conforming or anything, you know, they have to add the bad thing. You have to do that when you recognize the other thing objectively isn't bad. The other thing objectively hurts no one. Okay? That's why you have to add the other thing. Wow, man murders someone, scumbag. Man murders someone and then becomes trans, hero. It's like, yeah, no, it's the murder part that's fucked up, man. I don't know if you realize that.
There's a recent video from Mr. Beast in which this dude, Chris Tyson, who believes that he is a woman, they're interacting and making all the interactions that used to be kind of normal are now extremely, extremely awkward. Okay, but Mr. Beast is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because if he says to Chris, listen, Chris, you're screwing up the dynamic of the show, right? We didn't bargain for this. You want to make your personal life decisions. You want to take some time. You want to figure out what you're all about. That's fine. But you don't get to enact your personal dramas on the set of my billion-dollar show. You don't really get to do that. And if you do that, I got to say that is not kind to me as a friend. He's not allowed to do that. Our society says that he must actually sacrifice his business for the sake of his supposed friend who's willing to put him in this position in the first place. Because if he doesn't put this guy on the air and destroy the dynamic of a show, or at least harm the dynamic of a show, then that means that he's a transphobe. But if he leaves the guy on the air, it completely messes up the dynamic of the show, and fewer people are going to watch it. And you can see that in the number of dislikes that have been racking up on Mr. Beast's YouTube page. So Mr. Beast had to make the choice, and so the choice that he chose is, of course, the wokest choice. He tweeted out, yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare. He's my bleeping friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. Okay, that's Mr. Beast's choice, but you also have a choice, which is whether you actually wish to watch Mr. Beast videos, right? Or whether you want your kids to watch it. Mr. Beast stuff is very safe for kids, typically speaking. It's kind of silly stuff like, what is the difference between a $1 flight versus a $100 flight versus a $10,000 flight, right? It's that kind of stuff. Well, I do not feel as though my kids should be exposed to a man who believes that he is a woman on the YouTubes until they're of age to understand exactly what is going on. A lot of other parents are going to have that same exact.
Yeah. He's like, Mr. Beast, here's why you're in big trouble. Because I'm going to boycott you. That's what he's saying. There it is. After 11 minutes and like a fucking 4-minute ad break in between, which is 1 minute longer than the top of the hour ad break I serve you at the top of every hour, which is an avoidable one, by the way. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's right. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Patch Office, thank you for the 5 gifted. Cap Calloway, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Anyway, after an 11-minute video, he finally arrives at the main point of contention. He doesn't like that there is a trans person in the Mr. Beast universe. He does not care that they're friends. He does not care that this is a person who is now more comfortable and more, healthy. Cool Albania, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Tamana, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Shut up, Axel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah. He's like, Mr. Beast, you're in big trouble. Why? Because I, Ben Shapiro, will initiate a boycott. I will stop my children from watching, and I will tell other people to also subtly not fucking watch. That's it.
Question. And that's not the fault of Mr. Beast. That's the fault of Chris Tyson. And him putting his friend in that position is, on a personal level, somewhat inexcusable.
Yeah, it's really fucked up that Chris Tyson came out as trans. It's really fucked up. Great.
Excusable. But again, this is all about our society basically deciding that personal.
He still won't all the way shit on Mr. Beast? Yes, because he's like, oh, Mr. Beast, come on. You're a capitalist. You love your business. Your bottom line will be affected by this. Drop your friend. Be a fucking demon. That's it. That's all he's doing. He's doing that because he thinks there's still a chance. Okay? He thinks there's still a chance that, like, Jimmy will be like, yeah, Chris, maybe you shouldn't be on my videos any longer. Maybe we shouldn't be friends any longer, that sort of thing. You know?
Authenticity comes at the cost of everyone else around you. Everyone else around you must be made to mirror your priorities. It's the only thing that matters. What makes Chris Tyson feel good is the only thing that matters in all of this.
Being a trans ally will almost certainly be worse for Mr. Beast's worldwide viewership than folding to the woke would. No, that's not even remotely true. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. Shut the fuck up. Even being racist doesn't matter unless you get fucking banned, okay? Just make content. That's it. I say this as a content creator, okay? Shut the fuck up. Just keep making the content. No one gives a shit. You want to know why no one gives a shit? Chris was out as bisexual before this, and his view counts didn't fucking diminish. Chris was also dressing in more gender non-confirming ways, and it's not like the view counts dipped. So clearly, demonstrably, it doesn't fucking matter. These people are desperately trying to make it seem like it matters. Okay? There is no like get woke, go broke type shit. It's not real. It literally is so not real that none of these companies that have gone woke have gone broke. It has not happened. No matter how much they try to game the system to make it seem like it has. I noticed that hardline right-wingers either disregard or dislike the concept of being oneself or being aligned with oneself. If somebody they know changes, it's a problem, and they don't try to learn why the person might outwardly change. They want people to be correct. Yes. I think JonTron is a really good example of the fact that you don't cancel YouTubers for political shit. Yeah, it's just like, unless you literally go down this pipeline and break your brain and personally dedicate your whole life to making like right-wing commentary or whatever, and even then you can't like actually perform at the same level you did before you were political, openly political, it doesn't matter. And I don't think Mr. Beast is going to be doing fucking, HRT introduction videos anytime soon. So as long as Mr. Beast keeps making the same fucking videos that he's doing, and Chris is involved in the videos in the same way that they were involved in prior, okay, it doesn't matter. Nothing is going to change. People are still going to watch him. He is an algo demon, okay? He knows what's good. People vastly overestimate overt and violent transphobia levels in the broader population. Most people are maybe lightly transphobic, but if they see a trans person and trans accepting friends of that person, they'll say whatever floats their boat, etc. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, think about how many fucking times I've been canceled by quote unquote my own fans, apparently. If you ask the media, my fans are the ones who got mad that I bought a house. All this other shit. Okay? Zero? What do you mean? I get fucking canceled on a weekly fucking basis. It doesn't matter. If you keep your output the same, it literally doesn't matter. This cancel culture shit is not real unless you've done something truly heinous and truly fucked up, okay? Oh. That's it.
Which is why presumably Chris Tyson tweeted about his own kid. He tweeted, quote, I won't let people talk about how I, quote, abandoned my child. He's the only priority in my life. I have his love and support, and that is all that I need. I'm doing this for him. If that confuses you, educate yourself. If that makes you mad, leave. Simple. You're not doing this for him. You're not. That's a lie. This is like the
See, this is why. By the way, I told Chris not to fucking respond to any of this shit, and that you should stop just tweeting about this stuff in general. Just live your life. Tune Twitter out. This is the reason. Because there is no correcting the record in this circumstance, okay? There is no correcting the record. These people do not care. They will just use it as content and will weaponize it against you no matter what, okay? I regularly, try to do that every now and then. I cave. I'm weak. Can't stop myself. I do it all the fucking time. It doesn't matter. No one sees that and goes, oh, wow, well, maybe Chris is in the lives of his children. I was wrong. No, they're like, you're trans. We hate you. Fuck you. You're lying. You're lying about your gender and you're lying about being in your child's life. And even if you're saying you're in your child's life, it doesn't fucking matter because we're going to act like that's not the case. The more you respond, the more content you give them. The worst thing you can do for your haters, the absolute worst thing you can do for your haters is not respond to them, no matter how much they try to fucking cut content. Okay? That's it. Don't feed the trolls, because the best thing you can do is respond. Even if it's like a really good slam dunk, there's still going to be some people that look to that and go, ooh, there's movement here. Ooh, I can get a rise out of this person. Ooh, I could potentially get this person to respond to me. I could maybe even gain in. I could maybe even get in on the fucking anti-trans hate here and maybe make a fucking little bit of cash for myself, like you did for Glenn Greenwald. I mean, there's a difference between me responding to Glenn Greenwald, who already has a prominent audience, a sizable audience, who's like kind of chirping and crying about the same exact bullshit that everyone's cried about. I don't really care if I give Glenn Greenwald clout, but you should care about cutting propaganda for Ben Shapiro. Does that make sense? Glenn also has a much larger audience, depending on what you're looking at. There are plenty of fucking instances where I don't actually end up giving clout to many, many people. Most of them have marginal audiences. They're fucking weird. They're crazy. They're annoying. They never stop. But ultimately, it dies down. It doesn't matter. Responding is always worse.
The parents who say, not because they're in an abusive marriage or something, they say, you know what? I'm leaving. Because I have to leave my wife and I have to leave my child, because after all, if I stayed, just the dynamic, I'm really leaving for this younger model. I'm doing it for my child. Don't you understand? The happiest version of me is the one that my child ought to say. No, that is not how any of this works.
That is exactly how this works, you fucking asshole. You don't know anything about their lives. You don't know anything about Chris. You don't know anything about his relationship with his child. You don't know anything. You're just literally parasocially crying. Okay? That's it.
Again, as a father of 3, soon to be 4, got to tell you, you're constantly sacrificing your personal authenticity and happiness on behalf of your children. It's just a thing you do all the time. But let's be real. What we are now doing is we are reverse engineering how parenting, how relationships are supposed to be done. Everyone is out there to validate you. You're not out there to validate anyone else, right? It's not your job to create relationships with other people with give and take. It is their job to mirror you. It is the perfect tale of narcissists. We are now stuck looking in the mirror at ourselves constantly. And if we don't...
Ben having a grin and bear it approach to his family makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I also don't think he has to. Like, that's the other thing. He is a traditionalist, right? So he can kind of get away with whatever the fuck he's doing, unless he's like talking about some deep-seated secret here that he is suppressing aggressively. You know what I mean? Seems like that might be the case. I'm seeing a lot. But it's fucking weird. Weird that he's like dying on this hill, because Chris is not giving up anything. That's the thing. Like, it's the same person, you know what I mean? But healthier. and has more mental clarity. You know what I mean? It's not like he's like, oh man, I'm fucking flying to a different country and I'm just going to be there forever. I'm going to leave my child behind. It's so weird. I think Ludwig said it best. Like, dude, imagine having Mr. Beast as your fucking uncle and Christopher Mr. Beast as your dad, mom, parental unit. You know what I mean? That's fire. That kid's life is awesome. No matter what. It's true. It's fucking sick. This story is not even something Ben feels strongly about. He's just mimicking what others are saying like a fucking fraud. No, I think Ben does feel strongly about this, but if it wasn't Mr. Beast, who he thinks he can approach and he can actually like, reach out to, he would be way more aggressive. He'd be like, Mr. Beast is degenerate. Mr. Beast is like actually perverting children. He should immediately take his friend off of the airwaves. He basically said that here, but he can't say that because Mr. Beast is like, the algorithm demon, Mr. YouTube basically. So Ben can't really be on bad terms. He can't openly shit on Mr. Beast. Yeah, the tone here and how these guys talked about Bud Light is totally different. We know how he talks about when a brand even has like a one-off, one-time ad campaign with like a trans person versus with Mr. Beast.
Don't like what we see, then we insist that we get a new mirror and that everyone around us mirror back to us what it is that we are. Alrighty. The rest of the show is continuing right now. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to be getting into censorship, more censorship of new novels, plus the ridiculous hit on Clarence Thomas. If you're not a member, become a member. Use code Shapiro. Check out for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click that link in the description and join us.
Nice. What an awful video. We're not going to do the all cops are bastards Jubilee video. I can't do that. It will fucking kill me. Okay. I saw this tweet earlier. Twitch reportedly made $10 million to $15 million when Kai streamed every day of the month of February. He reportedly took home around $2 million. Twitch moving worse than the IRS is fucking insane. So I don't know how that's possible. I mean, it's Say Cheese. They're not exactly a reputable outlet. I don't know if it's the truth, but I do believe that Twitch did take a lot of Kai's revenue for sure. I just don't think that this disparity is correct. Does that make sense? But of course, let's be real. I eat America's banned foods. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I love this. This is great. Of course, the reality is, okay, that companies do this to contracted employees, and they do this to W-2 employees as well, all the time. It's called extracting your surplus labor value. Okay? That's it. It's true. That's how it fucking works. Of course they're taking his money. They're taking the money that he's generating for the platform. That's how profits work. If you have an issue with this, and you should have an issue with this, you have an issue with capitalism. Okay? Now, capital owners will say, well, they took the risk. I say it's still fucking bullshit. Do I believe that they took 80% and gave him 20%? No. I don't. But it's probably closer to like, 60-40. He takes 60%. Twitch takes 40, something along those lines. I don't know what his contract splits look like. So yeah. That's the same account that said Tate was being released a day after he was put away. Yeah. Anyway, let's look at the banned foods video. Wendover made a video on the U.S. military taking an L.
Nestle drumstick, a sweet treat that we've all enjoyed. Unless you live in one of these countries. You see, the thing is, this is full of chemicals that are also used to make this, a yoga mat, but I'm still allowed to eat it, thanks to the FDA.
I love this.
For the next 24 hours, I'm going to be exploring banned American foods that you won't find in other countries. I do think drive-thrus in general should be banned because the food that we have access to so easily is just disgusting. I will say right now, drive-thrus kill more people than drive-bys. There, I said it.
It's not even a controversial take. That's like, yeah, no, literally. I mean, yeah. Fast food absolutely kills more people than fucking drive-bys do. What the fuck? Yes. 100%.
Tastes like disposable income. Our first banned substance of the day is actually going to be Coffee Mate, which is banned.
For the record, I want to point something out here. Having an FDA is objectively good. This video in and of itself, I don't know if it's critical of the FDA because it even exists. I assume it's critical of the FDA because it's not doing the job that the FDA is supposed to do that other countries' FDAs are doing. You know what I mean? So just understand that. Because like the notion that these foods, these substances are banned elsewhere, but not banned in America implies that the FDA is not doing a good job here that other countries are doing.
And in Austria, Hungary, and other Scandinavian countries for its hydrogenated oils. And I don't know about you, but it looks slightly phallic. It makes you want to put it in things, like my coffee. I feel like just like the bedside Nutella, this is going to take some practice to perfect the right ratios here, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Ooh, I got the hazelnut flavor, my second favorite nut. 35 calories per tablespoon. That will get you pretty quick.
It's awful. Oh my God.
If I close my eyes, for one, I don't see anything, but why is it really banned, man? To accompany my coffee, we are going to be having some Twinkies, America's biscotti, about as nutrient dense as a kitchen sponge, and I bet the manufacturing process is pretty similar too, I bet. This is banned in many countries for having yellow 5, which is the yellow dye that makes the cake yellow.
I love the way you finger my box, William. I've been such a bad twink, so I deserve it.
I've had many cream-filled cannons in my childhood, but I've never had a Twinkie, so you're gonna see me have my first. And my expectations are quite high.
Wait, what?
What? These are freaking small as hell. I know it's the vanilla flavor. I thought they'd be bigger. Do they even carry chocolate? That has to be, at best, average 3 inches. The thing that is getting me excited is that there is 3 insertion holes. Wow. It feels a little bit like something that you should not be eating. Like these are the foods that we need vaccines for. But I will say the best foods are shaped for the perfect insertion into the mouth. Damn, yo. Oh my God. I can totally see why kids are addicted to these things. Like if my mom gave me these, I would have behaved more. I would have been a good son and I would have been really, really fat. Oh.
Wait, Will. Come to your senses for a second. If you eat that, you're gonna be up 200,000 calories and then you're gonna die of a heart attack.
So good I might even enjoy another. I'm pretty sure some dude out there lost a lot of weight on just eating Twinkies. So if you think they're bad for you, think again.
I mean, you could... The Twinkie weight loss thing is, of course, the same principle. It's calories in, calories out. Of course you can lose weight only eating Twinkies. You just can't, you know, you just can't eat more Twinkies. What is it? He's jacked. It's a joke. No, I mean, no, literally, if you ate If you ate like, 10 Twinkies a day and that's all you ate, it's a very unhealthy diet, but you'll still lose weight.
The last food is actually going to be a U.S. apple. Look at this little polar bear here. He's all cute, but he's going to low-key kill you because there's a compound in the apple that prevents the apple from turning brown. This is banned throughout the entire European Union. So the U.S. is like, how do you like them apples? And the EU is like, not at all.
I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Today's breakfast is going to look like my kids' failed Father's Day breakfast in bed because we were having
this guy's a fitness YouTuber. Holy shit. That makes sense. Look at how fucking jacked he is. He's got the Gymshark skin tight dry fit on. That makes so much sense now. I was like wondering why he was talking so much about calories and shit.
Some cereal, and what goes better with carbs than carbs? And we're gonna have some Pop-Tarts. You know what? I'm starting to think that the EU wanted to ban grape pumps because there's so many things today that are carb heavy that are just not allowed over there. It's just rude. Do you guys know it's spelled like that? F-R-O-O-T, not fruit. I was mind blown. We got ourselves 2 bowls. It's like a plate, but deep. And one of them, we're gonna add some Fruit Loops. I know a lot of you guys are probably surprised to see this because there's a lot of colors to excite your kids. It's the color of the rainbow, and hey, that can't be bad. But it's full of really bad dyes that are banned in tons of countries, so LSD might be the better rainbow for you. And a little less calories. The next cereal is gonna be Frosted Flakes. They're great. So these are banned in Japan and the European Union because there's flavor enhancers in here, which I totally believe because that's why we call it the dandruff of angels. One of my favorite cereals of all time, but you gotta eat them fast because they get pretty damn soggy. Let's test it dry and then we'll get wet. You learn a lot that way. I'm just discovering it tastes nothing like fruit.
You never had a Fruit Loop?
That is the sweetest cereal that I've ever knew. That is like 20% more sweet than Fruit Loops. Fun fact, US milk is actually banned in a lot of places, but that does not mean you can't still milk a US nut. And add some almond milk. Superset. You know, I traded in for a different kind of frosting years ago, but it's always nice to go back to my childhood roots. At the grocery store yesterday.
Guys, I'm beginning to feel like this man is gay. I think this man might be gay.
I had quite the Sophie's Choice moment because I never really realized how many different flavors of Pop-Tarts that there are. I'm always a fruity guy, but I decided to go with the s'mores flavor. Banned everywhere for tons of bad chemicals and dyes. Do you guys like your Pop-Tarts warm or cold? I like it nice, warm, and moist. It makes it feel like it wants me back, you know what I mean?
Not all of these things are harmful. They're just banned. This is pseudoscience bullshit. I mean, there's a lot in there. Your radar is off. Wait, really? No, there's a lot of it that's just like understandably banned in my opinion. Chatter's kind of right. Chatter's not wrong. There are some things that other countries ban that is only banned due to, I guess, I don't know, one reason or the other. Overall fears from like GMOs and whatnot. But having said that, like Yellow 5 and shit like that is not great for you, as far as I understand.
Each bite of this just takes me through an emotional journey. It's pretty crazy to me that these foods that are so readily available to a lot of kids in North America are banned elsewhere in the world. The FDA allows it, and I believe it's all for the sake of money.
They have Frosties in the UK. No, they have Mountain Dew in the UK, for example, but Yellow 5 is banned. So they just use different compounds. They will use different shit. They're just made differently. It's not the same product. It doesn't taste the same.
I love this life of moral corruption. I was searching what banned sports can I try, and there was dog fighting and cockfighting, which, I mean, I don't think I could be doing that. So we went to movies, and it turns out 300 is banned in Iran for its portrayal of the Persian army. So we're gonna be doing the 300 workout today. I'm looking at it. It looks tough, but all good things hurt sometimes, especially when it's your first time. It's a timed workout, one circuit through. The workout's on the screen right now. And if this is like my experience watching the film, I should be finished pretty quick. I'm gonna be drinking yellow Gatorade throughout. So yellow Gatorade's also banned in some countries for yellow dye. Yellow Gatorade is the worst flavor. If I was a football coach, I'd rather forfeit than get a shower of this if I won. Time starts now, 25 pull-ups.
He's not gay, chat. I was baited yesterday. Oh, he's not gay? He's just making a lot of references to sucking and fucking dudes. He's just Canadian. Respect. You can't tell me someone who makes gym content is not gay, okay? As you know, HasanAbi rule number 1. The more you go to the gym, the gayer you are. Everybody knows this.
Stop. 14 minutes, 16 seconds. I'm pretty happy with that because I saw in the article one of the actors in the movie about like 18 minutes and 6 seconds or something like that. So I beat that. That's tough. Try this workout out and let me know in the comments what you guys get. Just don't get 14 minutes and 16 seconds. Post-workout time, everybody. So we're gonna be having some stovetop stuffing. So this is banned in a lot of countries because there's a preservative in here that impairs blood clotting. So if you think about it, it's technically an anti-aphrodisiac. So we're gonna add this in here. I mean, in a package like this, you just know it can't be good. It looks like an MRE. To go along with that, we're gonna be having, which I think a lot of you guys are gonna be surprised about, is rotisserie.
Okay, what? Whoa, chill, stop. Hold up. Did not know that. That's weird. Before we get to that, what I was going to say is, on the one hand, blood clotting. On the other hand, stuffing is pretty fucking good. I would take the dive, at least for one day out of the year, or for 1 week out of the year, I guess. Thanksgiving. That's all I'm going to say.
Chicken. So this is banned. U.S. chicken is banned in all of Europe. So I guess you can say it's on the no-fly list. That's because it is soaked in chlorine before it goes to market, which is kind of gross. I don't even like to swim in a chlorine pool. I don't want to be chlorine chicken.
What?
But I'm gonna eat it today for the video.
Wait, what?
I just lunch ladied that. I'm gonna call this meal the Lindsay Lohan because on the surface, it looks wholesome AF, but it's full of banned substances. So like a lot of things, to enjoy it, we're gonna pull the skin back. You know what, guys? If my chicken is gonna be sketchy, full of chemicals, I want people to question my natty status, not my vital signs, you know what I mean? But I love a rotisserie chicken. The smell of it just makes me want to twerk.
Dude, this is devastating. I did not know that the rotisserie chickens that I enjoy every single fucking day, pretty much, are showered with chlorine before they... What the fuck? This is terrifying.
If it tastes this good, clot my blood, man. This is probably also the whitest meal I think I've ever seen. I just need someone else here to comment on its spiciness to round it out. On the side for dessert, we got ourselves some Jell-O. I love Jell-O. It reminds me of hospitalization. When I poke, he jiggles. This is banned for having red 40. So between the name and the jiggle, I'm thinking about football and tight ends. It tastes so artificial that I don't even understand why people buy it. It makes you wonder if Walden Farms is on the payroll for the FDA. something under the table going on. This is cornbread stuffing, which is very confusing, but like I've always learned, if you're confused about something, just put it in your mouth. Stuffing is by far the best thing on a Thanksgiving plate. Comment down below, what's your favorite thing on a Thanksgiving plate?
A long-term symptom of sustained chlorine consumption in men from ages 20 to 30 is progressive microcephaly. Haha, really funny. Real funny.
Plate. At the grocery store right now, Katie's coming over because we're gonna be having a banned food date night. Woo.
I gotta grab something.
You know when they say farm to table? This is never what they mean. Farm salmon is actually banned in a lot of countries because they feed the fish like chemicals and a bunch of bullshit. Keep them in small cages, just not very ethical, so not allowed. Thank you very much. Thank you. You too. Do the hospital bills. So there's something in here called bromine, which has a number of health problems, including memory loss, which is pretty crazy. This is a gamer drink and you can lose your memory. That's not good for them.
What?
Not good for them at all. Ritz crackers. You too. Do the hospital bills. So there's something in here called bromine, which has a number of health problems, including memory loss.
Someone just said jokes on him. I already forgot what he said. Me too, man. Me too.
Which is pretty crazy. This is a gamer drink and you can lose your memory. That's not good for them. Not good for them at all. Ritz crackers, perfect for a penitentiary cheese board. Apparently the European Union, Australia, and Japan have all banned powdered mashed potatoes. And I could probably see why, but dinner. Salmon and mashed potatoes, kind of weird. Maraschino cherries, a cherry with a reliable pop. Say it with me, guys. Red 40. Oh, that's legit. Oh my God. That just...
It's no longer a Mountain Dew. It was withdrawn in 1970. PepsiCo to stop adding BVO to Gatorade and other products. (2020) no longer uses BVO in the mainline beverages, but the original BVO containing formula is still sometimes sold as a lesser distributed Mountain Dew throwback beverage. Oh my God, when you get the fucking Mountain Dew throwback one, you actually are still getting the... Bro, they're like, hey, brother, we decided we're going to sell you the throwback beverage, which makes you, which makes you lose your memory. It's fucking sick. Oh my God. Their slogan, remember this? Probably not. Yep.
I just turned to mashed potatoes before my very own eyes. Oh, she dumb thick. Okay, come.
I don't want to.
It's laced with love. You might feel a little dizzy in a couple minutes. I feel like if you ordered this at a bar, this is a great way to get your ID cut up.
What?
What?
Well, yeah, who's ordering Mountain Dew at the club?
You don't like it?
It's not great.
Why?
It doesn't have much flavor. I feel like you watered it down.
With vodka.
Mm-hmm.
You know there's something in it that causes loss of memory, so you'll forget you ever had it if you drink it. You like that? Go have a seat, I'm gonna bring you your meal, okay?
Ew.
Mashed potatoes should not fall like that.
He's not making. It's a double entendre. You're supposed to think he's making like a roofie joke, but he's talking about bromide, brominated water, or vegetable oil. That's the joke, chat.
What was Play-Doh?
All right, girl.
No, there were people who literally didn't understand it. I had to describe the joke.
You might be thinking we're at a restaurant right now.
Yeah.
But I can assure you we're not. So we got something fishy covered in crackers. I'd make a joke, but I don't want to make fun of someone's mom.
Or
What? On the side, we have ourselves some powdered mashed potatoes.
yeah.
What?
Excited?
No. Salute.
Salute.
What the fuck was that? That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Excited?
No. Salute.
Salute. That tastes like it was not intended for me.
It tastes like potato.
What?
I'm tasting potato.
It does not at all. You know what? Katie knows very well that all these foods can shorten her lifespan, but she's doing it for my video.
People are so fucking annoying. They're like, go back, bro. It was paused when I paused it and I pointed to it. Like, if you still missed it, I don't know what to tell you. Like, sorry, fucking sucks to suck. Maybe drink a little bit more Mountain Dew and forget about it, okay?
Oh, that's like some Romeo and Juliet shit right there. That's true love. The hell is that? You okay?
Unsure.
Yeah.
No, it's the Mountain Dew. It's gone to my head.
Do you drink? Yeah, oh, okay. I don't like that at all.
No.
I feel like the reason for powdered mashed potatoes' success is butter and emotional neglect.
People are just lazy, man.
Mm. And also, who the hell eats mashed potatoes? Like, I feel like mashed potatoes is like a family gathering food. Like, who makes mashed potatoes for two? Unless it's box.
We might be offending people.
What? Before I take a bite? It doesn't taste immediately morally wrong in my mouth.
Why would it?
Because it's Ritz cracker crusted salmon. So you know the salmon? They're like fed like chemicals and stuff, and they grow up in this big cage. Like they're all like very crammed together.
Oh, poor salmon.
I was gonna do fish fart.
Probably.
Think so? Apparently, Ritz crackers contain high levels of sodium hydrogenated cottonseed oil. The FDA has actually deemed these types of oils to be not generally safe. But then, yeah, it's still available.
Here we are.
Yeah. Can you just appreciate the fact that I executed that salmon perfectly, like the pinkness inside there?
Yeah, she's pink.
Yeah.
You like it when it's pink.
What do I always say?
You like your pink?
You cannot say that. What are you doing? Don't embarrass the family right now.
All my girls do yoga. Hey.
So there's a thickening agent in here which makes it banned, but I see that's kind of like a selling point.
Because we like our shit thick.
Okay, thick. Salute. Want to see a thing of beauty right here? My fiance and this drumstick. Beautiful.
I need to. One bite it.
I'm not doing that.
You won't do it.
Trust me, I want to. I'm not doing it.
You've shown me before. The caramel in the middle?
It's just vanilla, you spoiled brat.
Let me try getting in your mouth.
Okay, don't just dart it in my mouth.
I don't know where it went.
I know it right here.
Patrick?
Oh.
Okay. Like a little dramatic.
My throat has not faced this much abuse since I got promoted in the NBA head office. Do you have anything last words you need to say?
Bye, friends. Be nice to one another.
And I'll see you guys in the next one.
Good video by Will Tennyson. Okay, now let's watch foreign foods that were banned in the U.S. Little switcheroo. Little switcheroo on you guys. Yeah, that's right.
The obvious, Americans love food. And in the U.S., you can buy anything imaginable at restaurants, farms, markets, and other stores. Well, almost anything. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has banned many foods from being sold or eaten in the United States for various reasons.
What, like being too healthy?
Today, we're going to take a look at...
Oh, I mean, that one's a classic because, like, kids die, right? Because they put the whole thing in their mouths and then they choke on the toys.
some foreign foods that are not allowed in the USA. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History Food channel. After that, please leave a comment and let us know what other funky food topics you would like to hear about. Now, let's take an illicit trip on the wild side of food.
Wait, haggis is banned?
Scotland is known for a number of wonderful things, like Scotch whiskey, bagpipes, and Sean Connery. But it's also known for eating haggis.
Haggis? What is haggis?
Haggis, for those who don't know, is a type of pudding composed of the liver, heart, and lungs of a sheep, mixed with beef and oatmeal, then seasoned with onions, cayenne peppers, and other spices. This mixture is then packed into a sheep's stomach and boiled.
How revolting!
This might not sound appetizing to everyone, but Scottish people are really into it. In fact, haggis is the national dish of Scotland, and if you get it there, it's usually accompanied by turnips and mashed potatoes.
I'd eat it. Americans would be like, ew, gross. And then they don't even realize, like, what do you think sausage is, my man? They'll say, ew, haggis is gross. And then they go and eat a fucking dirty water hot dog.
Potatoes. Americans who like haggis, however, are out of luck because haggis is currently banned from being imported into the United States. The U.S. banned all foods that are made from animal lungs in 1971. Since then, Scotland has made several efforts to influence the U.S. into lifting the ban on haggis and changing federal food safety regulations, but they've come up short each time. Too
That's
bad
pretty
Sean
funny.
Connery isn't around to ask them. Sometimes the U.S. bans foods for health concerns about the dish itself, but there are other reasons John Q. Law might stop you from enjoying a particular meal. For example, to protect an endangered species. Such is the case with beluga caviar.
Okay, but like this literally exists in the U.S. Like this makes no sense. Like I've seen this food actually, like you can get beluga caviar in the United States of America.
Caviar is, of course, fish eggs. Beluga caviar comes from the beluga sturgeon, which is the largest of the sturgeons, weighing more than 2,000 pounds and measuring more than 15 feet long. It can take up to 25 years for the female beluga to mature and produce eggs. Beluga caviar varies in color from light to dark gray and is the largest grain caviar. Their pearls are the most delicate and have a mild, buttery flavor. In 2005, however, the United States banned beluga caviar from further import due to overfishing. The U.S. was consuming about 60% of the world's beluga caviar, which is considered the Rolls-Royce of caviar due to costing $200 per ounce. In fact, beluga caviar was so desirable that the available stock declined by 90%. Overfishing of the beluga can mostly be traced back to poaching in the black market, but that's just academic now. The bottom line is, no beluga caviar for Americans anymore. So as we've seen, the U.S. might ban a food for being unsafe, or because it derives from a species at risk. But there's yet another reason a food might be banned: trading concerns. Take the Mirabelle plum, which is the small, oval-shaped and dark yellow fruit grown on the Mirabelle plum tree. It's sweet and full of flavor, and is used in fruit preserves and dessert pies. The fruit can mostly be found in France, where 70% of the world's Mirabelle production occurs. The production of the Mirabelle plum has been supported since 1996 by a protected geographical indication to help guarantee its authenticity. The protected origin designation makes it illegal to import or commercially sell the plums in the U.S. That being said, regular folks can grow them on their own property, as long as you don't try to sell them. Unpasteurized milk, or raw milk, is milk that comes directly from an animal's udder and hasn't been heat-treated or pasteurized to kill any bacteria. Sounds great, right?
Oh, indeed it does.
Well, it may not be. Raw milk carries a higher risk of being contaminated with harmful bacteria that causes foodborne illnesses than pasteurized milk does. Children, in particular, are at a higher risk for these diseases because their immune systems have not yet fully developed. The FDA banned the interstate sale or distribution of raw milk in the U.S., but states are able to adopt their own laws for the sale of raw milk. Given the risk, you might think that states would want to stop people from drinking the stuff, but not so much. In fact, drinking and consuming unpasteurized milk is 100% legal in all 50 states. That being said, only 13 states allow the sale of raw milk in retail stores. Of the other 37, 20 states prohibit the sale of raw milk, and 17 states allow the sale of raw milk on the farm in which it was produced. And at the very least, many of the states that allow the selling of raw milk require a warning label informing consumers about the risk of pathogens that can be found in the milk. There is currently something of a movement in the United States to consume organic and locally grown foods. Some believe that raw milk is more nutritious and provides good bacteria for the body. Sassafras oil is extracted from the dried root bark of the sassafras tree. The tree, in case you want to go looking for one, stands anywhere from 20 to 40 feet tall, with slender branches and orange and brown colored bark. The leaves are oval and can grow to 3 to 7 inches long, and the flowers are small and of a greenish or yellow color. Historically speaking, sassafras has played a big role in various cultures around the world. For example, many Native Americans.
You were trying to self-report. You were trying not to self-report all the caviar you get on the regular amount. Bitch, I don't even eat seafood. What the fuck do you mean? Every time I've ever fucking had caviar, I've talked about it on stream. Dumb as fuck. It literally tastes like it tastes like salt. Anytime I've ever talked about caviar on this broadcast, it's been me making a joke about how like rich people are silly for eating caviar and thinking that it's awesome. We all know that's a cover. Yeah, secretly I'm eating so much seafood, especially caviar. Shadows are just making shit up. It's super easy to get beluga caviar in the US anywhere. It's everywhere. Yeah, I don't think beluga caviar is... The good caviar should taste like salt debate is always reignited. Yeah.
Tribes use it for various medicinal purposes, including to help with acne, urinary disorders, and fevers. It can also be found in Chinese medications to help treat rheumatism and trauma. The twigs from the plant were once used as toothbrushes, and sassafras was also used as an early anesthetic and disinfectant. Not only that, but sassafras was found in many distinct foods in the US, and it was known as a key ingredient in many root beers and teas. Sounds pretty useful, right? Well, don't start celebrating just yet. The FDA prohibits all sassafras bark, oil, and saffrole as flavorings or food additives.
Why?
Sassafras is no longer considered safe for human consumption.
Why?
It was actually banned all the way back in 1979 after research linked it to cancer. Also, when too much sassafras oil is consumed, poisoning could possibly occur. The ortolan is a small, colorful bird in the bunting family, a category that also includes American tree sparrows. Once upon a time, in a faraway land called France, the ortolan was a chief ingredient in a highly controversial meal. The recipe called for...
I'm sorry, but it's pretty funny that, like, Mountain Dew is still allowed to sell fucking brominated vegetable oil Mountain Dew by just simply slapping on old school as a tag on it. But, like, they're like, sassafras is a big no-no. Because you can synthesize MDA from it. Not MDMA, but similar.
For the bird to be cooked for 8 minutes and served with a head attached. The bird was then meant to be eaten whole, including the head and bones. Due to its rarity, the killing and selling of the ortolan was banned in France in the 1990s. But that didn't stop poachers who continued to catch the small bunting and sell it to local restaurants. In fact, the law was so inconsequential that France's League for the Protection of Birds claimed that the ortolan population dropped 30% even after the ban was enacted.
France's League for Defending Birds is like working overtime and failing double the amount. They still have foie gras, no? They can't even protect the fucking ducks. The French want to eat birds no matter what. You're not going to stop them. Bird law activists in France doing the most and not getting anything in return.
This forced the government to enact more stringent enforcement in 2007. But the killing of the rare bird is less controversial than the barbaric way in which it is killed. It starts with the birds being trapped during their migratory season and kept in covered cages. since the ortolan eats more at night. Covering the cages cruelly tricks them into gorging on grain, even to the point where their bodies double in size. This is a less gruesome variation on an alleged ancient practice in which the bird's eyes would be plucked out, fooling them into thinking it was night so that they would eat more. Either way, once the ortolans are fattened up, they're thrown, still alive mind you, into a vat of Armagnac, which both drowns and marinates them. France now strictly enforces the ban on killing ortolans. In fact, the killing, cooking, or smuggling of the bird anywhere in the European Union or the United States is currently a crime. Kazumarzu, translated into English, means rotten cheese. And if that doesn't sound horrible enough to you already, then allow us to point out that it's also known as maggot cheese. Now you're probably thinking something like, okay, it has a disgusting name, but it's just a name, right? Well, this Sardinian cheese is typically soaked in brine, smoked, and then left to ripen in a cheese cellar. So far, so good. But then cheesemakers set it outside, uncovered, allowing cheesing flies to lay eggs inside it. The eggs hatch into maggots, which start feeding on the cheese. The maggots produce enzymes that promote fermentation and cause fats within the cheese to decompose. The cheese becomes super soft and leaves a burn on the tongue when eaten. Local Sardinians say the cheese is only good when the maggots are still moving. If the maggots are dead, then the cheese has gone bad and is too toxic for consumption. Kazumarzu is not in compliance.
Bro, nah. America, rare America W. Nah, don't care how good it tastes. And I love me some stinky ass cheese, you know what I mean? Like, I like blue cheese, you know, that's fucking moldy ass cheese. This is where I draw the line. I don't want living maggots in it, man. Extremely rare FDA W, dude. What the fuck? There's a fucking line and I drew it. It's better for your health than half of your food. Man, shut up, bitch. The one Sardinian in the chat. It's better for your health than all of your other food. Fuck you. How about that? Yeah, you keep fucking being healthy then. Okay? You keep being healthy eating maggots, dog. What the hell? One Sardinian.
Compliance with European Union hygienic standards. Movies like 1975's Jaws make it seem like humans have a lot to fear from sharks. But in reality, the reverse is far more true. In fact, finning, the act of cutting off a shark's fin, is one of the greatest threats that sharks face. It's so dangerous because after...
I'm conflicted by this because, like, on the one hand, I know it's devastating for the environment, the ecosystem, and everything, right? But on the other hand, sharks terrify me. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's like, yeah, fuck those sharks. You know what I mean? They'd fucking bite my ass if I was in the water. Like, that's how I feel. I'm just being honest. Don't get mad at me. I know it's wrong to feel this way. But, like, sharks are very scary, dude.
a shark is finned, it's thrown back in the sea where it may drown, bleed to death, or be eaten by other animals.
Wait, what
Fortunately,
the fuck?
for those who want to protect the sharks, there is still a large market for shark fins to make shark fin soup, which is a popular and luxurious Asian dish. Shark fins are very popular in Asia and can be found in food stores, pharmacies, and fishing villages. The demand for shark fins has led to sharks being targeted solely for their fins. But don't expect to try that soup in the US anytime soon. The practice of finning is illegal in the United States.
I'm just saying, did you try shark fin in Japan? No. Dude, I don't eat seafood. Why would I? Yeah, I don't eat seafood, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to go and have shark fin soup next to all the beluga caviar I'm consuming. Just a big fuck you to the water critters. You know what I mean?
Ackee appears to be a very delightful and delicious fruit, but appearances can be deceiving. For if the ackee isn't properly eaten, it can cause vomiting or even lead to a coma or death. To do it right, you need to know that the ackee's fruit's protective pod turns red and naturally opens, revealing the edible portion, which is the many yellow aril that surround the toxic black seeds. The ackee fruit is originally native to West Africa, but
it's like, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm not that crazy to eat this fucking fruit, you know? It's like that one fish that they make in Japan where, like, if you don't, what is it, like the puffer fish or whatever? Like, if you don't cut it perfectly, you just die. Fugu. Yeah, I'm good. Like, I'm good. I'm so good. You know what I mean? I'm super good. Like, there's no planet in which it's worth it to take a risk like this. You can say the exact same thing about cashews. Wait, what? Shut the fuck up. What did you say about cashews? Wait, what? Can you? Wait, stop. Okay, Mr. Chlorine Bath Chicken. Yo, I didn't. What's up with cashews? Cashews have to be cooked or they're poisonous? Wait. Bro, I've actually never seen a raw cashew. I always thought they just like... Wait, yes I have. Wait, what the fuck? Here you go. These are raw cashews. Isn't this a raw cashew? There you go. Wait, what the fuck? Yo! This is what the cashew looks like on a tree? What the fuck? Raw cashews are not what you'd expect. Ew. That's kind of weird. I am 31 and I also just learned this recently. Wait, what? Cashews are fruit? Not nuts? Yo, that's weird as hell. All fruits are nuts? Wait, what? Farm fresh cashew and nuts, fruits cutting and eating in my village. But why is there just a toe in there? Oh! What the fuck? The beeping in the background is killing me. The cashews are technically a fruit because the delay it takes them to maturity, just like the delay in the top of the hour ad break. Can't eat a lot of apple seeds because of cyanide poisoning. Yo, this is like actually kind of making me feel good about my whole like I don't like to eat any fruit agenda. So many things are poisonous, it turns out. But at least I don't eat any fruit, you know what I mean? Oh, by the way, here's the Thurman ad break now.
Was brought to Jamaica in 1778. In Jamaica, the harmful effects of ackee fruit are known as Jamaican vomiting sickness, and they're comfortable
Read my
enough
last
with it to
message,
have made it
scientific
Jamaica's
info.
national fruit.
That looks like Harvey Weinstein's penis by the court description. No, Jeffrey Epstein. Wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's like egg-shaped? I've seen a drawing.
The fruit can be tried in Jamaica paired with codfish, which is a popular dish. In the U.S., however, the FDA banned all ackee, though they later allowed the sale of frozen or canned ackee. The import of fresh ackee is still banned. The Kinder Surprise Egg is a hollow chocolate egg that holds a plastic capsule that contains a toy. The toy is usually a simple collectible, like a tiny bike or miniature beach bucket and pail. They are widely popular and are sold across the world, except in the United States. Not that it's hurting them any. In fact, even without the help from U.S. markets, Kinder sells more than 3.5 billion surprise eggs each year. Kinder Surprise Eggs have always been illegal in the United States. The 1938 regulation made it illegal to sell any candy that contains a non-nutritive object. Several efforts have been made to import the chocolate egg into the U.S., but the federal government has continued its ban and recalled the item each time.
This is so funny because, like, I grew up with Kinder Surprise Eggs in Turkey, and I had no fucking idea that you can't have it out here.
Luckily for U.S. consumers, Kinder also makes the Joy Egg, which is a more recent version that separates the toy from the chocolate in two sealed halves. The Joy Egg meets FDA regulations and is compliant with the Consumer Product Safety Commission. It's not exactly the same as the Kinder Surprise, but it's close enough so the fans across the U.S. can get their fix. So what do you think? What banned food sounds good to you? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
I find it really weird. Yeah, this is like TOS, I feel like. I watched this already. A chatter pointed this out, but like America will not ban guns, but they will ban Kinder Surprise Eggs, which is weird. Because like I don't know how many kids would die to like choking from eating a Kinder Surprise Egg, but we know that like guns are the #1 killer of kids up until the age of 18. Anyway, this shit literally reads like found footage or body camera footage. It's like it seems TOS, but it's not. This is a video game made entirely in the Unreal 5 engine, which is like a body camera footage video game. I think it's like Supernatural. Body cam first person shooter UNRECORD.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Yeah, this is a video game. Isn't that crazy? I feel like this is too realistic. Like, I'm good. You know what I mean? I thought this was one of those airsoft YouTubers. What the fuck? Like, it literally looks like a real body camera footage.
Where the fuck is Oscar?
It's gonna give middle schoolers real PTSD. This was the first in development video from last year that Neil Blomkamp saw. Yeah, we watched this. No, we watched this last year when it first came out. I watched this on stream. It's fucking psychotic. It's come a very long way from this. Fucking Twitter video, dude. I'm losing my mind. Bro, this shit looks like something that, like, Redditors jerk off to at the Ukraine subreddit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it looks like. It looks like fucking found footage. You see the Unreal Engine 5.2 tech
hi
demo?
everyone.
No.
I'm excited to get to show you. We added several new features to the engine. We're experimenting with what's possible for photoreal foliage environments, as well as testing out the latest functionality that we've been building for Unreal Engine. So, Jacob's here with us today in the Unreal Editor. Let's explore the environment. And what better way to do that than off-roading? And what better way to off-road than in a Rivian R1T?
Nerds.
Now, Rivian uses Unreal to power their instrument cluster, including 3D visualization of their vehicles. So we worked with them to bring the R1T to life in this experience. Let's head on out, Jacob.
Sure thing, on my way.
All right. So we're building tools for interactive and dynamic worlds. So here we have chaos physics simulating rocks that tumble as we drive over them. Leaves bend out of the way.
Jesus Christ.
And we also added some real-time fluid simulation. We worked with the team at Rivian to set up Unreal's Chaos vehicle model to simulate the suspension of the truck and how the electric motors drive each individual wheel. Chaos also simulates how the tires compress and deform, and Meta Sounds enabled the team to precisely resynthesize the sounds of the electric motors and mix them with the ambisonics of the jungle.
Dog, just go outside. The graphics are really good there. Yeah, that would imply me going outside, though, which I don't want to do. Because outside is scary. Also, you can't do half the shit that you're doing in a video game outside. You know what I mean? Too much work.
So Rivian provided us with a highly detailed model of the truck, about 71 million polygons that we're able to render in real time thanks to Nanite. Now, the Rivian not only looks incredibly realistic because of Lumen and Nanite, but also its materials. And today, we're introducing Substrate, our new material framework. And to better demonstrate it, let's swap the paint out for Opal. Now, of course, you can't order a Rivian with Opal body panels, but Opal was the internal code name for this project, and also a really great demonstration of substrate's capabilities.
This is
The
insane.
base layer models the iridescence, refraction, and reflections that occur inside of an opal. And on top of that is a layer representing the polished surface and how light is absorbed as it travels through that clear layer.
This is
of
so
varying
insane.
depth. And now we can add back on the dust and dirt layers. And notice how the reflection changes when interacting with the
Chatter, you're a fucking degenerate. You went CSGO skins are gonna look crazy. You are such a fucking degen, dog. That's where your mind went? Oh, dog, I can't get the I can't wait to get a fucking opal butterfly knife, dude.
dust layer, and that there are no artifacts along the transition from dirt to dust to opal. So Substrate is more expressive, enabling artists to create materials like this with different shading models and compose and layer those materials as they see fit. All right, let's head on out, Jacob.
On my way.
All right. In terms of performance, Substrate materials that are similar to the current Unreal Engine shading model cost about the same. But now, artists have the...
Bro, this literally looks like the hands are fake, but like... This looks like they put like a fake CGI in the real world.
freedom to author more complex materials for extremely detailed use cases, like in cinematics and in film. So we're going to drive under this fallen tree here, and everything that you've seen up to this point was painstakingly hand-built by the environment team at Quixel. Everything since that fallen tree has been built using our brand new experimental suite of procedural content generation tools, entirely an engine that are flexible, deterministic, and artist-driven. Our guiding principle in building these systems was to empower artists to make tools for artists. So Jacob's going to go ahead and add a procedural assembly to the world. And the cool thing is that it communicates. Thank you. Yeah. Pretty cool. And the cool thing is that it communicates with other nearby procedural elements in the scene, like the creek bed. So let's say a designer comes by, wants to direct the player to drive to the left. Jacob can simply move the assembly to the right, and everything updates to accommodate that change. Game design is iterative, so let's say the designer comes back, wants to give the player the choice of going left or right again. Jacob can simply move the assembly back over. Now, the artist who created this assembly also added some additional handles that Jacob can use to art direct where rock slides occur. Allows him to customize the piece a little bit more, make it a little easier for the Rivian to drive by. So we started by handcrafting that original part of the level to set the visuals and art direction for the entire piece, and then built out procedural tools that allowed the team to create a much larger play space much more quickly. Now let's see how we can use these procedural tools to make larger sweeping changes to the environment. So Jacob, let's start by removing some of the trees in this area.
Absolutely, that's easy enough actually.
All right, a little too much. Let's add some trees back in.
Okay.
And let's also add in some cliff formations, give it a little bit more variability. So the procedural systems are all deterministic. As Jacob is experimenting with different sets of input parameters, once he finds a set that he likes, he can always go back to it and get out exactly the same results. And the procedural systems aren't just placing trees and rocks, but also fog cars, bugs.
Our guiding vision for MetaHuman has been the democratization of complex character technologies, allowing you to work faster and see the results immediately. A character is only truly believable if its motion fidelity matches its visual fidelity, but animating at this level is a hard task for even the most skilled studios. Optimized to run on a single, okay? And action.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look.
Cut. Thanks, Mel, that was great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Our technician, John, is currently pulling Mel's performance from the phone onto his machine where everything will be processed locally. We have updated our Live Link Face mobile app to capture all data at the best resolution possible with the device. MetaHuman animation.
Fuck, I am fucking muted. That man in Japan that had the virtual wife that unplugged must be so excited. I was thinking about this the other day. The guy who I was also thinking about this the other day. The guy who like married Hatsune Miku. With chatbots, you could just have Hatsune Miku all the time.
Mel's metahuman should now be ready in the level. Mel, you excited to see the results?
Yeah, can't wait to see it.
This is bananas.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes, all I need is a look.
That's insane.
Thank you all. So, Mel, what do you think?
I think it's incredible because it usually...
Yeah, they're gonna pan away from the screen and be like, it was all CGI actually, including this entire process that you just watched. This is done live. They didn't even tune it to make it look realistic. So much work is done for you. Final Fantasy 16 State of Play. I'm not interested in Final Fantasy 16 State of Play. Once I found out that Final Fantasy 7 Remake is actually is actually a shortened version of the actual original game, I am now excited for the second and third half of the Final Fantasy franchise. Watch the new Moist vid, Hasan. Why? What's in it? Oh, Nintendo just got even worse? Yeah, I saw this shit. This fucking Nintendo sucks, dude.
Talking about Nintendo being an evil, soulless corporation, as well as out-of-touch, archaic, and just downright goofy for the way that they treat online content creators like criminals.
Bro, come on. Come on. As much as I love playing baby games, and Nintendo has that shit on lock, and I do love Switch in general, even though the Joy-Cons are absolute dog water. Okay? Their treatment of people who utilize their IP is so fucking gross. It's so insane. Now that I have a Steam Deck, I do realize that maybe Switch isn't the greatest invention. Okay? And honestly, God, I love the Steam Deck so much. But honestly, like, the way that Nintendo operates is so gross, dude. It's so fucking gross. They are taking down content creators that have made modded Nintendo content, like Point Crow I saw, right? Like, they are aggressively DMCA, aggressively, maintaining their IP and shitting on content creators that literally utilize their IP. Like, it's so weird. They're making your content more popular, you fucking assholes. So fucked up. How was Moon Moon able to stream Super Mario Maker? Because he's not modding it. And then now there's a guy who I think like created an emulator or something, and the dude went to jail, and now for the rest of his life he has to give 20 to 30%, I think, of his income that he ever generates back to Nintendo for the rest of his fucking life. They're banning unmodded content too? What? Now, I must be honest. In regards to the Sayaka Maizuna video, people are like, this video is way too elaborate to be satire post. I don't know what this is.
Criminals. Most recently, they issued 2 strikes to a YouTuber named Point Crow because he made videos on Breath of the Wild that featured modded content. And in the eyes of Nintendo, that is a sin more unforgivable than murder. So they threw the book at him. They were coming with the meat. They tried to give him the business. They issued 2 strikes, and it wasn't just modded content they targeted, by the way. They also just targeted other videos as well on other games. A lot.
No, that guy didn't. He was part of Pirating Ring selling modding equipment. That's why that guy got sued. Yeah, I know. Which is still like fucking lame. Like come on, man. I don't give a fuck about pirating. You're in the wrong community if you think I'm going to be like, wow, that's really fucked up. I can't believe he did that. Yeah, who cares? Suck my dick to Nintendo, okay? Yeah. And even if you are like, no, sorry, I'm Mr. Nintendo. Nintendo, my uncle is John Nintendo, and I'm Mr. Nintendo, and I think that's fucked up. You still don't think it's like insanely excessive that he went to jail, he served the time, and now he has to pay? Like they levied his they levied his wages basically for the rest of his life.
A lot of it did feature mods, but some of them were just vanilla gameplay videos that they absolutely had a conniption over. Nintendo for a long time has historically shown that they hate their fans and absolutely despise when people play their games or enjoy their games in ways that they didn't plan for or in ways that they don't approve of. So for Point Crow showing mods and having fun making content around mods, they, started screaming bah humbug and shaking their fist at the clouds and then hired their legal team of assassins to do as much damage to him as possible. And if it was up to Nintendo, they probably would have publicly hung Point Crow to make an example out of him for daring to play their games in a way they didn't intend for people to play them. Would have had him face...
No, literally, like Nintendo in the old school universe will be out here fucking putting Point Crow on like one of those like old timey things where your hands have to like hang by your head like this. And then they'd be like, throw all of your tomatoes at this person. Like you have to pelt him if you want to be able to play any of our games that we're releasing. Also, the games are still the same games for the most part.
Face the fucking firing squad. The reason I'm even mentioning all of this before talking about today's story is because it's only been 3 days and Nintendo has already upped the ante on how evil they can be and how unbelievably cruel they are. Like they made, I made a claim in that video that they don't listen to the community, they don't care about, negative reputation that they have or community backlash. They don't listen to it, they just kind of brush it off like it's just... little squeaking dog toys that they can just ignore. They don't care what the people are saying. They're not listening. But now, I'm almost convinced they must...
Remember during ReactGate when everybody shit on you for correctly saying that even gaming content is subject to copyright? Oh, fuck, dude. I do remember that, actually. Thank you for reminding me that I was right. Hey, guys. Hey, everybody. I was right. I've been right. I am right. I was right. And I'm still right. Of course, I am. But it doesn't change the reality that people are fucking stupid. Guess what, though? This shit is incredibly fucked up, right? It's super fucked up. We're in agreement. Okay, good. Oh.
Must have heard what the community was saying about how evil they were and said, oh, you think that's bad? Well, watch this. And then they went even harder into degeneracy. So, what they've done, or what was revealed to the public today, is that they have completely ruined a man's life. And I'm not exaggerating. They are putting a man in...
Nintendo would destroy an Italian orphanage if there was a kid named Luigi in there. That's a Twitter joke, but it's true. But it's still a Twitter joke, but still, it's very true. Yes. If an Italian village had an orphanage where there was one kid named Mario and another brother named Luigi, it's over. They would drone strike the village. They would eviscerate it. It would be reduced to nothing but ashes. And the rest of the world would let it happen. Because, like, the way that they arrested this guy, like, why the fuck does Imperial Japan have its tentacles in the United States of America? Like, I don't understand how a Japanese corporation from, like, 1883 could literally direct American law enforcement. It's insane.
In debt to them for the rest of his life. There's a guy named Gary Bowser, and I'm not making this up. This isn't an alias. His name is fucking Gary Bowser. This sounds like fanfic. This sounds like the plot to the new Mario Bros. Movie. Like, it actually sounds made up, but it's real. Gary Bowser was working with a company called Team Executor. They were a hacking group that would hack consoles for profit, and one of their biggest products was for Switch. They would basically jailbreak the Switch and they'd sell it and make money off it, and Gary Bowser was one of the prominent members of this team, allegedly. And in a couple of years ago, he got caught, and he served 40 months in jail. His time in jail is coming to a conclusion now, and he's about to be released, but he's not off the hook yet. In fact, he's on to an even deeper hook. One that is going to be a life of servitude to Nintendo, because they are coming after him for an additional $10 million plus that he will have to pay back over the course of the rest of his life. He is going to have to forfeit 25 to 30% of his income every single month to Nintendo until he can pay off his $10 million plus debt to them, because he was part of that hacking group. That is a legitimate, life-ruining obligation that he will...
Why is modifying hardware you paid for and then selling it illegal?
have to fulfill. Now, I want to make it clear, Gary Bowser is not a hero. He is not a saint. He was part of a group that was knowingly...
I disagree. I think he is a hero.
...breaking the law for profit. He wasn't doing anything, just. He wasn't some, holy figure, breaking the rules.
Dude, modding and selling modding equipment is infinitely more ethical than drop shipping. It's infinitely more ethical than being a scalper, okay? But still illegal. Straight up. They literally are making equipment so that other people can, enjoy it. Yeah, they're making money off of it, but yeah, they're putting labor into it. What the fuck? It's literally modding a car and then selling it? No, it's not. Because Nintendo makes money off the IP that they maintain. They don't just make money off the hardware. They make money off the software that they sell that's only compatible, unless you have some certain emulators or something like that, that is only playable on their own hardware. So here's the reality, okay? They want to make more money. You know what it would be like? John Deere. John Deere, and this is actually a huge problem in the farming community, John Deere doesn't just sell farm equipment. They don't just sell heavy industrial tools. They sell the software. They basically license the tools for you. And then you have to constantly keep paying for the software over and over again. And they can actually shut that shit down from afar if you choose not to do so. Okay? So this would be like right to repair laws that are pretty popular on the internet. I'm a very big advocate for it as well. Like, if you wanted to repair your John Deere tractor and you didn't want to take it to the fucking, John Deere factory, okay, and not get cut out of the tractor subscription that you have, that would be the equivalent here. If someone was like, hey, I know how to repair these shits, don't worry about it. Let's break that goddamn John Deere tractor. Let's jailbreak it and let's repair it. Let's work on it. Okay? It would be like that. And then they sold their tool that jailbreaks the John Deere tractors. But because John Deere's revenue also revolves around consistently extending that subscription to you, they would go absolute bananas mode on you. Okay? They would not want that. It's fucked up, still illegal. So no, I do think that it's absolutely bullshit that these guys got in any way, shape, or form. Oh, this is the mod chip that they made. Look at that. They had a nice little fucking sign on it and shit. Like, look, they printed stuff on it. I think someone wanting to get the new Zelda is a bit different than a farmer's livelihood. Wait, what? The principle is still the same, dude. What are you talking about? Nintendo sells you hardware and they make money off the software that they sell you. If you want to fucking, if you don't want to pay for the software, if you don't have money for the software, you can just buy an emulator. Or you can, you know, get this thing and you can play games for free, right? Isn't that how this works? Most console hacks aren't even for pirating, it's for emus and homebrew shit. Yeah. Apple doesn't let you even repair an iPhone unless they themselves repair the iPhone. Yeah. They're also selling other hobbyists work without attribution or compensation. Console hackers are shocked after DOJ arrests prominent mod chip makers. Team executives captured definitely spooked a lot of people in the community. Friday, Department of Justice also names Yuan Ning, 100 plus Chen. Get to be arrested. Alleged crimes, variety of products designed to be circumvention devices that had the purpose of allowing users to play pirated ROMs. The indictment. Look, you're never going to convince me on this because I grew up in Turkey. Okay? And if it wasn't for pirated games, if it wasn't for all the piracy that I engaged in at a young age, I would have never been able to play any fucking games whatsoever because, unfortunately, due to rigorous IP controls and how goddamn expensive video games are in a country like Turkey, and also on top of that, literal like distribution rights that wouldn't arrive in my fucking country until many, many years down the line, I would never be able to play any of these fucking games. So I do not give a shit. I am always going to be in support of piracy, okay? It's awesome. I am a huge fan of piracy. I think it's great. Art should be cherished. Art should be celebrated. Art should be consumed. Piracy is a major way to allow that to happen, okay? You expand it. You expand it to the world globally. You give access to those who do not have access. Not everything has to be about fucking, you know, increasing the bottom line of mega corporations. I don't give a fuck. It's awesome. I am a super big fan of piracy. Okay, I hate copyright. That's it. Anyway. But yeah, go ahead. Defend Nintendo's bottom line and say that, like, yo, no, actually, new games or even old games are well worthy of the $70 because they have a monopoly on it. It's only on their systems. It's only playable on their own systems, so they control the prices. They keep the prices the way that they do always. Also, by the way, once again, I just want to point out to everybody that I was right with respect to Nintendo being such aggressive DMCA copyright holders that they struck down our boy Point Crow. It's really fucked up. So remember that. They can come for your content as well. Yeah, but they own those licenses. Yeah, they can suck my nut. I don't give a fuck who owns the licenses. I don't believe in it. I don't care. Okay? If you're going to do illegal shit like this, I'm not going to criticize you. Straight up. Does that make sense? I'm not. For me, the main reason why I don't pirate shit is because convenience. Now, especially. Like, that's it. That's the only reason why I don't pirate shit. Just pure convenience. Because everything is, like, available through streamers. Same with, like, video games and stuff. I can pay for it. I don't give a fuck. So I do it. Okay? Teach people how to pirate. Just don't profit off of it easy. No, it's fine. I'm fine with them fucking making money off this too. It'd be funny if they literally tried to copy strike another copycat emulator. That's what would be funny. If they were like, oh, what the fuck? How dare you? Listen. if they are using these emulators to like steal other random people's like works of art, not giving any sort of like attribution to them or anything like that, then that's fucked up. That's an entirely separate point, though. My sister's ex-boyfriend got a felony for piracy in 2004. It's not even a felony anymore, but they won't clear his record. Anyway, game are works of art, though? Yes, they are. Why wouldn't you? Would you be okay with people lifting your streams wholesale and posting it on YouTube? Didn't think so, fake socialist? Yeah, exactly. I would be so mad if people did that. They were hacking devices for a profit, as TX did. Goes against the open source information sharing ethos of the wider console hacking community. That does make a little bit more sense. But as long as you're like justifying it for the material that you're using, then that's fine. Not everyone in the community begrudged Team Executive for making a profit off of a useful product, though. Personally, I thought it was nice that those who wanted to mess around with their console could do so without much effort. Since SXOS is considered to be much easier to use for newbies than Atmosphere or Rainix, referring to two open source custom firmware solutions for Nintendo Switch. Open source Switch hacking options still haven't cracked that new design, though Aurora says such support is on the way. Huh. Team Executor also earned negative attention from some of the hacking scene for being more explicit than most and directly acknowledging the privacy element in the room. Most of the hacking community avoid direct talk or support for software piracy in public forums, focusing instead on custom firmware features and homebrew software. The DOJ indictment notes that TX largely did the same, attempting to cloak its illegal activity with a purported desire to support homebrew enthusiasts who wanted to design their own games. The cloak did slip on occasion, though. A public changelog for SXOS publicly trumpeted the future of launching your own retro game ROMs for emulators directly from G Drive, for instance. Wow, how fucked up. That's really fucked up, man. You can play all your favorite game backups straight off the micro SD card or external USB storage inserted into your Nintendo Switch. While that technically refers to backups users can make of their own legitimately purchased software, the implications for playing backup ROMs downloaded from the internet is relatively clear. They've cracked all forms of Switches, even the newest OLEDs. You can hard mod it with a Pico $10 chip on Amazon. It's pretty clear that even from their website, they do support piracy in some capacity. Of course they do. And they should. I am a supporter. I'm not like super annoying about it. Like, I'm not one of those people who's like, I'm doing an activism by pirating shit. You know what I mean? I'm not like one of those people. But I don't have an issue with it. And I think it's silly to have an issue with it. The internet is made for piracy. I am a slut for open source software sharing. I think hardware is great. I think the software component is great. It's awesome. It's ridiculous. We in the streaming industry quite literally utilize the shared structure of open source still to this day. OBS is open source. Half of the fucking bots that we use on this channel are either fan-made or made by other people in members of the community. It is literally collective action that runs this entire space. So whenever I see people that look at that collective action, that look at that open source software, that look at all of this and say, oh no, we actually need to put a price tag on all this. We actually need to make sure that you can't legitimately, utilize IP. IP is actually really important. It's profoundly important. We need to maintain IP protections. It's so stupid. I find that to be ridiculous. Aiden's birthday in UK land, by the way. Happy birthday, Aiden. There you go. Fossabot is another example of this. A lot of you hate Fossabot, but without it, we would not be able to have normal free flow communication in this fucking chat because some of you are unhinged demons. Chatterino was made by a Forsen boy. Many of the things that we take for granted are made by people in Forsen's community. FFZ, BTTV, there you go. Anyway, I just don't care. I think it's crazy. Yeah, support the devs who make the game, certainly. I mean, I do. Even though, most of the time you're just like, is the line on copyrighted watching for you is a small production? Like, I wouldn't pirate Creator Clash or Friend stuff, but because Nintendo's a mega corporation, it's okay. I agree with that, by the way. Yeah. I mean, exactly. You can draw your own personal line. I'm not going to fucking lose my mind over it. That's my line for the most part.
For the benefit of everyone, they were very much in it just to make money off of all of this. He knew it was wrong and what he's done is illegal. But I would argue spending 40 months in jail is punishment that fits the crime. I don't think they needed to add on an additional fucking generational debt that he and his grandkids wouldn't even be able to pay. Now, of course, his family's not going to be obligated to pick up the tab on the $10 million plus that he owes.
Yeah, come on. Now it's not college. It's not student loan debt. You know what I mean?
When he dies. But you get the point. The amount of money that Nintendo is forcing him to pay back over the course of his lifetime is one that could never be fulfilled by him and his kids working and his grandkids working and maybe even his great-grandkids working. It is an absurd punishment. Once again, I understand what he did was wrong and he's not a good guy, but this is just beyond excessive. Nintendo is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's now face-fucking one random average guy in particular, forcing him to pay back a debt that he will never be able to repay. That $10 or $14 million means absolutely nothing to Nintendo. They wiped their ass with that amount of cash. Meanwhile, that means that Gary Bowser will never be able to live a normal life. He's going to be constantly paying this back forever. He's going to die with negative $10 million to his name. Like, he won't even be able to afford a coffin to be buried in. Like, it's just so far into the realm of lunacy here. And I actually imagine Nintendo celebrating this victory with handshakes all around and then laughing at the misery of Gary Bowser, who now has to send 25 to 30% of his income to this company every single month, where once again, I imagine once they receive those checks, they throw it right in the trash can and forget about it because that amount of money is completely meaningless to them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's about
the situation
sending a
is
message.
wild, but this is kind of the story, like the general overview of it. I went over it more on stream, so I'll just play some clips.
Wait, this has to be illegal, right? What Nintendo's doing? No, man. Of course it's not illegal what Nintendo's doing. How? We live in a capitalist organization of the economy, okay? That means whatever capital owners say goes, okay? Rigid IP protections is a big part of that, okay? That's it. They could literally enslave this man for the rest of his life. And as long as they're not like, oh, it's a little bit much, Nintendo, how about you don't do that? You know, they can get away with it. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Piracy is more illegal than hiring child labor in this country. We talked about this the other day. A fun, but not really so fun fact is that piracy in this country can put you in prison for longer and has a harsher punishment in the form of a financial, a fine. The maximum penalty for child labor violation, which is, say, illegally employing children, is a fine of $15,138 per child with no prison time. The maximum penalty for pirating a film is up to $250,000 and 3 years in prison. So remember that. When you make an argument about piracy or whatever the fuck, remember that the law is designed. The law is designed in a way to protect corporate interests. That's it. Anyway, I understand that it's illegal. I just don't personally care, and I don't think you should either. I think it is crazy to care about this. I don't know. I wish to live in a world where we, do art for the sake of art and not necessarily for the sake of financial compensation. In the case of Team Executor, I think what took them down was the fact that their software, which was closed source and basically the Switch OS modified, was DRM locked to the hardware that they sold. Easy to say when you're not a broke artist. Yes, the brokest artist of all time, Nintendo Corporation. I hate this. I'm sorry. Artists, like broke artists, are literally some of the most annoying motherfuckers when it comes to patent, when it comes to like IP protections, because like absolutely zero people are stealing your art. Okay, no one wants to steal your fucking art. And as a matter of fact, if they do steal your fucking art, they're assholes. Okay. You are infinitely more likely to have your art stolen by a mega corporation that literally will then slap on a fucking IP protection on top of that, your art, okay, than it is for you to like actually get financial compensation through the legal measures that are only available to Nintendo Corporation, okay? You are so fucking stupid if you think that you as a small artist are going to get any kind of financial restitution for anyone stealing your art, let alone a major company stealing your fucking art. These laws are not made for you. They lie to you by claiming that they are there to protect you. They don't protect you. You're a fucking idiot if you ever defend it, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my Lord. They aren't a broke artist. They're just a temporarily embarrassed Nintendo. Exactly. Exactly. You do not see yourself as an exploited broke artist whose work is being stolen. You see yourself as a temporarily embarrassed Nintendo motherfucker. That's why you're making that argument. Oh, one day, what if I'm Nintendo and then, someone tries to fucking steal my art? Regarding IP theft, I'm not going to go for round 2 where I steal the segue and debate chat with the top of the hour ad break. Okay, that's 6:54. You're 6 minutes too early for that, you fucking asshole. 2 in a row? You're... Chat, yell at this man. He's getting too hungry. Gee, I would really hate it if one day I was a millionaire that some guy was taking thousands from me. Exactly. I just got here, so I don't know what we're talking about. As a musician who makes most of their living from my copyrights being protected, including by megacorps in some circumstances, this is where I diverge from your takes. Yeah. Like, listen, as an independent artist, okay, I don't have an issue with independent artists like having some level of protection. I get that, you know, especially if that's how you make your money. But it's so fucking stupid to make it seem like that is how this shit works in the overwhelming majority of cases. And the corporation is not protecting your copyright. The corporation is protecting its own bottom line and only cutting you a small percentage of that. You know this better than anybody else. Now I have the same take, but with the SEC having rules protecting the wealthy and not the common man. Wait, what? No, it's the exact same. Wait, first of all, the SEC, that is precisely what happens with the SEC. That's a gigantic issue with the SEC. Wait, what? The SEC is a regulatory agency that pretty much regularly goes after people that are, you know, low-level offenders, and they give you nothing. Like, they give you a slap on the wrist if you're like a fucking mega wealthy person. Look at Elon Musk. Fuck you mean? Team executives are known in the scene as having scummy practices such as taking public knowledge and open source software, tweaking it, logging it behind licenses of hardware. Not true in all cases, but all in all, still an insane ruling and setting an insane precedent for these corporate fucks to shit on people abusing their IP. Artists and charity, but structure needs to be changed so artists and coders can get more of their value. Stop pretending copywriting is only for big companies. I'm a small dev. I sell software for a living, and I also write open source stuff. Don't private or steal from small artists. Your attitude also devalues art as a whole. That's the issue. Oh my God. I have repeated myself 700 gorillion times. Copyright, in the overwhelming majority of cases, is only protecting mega corporations. If a mega corporation wants to steal from you, good luck trying to fucking get any kind of legal recourse on your side. Okay? Copyright technically should help small artists, but that is a lie told by big corporations to justify IP protections. Okay? Everyone hears anything I'm saying at the end of the day and goes, oh, he means like he doesn't value my art. He means you should be able to steal my art. Hasan is saying he should be able to steal my art like Elon Musk steals memes. Okay? Ay, ay, ay. You're making a straw man out of the dumbest interpretation of the pushback. I was just saying the ideal of being an artist with no profit in mind is pretty pipe dreamy, not defending corporations. Bro, I love when we talk about capitalism as a whole, okay, and how it needs to be eviscerated on a daily basis. But every fucking Etsy artist in here literally turns into the most rugged oil baron the moment I talk about a future that will probably never exist really, but a future where like art should be done for the sake of art and not necessarily for a transactional value. And everybody goes, how dare you, dude? I'm making the next Mickey Mouse, motherfucker. Like, calm down. I know that it's not going to happen, okay? It is a pipe dream. It's not going to stop me from talking about my own perspective on the matter. Holy fucking shit. It's so weird. It's so odd, dude. I'm not saying that you shouldn't make money with your art, especially right now, under this current structure. Anyway. everyone turns into like, you know, you're saying we shouldn't need to, and we should be able to make art because we want to. Exactly. Love you, but you really don't know anything about art. I know, Tommy Stills. I know. I don't know anything about art. I know. I got it. You're right. And then this is the part of the conversation where every artist literally comes into the chat and goes, nah, man, you don't get it. All of my commissioned furry porn is, you know, if they were to steal that IP, like that would be devastating, which it would be if that's how you make your money. I totally understand. But I'm not going to make this commission furry porn for free. You know what I'm saying? You better not come for me. You don't understand art, man. Okay. You don't get it. I do. I make commission furry porn. So I know what art is. You don't. Shut the fuck up, Hasan. Especially when it comes to art, considering that all art is in some way, shape, or form derivative, a lot of like corporate IP restrictions unironically eviscerate creativity, okay? That's all I'm saying. And there's truth to that matter. It's done with labor from thousands of artists in many cases, but once it reaches the corporate hands and is released to the public, I'm not going to fucking make a big issue about people stealing it. You want to know why? Because a lot of people who steal it make something better out of it too. Okay? One, it allows people to access it if they could not otherwise. Okay? And that's a wonderful thing. It allowed me in my more formative years to access many works of art that I would not have otherwise had opportunity to. I buy everything now because of convenience and because I have the money. Okay? And that's fine. Also, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, but that's why I can buy everything. Please read this as an artist who agrees with you. The other artists in here are misunderstanding you. They can't see a post-capital based reason to make art. That's the misunderstanding. Chatters are fucking morons. Yeah, that's what I'm mentioning. They're like HVAC business owners complaining about higher taxes when it doesn't apply to them until it gets to the point where the money is inconsequential to them anyway. Exactly. That's it. That's what it is. People are literally not thinking about it. They're thinking about it from the perspective of like, what if I'm there? What if I'm there and like my art is being stolen? Or there's like a minor instance where copyright is like fallen in your favor. And because of that, you just like defend its practice when massive corporations are doing it. Especially when you think about it, especially when you fucking think about like Disney, you know what I mean? The number one IP holders on the planet that have been able to successfully extend the patent for like shit that was drawn, 100 years ago. You know what I mean? All modern art from corporations stands on the backs of public domain, open source of the art world, and commodified and gatekeep it behind IP. It cucks art as a whole. Exactly. Currently drawing DBZ characters for money. F your take, Hasan. Yeah. What, you mean a patent running out 17 years after the last descendant of King James dies isn't good law? Yeah. Oh, there's also the other component. There was a study that found that piracy doesn't hurt games and it may actually help. I don't know if that's like the case or not, but I don't even care. I don't even need that to be the case. How should artists exist in a post-capital society? The way I see it is this. If all of my needs were met, would I still be streaming for 8 hours a day? Abso-fucking-lutely, because I love doing this, okay? So if you love doing art and all of your fucking needs are met, why would you stop doing art? That makes no fucking sense. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, in all of my years of living on this planet, and for those of you who don't know, I've talked about this before. I used to draw, and I was slated to get professional training. I went to Parsons for a summer semester to do two-dimensional design. I did all of that stuff. Okay? For those of you who don't know, welcome. I used to do all that. I have not drawn at all in many, many years. Okay? I haven't. My dad told me, you're never going to make money doing this. Okay? Don't be silly. You know, I love that this is your passion, but you're never going to make money. That's back when I used to draw literally nonstop all the time. Stop putting titties in the chat in parentheses. That was my weakest moment. So anyway, my point is this. Even back then, I never met a single person who was just like, oh man, I'm just like really good at drawing. That's why I'm doing this to make money. Like every single person was in some with you know, they were passionate about what they were doing. They love what they were doing. Every person that has that one creative endeavor they would pursue if they didn't have to earn a wage. Be a fire rapper, but that's not in my cards. HBO showrunners openly bragged about GOT being the most pirated show ever. Many people like me started out watching GOT pirated and then switched on to HBO subscription for the new seasons. Without this many, wouldn't have taken the risk of paying $60 for HBO to see a show they've never seen before. Yeah, there's components like that with it as well, but ultimately, the major reason why people fucking get mad about that is because corporations want to protect their bottom line, and that's it. And they get very mad when their bottom line is not protected, and that's it. If there was no passion in professions and people only picked because of the money, then who in today's society would choose to be a teacher? Great question. Why the fuck would anybody want to be a nurse? Why the fuck would anybody want to be a teacher? There's no money to be made in it, right? There isn't. There literally isn't. There's no fucking money. It's one of those things where you do it for survival. You constantly have to fucking fight tooth and nail to get like living wages. And people greatly abuse that. Did you just say you dropped out of art school? No, I never actually dropped out of art school. I just never really pursued it. Ultimately, though, like I said, I think having a way more open-minded approach to IP is literally better for art in general. Okay? 100%. All art is derivative. People could utilize other people's works of art to both be influenced by, but to also both to be influenced by, but to also like work on top of and rework into something that's even better. Not literally, there's no proof. There's some money in these professions. What? Yeah, dude, you fucking make bank being a teacher. That's why everybody does it. Now rebroadcasting the stream ad-free. That's so funny that you just said that because people already do that. And people already utilize my IP regularly. You know what I mean? OBS is maintained by an EDU, which is paid for, not by you, but someone else. That's really funny you say that because I do pay for OBS. Fucking idiot. So no, it is literally in some ways paid for by me as well. You fucking dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Yes, I mean, this is the fucking classic bearded guy's take. In a communist society, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have mind, without ever becoming a hunter, fisherman, herdsman, or critic. Yeah. My man came in so hot with the first day chats, dude. He's like, I'm here to have a debate with you. Anyway. All right. I'm gonna end it here. On this note, we got leftovers tomorrow, puppy soon. Yeah. Right? Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, leftovers tomorrow. Puppy updates soon. You just missed the part where people sometimes want art but aren't artists. What? You just missed the part where people sometimes want art but aren't artists. What does that even mean? Like, literally look around. Do you not see like hundreds of artists that I cherish from this community, that I love, that I fucking openly and proudly display their works? What are you talking about? I think he means without capitalism, you couldn't buy art, you wouldn't need to make it. Yeah, that's silly. I mean, that's actually silly. And that example is nullified by this anyway. Keep forgetting about the art of video games? I don't. I actually play a lot of video games just off stream. Sorry. Anyway. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow after leftovers, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow I got leftovers in the morning, and then after leftovers, I will be back here streaming up a motherfucking storm, baby. You already know. Anyway, bye guys. Love you.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face.
agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.